Well, a very good morning to you all from Virginia International Raceway, Alton, Virginia, just to the east of Danville, nestled along the Dan River and the North Carolina border. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company this morning, as always. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Ryan West will be along in a moment. Joseph Munderach may be popping in and out during the course of the day. We are a battered but not defeated DriversEye Live, accumulating, I think, 3 respiratory infections in the last month since we last saw you at Daytona between us. Joseph's still recovering from his. I'm mostly there, but a little on the weak side in terms of depth this weekend. But we're at VIR, the beautiful VIR, and thrilled to be here with you all. It's a glorious morning, if a little hot. And we've kicked things off with a bang. If you noted, dear listener and viewer, right at the opening, you saw a blue Toyota Supra in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. That was due to be your pole sitter. That is the number 118 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra GT4. That is not off the grid. That car it had an issue yesterday. It was pulled for dyno. It was had its times disallowed first thing in the morning, and then it went out in the afternoon and set pole again anyway. So that is arguably the quickest car in the field this weekend. Has not rolled off the grid this morning, and that'll throw a wrench into Thunder Bunny Racing's plans. Never fear, because the number 111 is still out there. It is the pole sitter, or will assume the pole position. Straight off of the grid and coming up to the green flag. Alongside it, the number 123. It's a Mercedes AMG GT4 from NFC Motorsports. And if I were going to pick a dark horse, I think it'd be that Mercedes. I say dark horse because Supras have just been so quick this weekend. And I do expect that 111 to be quick as well, and consistent. But, things happen. These are endurance races, in particular today. 9 hours. Continuous running. Straight through from 8:30 this morning when we get our green flag here in about a lap and a half's time. Straight through till 5:30 this afternoon before our 7-hour enduro tomorrow. Now, JT, you've spent some time away from the World Racing League. I think you were last with us at Barber, is that correct?
That is incorrect. I was actually here for Road America.
Oh, were you?
Yes. So I missed Mid-Ohio and then Daytona.
I wasn't. So that one's on me.
Good one.
So I heard, and I did see a little bit of it. It looked gorgeous on camera. It was another super weekend, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Both Thunder Bunny cars took a victory. The 118 taking Saturday and the 111 taking Sunday.
Yeah, 118's been in the wars since then. It crashed at Daytona on the Friday and did not run the Saturday race. And then, of course, right off the bat here, I think it's got going. I certainly don't see it down on that start-finish camera any longer. So it looks like it's moved. We also had one of the open throttle racing BMWs pull into the paddock straight off the grid. It made that hard right-hand turn and went straight into the back paddock to the attention of the open throttle crew. So with Toyota and Mercedes now assuming the front row, as things have been split, it's a BMW second row. It's put the number 511 from Choice Racing up into third alongside the number 28 from Random Vandals Racing. That'll be the green and white BMW. Team ACP Tangerine Associates with the number 52 will start in fifth alongside the number 908 from Automatic Racing. That'll be typically the second of the automatic cars. It's the bright yellow Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And that car will start just up ahead of a newcomer to the World Racing League. Not the team, and not the number. It's the number 9 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. This is the new BMW M4 G82, if I have my moniker correct. This is the new spec BMW, debuted at Daytona this year, right? I'm not a year ahead of myself, am I?
No, I believe you're correct. The brand new variant of the GT4. Yeah.
Yes. So, to be frank, I'm shocked to see it here in the World Racing League already. I guess it's got 6 months or so of on-track racing and development, but a little bit unproven over these distances if you take out the Creventic sanctioned events, of which Team ACP is a participant. But it'll be interesting to see how that car gets along. The Supra being the next newest car in the field, something of a revelation, I think, in terms of its handling, its performance window, its reliability and consistency. It just seems to do everything correctly. And now having, I mean, for all intents and purposes, the newest GT4 car out there on track in that number 9 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4 is actually very exciting. So keep an eye on that number 9 car throughout the day. They will start up alongside, as I pull my grid back up here, up alongside of the Team GTR 99 BMW M4. That's, of course, the slightly tweaked older spec. BMW Motorsports back in the World Racing League. The number 72 M4 will start now in 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, sporting what I believe are new Swan Neck rear wing mounts. I haven't seen that car up close since, oh boy, it's been some time. I did see it at Daytona, just not close enough to get a look at the rear wing. But nevertheless, that car, the second of the automatic racing cars on the grid there, rounding out your top 10. Back in our production classes, GP 1, 2, and 3. I'm forgetting GTU. I've done it. No Stratus this weekend, so it's a 2-car GTU field, both Sebico NP01s. Capstone Motorsports, the number 4 on pole alongside newcomer to the World Racing League, McAllister, the number 39, 204.6. Likely to be a race of attrition. It tends to be with those NP01s, and the heat certainly not going to help things this morning either. Moorhead Speedworks and Edge Autosports, your pole sitters in GP1, or your front row starters in any case. The 147 has the pole position there by something close to a second over the Edge Autosports car, who itself was in the wars yesterday, having been clattered into by another newcomer to the World Racing League, the Hyundai Elantra TCR. That'll be the number 16E from Economy Motorsport. But they got that car repaired, had it up on the jack stands yesterday morning within a half an hour or so of it coming into the paddock, and that car will start second on the grid. PC Racing and Frozen Rotor BSR Racing, the second row in GP1. Round 3 Racing, the 701. And the number 5 from All-Star Racing Team on the third row, sporting the entry for Steve Park, former NASCAR Winston Cup Series driver, and Kenny Hendrick, who I think we're going to be joined by a little bit later on this morning. If I get back to the GP2 field, scrolling through racehero.io, it's Fat and Furious Racing, the number 525 back in the World Racing League for the first time in a little while, alongside the second Moorhead Speedworks entry, the number 160. Harrison Motorsports at 164, and the 721 from RRT Racing, the second row in GP2. GP3 front row, open throttle racing, the 65 alongside the 85 from AOA Racing. And as you see on your screen, about 20 rows deep of GTO, GTU cars head down the front straightaway. It's Mercedes and Supra side by side. The green flag waves at start finish. It's a good jump from the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4 out in front of that number 111 from Thunder Bunny. He'll be out on the outside, headed down into turn number 1. But it looks like he's cleared him well before the braking zone, and it looks like we've got a Mercedes with a good 8 to 10 car length lead out in front of the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing, side by side for third, working their way through NASCAR and into the braking zone at turn number 4. And this will be our first good look at the running order. 123 leads 111, who is challenged by the number 511 from Choice Racing. There's an ACP Tangerine Associates BMW in there as well, as now the production cars take the green flag on the front straightaway. Moorhead Speedworks alongside the number 26 from Edge Autosports. It's a clean start here in the production classes as well. And with Moorhead on the inside, challenged by that number 26, way off in the distance. We've all gotten through that braking zone at turn number 1. No yellow flags waving locally, still side by side. For the GP1 class lead, it looks like Moorhead is going to have the advantage on the brakes into turn number 3.
Back at the front of the GTO
still side
field,
by side. Sorry.
Thunder Bunny has taken the lead.
Wow, that is quick work by that number 111. The number 123 from NFC Motorsports. Looks like it had pulled out a good, like I said, 8 to 10 car lengths, and then all of a sudden reeled right back in. Back in GP1, the PC Racing, number 44, has closed in the gap to the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, and they head straight into the Climbing S's, 1, 2, and 3, Moorhead, PC, and Edge. Down the drop at the exit of turn number 10, up the hill in the braking zone to turn number 11, new leader in GP1. It is the number 44 from PC Racing, that chill-out styled BMW M3. I get the timing link set up for Zach. First lap complete for the GTO cars. NFC continues to lead by Thunder Bunny. JT, I have to correct you. It wasn't that we had a new leader. NFC pulled out 6 seconds on lap 1.
Wow.
6 seconds even from Mercedes back to 111. And it's not like that number 111 was particularly slow. The NFC Motorsports car running, a 2028 is exactly what you'd expect out of these cars. They were a little bit quicker than that in qualifying yesterday. Just absolutely blindingly quick first lap for that number 123. And this may be the strategy for that 123. Get out in front, get out to a lead. Remember, and we haven't touched on this yet, we don't use full course yellows here. We don't use safety cars here at Virginia International Raceway. This is a code 35 track. So advantage is advantage here if you're out in front of any of your classes, right? You want that margin as a safety net because you're never going to lose it unless it's your own doing. Look at the gaggle up over the crest at turn number 10. That is that number 9, the new BMW M4 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates with a 4-off just on the backside of the curb there at turn number 10, up the hill into 11. New second place car is the number 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. That number 111 from Thunder Bunny has been swamped, I would say. Not in terms of just losing positions hand over fist, but I think they're beginning to back up some of that GTO field just a bit. So we go side by side into the braking zone at turn number 14. Choice Racing being challenged by what I believe... Ooh, now I don't recognize that car. Is that the 120? It is the 127 from Pinnacle Motorsports. Yeah. Remember, dear viewer and listener, we've had a victory from Pinnacle Motorsports this year. It was back at Barber on the Saturday 9-hour. I don't think that 727 is here this weekend, but that 127 has started things off immensely well. Now up into the top 5 in GTO. The lead margin now out to 9.1 seconds from that Mercedes, the number 123. I'm hearing almost a spin up at Oak Tree as we cut to the camera. This is looking back up the back straightaway towards the double apex right-hander at turn 11 and 12. And I think we're going to see a lot of action up there as well. It's such a dramatic drop-off coming off of turn 10. The road moving all the time as you come back on the throttle from that high-speed fourth gear left-hander. And up into that tricky braking zone there at well, it's still Oak Tree, but the tree itself, of course, is no more. The 118 Thunder Bunny Supra has got going, by the way. It started in with the general production cars and currently sits 26th overall. 202.5 its current best lap time. So it's running lap times comparable to the overall race leader. But again, as I said just a minute ago, no safety cars here. So that time loss for that Thunder Bunny 118 is real time loss here.
Yeah, speaking of time loss, Fifth Gear Motorsports in GP1 apparently has not yet taken the flag, or at least they haven't on timing.
So that car, that'll be the 550. That car was in the tire barrier at turn 3 yesterday late morning. Might have even been to the afternoon, but it was in the early sessions. It looks like it just got a little wide in the braking zone down at NASCAR, and it carried it off into the tire bundles. It didn't look like it hit particularly hard, but it would have done some damage to the right front suspension and certainly to the front bodywork, the fascia at the very least. And unfortunately, it looks like maybe that damage a little bit too much for them to have repaired for this morning. And my hope will be to try and track that down through the course of the weekend. Hopefully they're back for this weekend. And if anybody down in the paddock has more information there on that 550 team, let me know in the chat. Just about 10 minutes gone, just under 10 minutes gone now. It's a 9-hour, remember, race today, a 7-hour race to come tomorrow. A little bit of an early finish for those hoping to get home on Sunday night, but boy howdy do we have a lot of running left to go. 9.8 seconds seems to be where your lead gap has stabilized now. That 123 from 52 and 127. That 111 from Thunder Bunny continues to drop down the order, now back into 5th. And my guess here, JT, is that they'll have started one of the, let's say, non-Laura Hayes drivers, I think is the obvious way to put it. Remember, the 9-hour race does kind of present some different strategy options, and if you're wanting to run more faster drivers later in the race, it may help to get some of the slower running out of the way this morning. So just put the pause button or put the brakes on that number 111 Panic, because that car will feature later on. Those supers are just so darn quick everywhere, and they'll be quick here as well. Also, we haven't hit traffic yet, so let's give this another 5 to 8 minutes or so, and our GTO leaders are going to start working through some of our general production traffic, and that will inevitably shake things up immensely.
So speaking of general production, we have a new leader in GP2 with the 164 Harrison Motorsports. They had started third.
Yes.
Taking that away from Fat Furious.
Yeah, that 525 started on pole and led away from the green. They're kind of making their escape, those two, out in front of the GP2 field, out now about 9 seconds ahead of the number 160 from Moorhead Speedworks and the 721 from RRT Racing. And much like in GTO, it's sort of two cars out in front and then everybody else running for third. All kind of tightly bunched up there. Victory Lane Motorsports, the 918, is in there overnight. Number 197 in, what does that make that? Sixth in class. 40th overall. Why am I hearing air wrenches 11 minutes into the race? That is not correct. GP1 being led at the moment by the PC Racing number 44. 23rd overall, and just about 2 seconds in front of the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. Sending our thoughts, by the way, to Ari Ballo, who is normally in that number 147. And car off there at
Exit 03.
Yeah, that'll be, is that one of the AOA? Is that the 85, perhaps? I think it's the 85.
Let me check my notes.
We had a slow Palomar BMW down the front straightaway as well. I think it was the 14, but I'll need to confirm the number because we've got two of those blue and yellow BMWs here this weekend. Just not slow, but definitely not up to full pace off to driver's left as it came around the right-hand bend in the front straightaway. Anyway, just to put a thought back to Ari, was involved in an incident qualifying at the 6 Hours of the Glen a couple of weeks ago. Really brutal hit in just an absolute downpour of rain on what I believe were slick tires, and did not take part in the 6 hour. I know that he is okay, but quite sore. And just sending our thoughts there because I don't believe he's been on the entry this weekend for that number 147, although I haven't seen the driver's list yet, so I stand to potentially be corrected there. In any case, he is due to be very, very sore, even if he is here. So back to the front of the field, stable gap now between the 123 and the 52. The 127 still reeling off quick times, 202 flat last time around, and this lead group just beginning to string itself out a little bit as it works through the first of the GP3 cars, and now into the GP2 field as well. Into the pit lane, the number 116 from Dash Autosports. So I owe you a correction, friends. It wasn't an open throttle car into the pit lane. It was that 116 from Dash Autosports, bright green BMW, and I can't think of a more confusing way to have to have two cars that are meant to stand out. Those open throttle cars are iconically bright green. I mean, you could not pick a more unique shade of green, I think, to just lather a race car in. And yet, that 116 looks virtually identical.
So that's good. That means it's finally going back out on track, having missed a few laps.
Well, it never took the start, JT. It came down the pit lane as we rolled off the grid and then made the right-hand turn. So this is its first foray actually out onto the track under racing conditions this morning.
Yeah, it came in during the early reconnaissance lap.
Fastest lap of the race to the number 118 from Thunder Bunny Racing. Toyota Supra that was delayed at the start, 2 minutes, .341. Something like a second quicker than anybody else has gone thus far this morning. And remember, that car is in a bit of a recovery mode at the moment. Worth just noting, with this being a 9-hour race, and particularly with the atmospheric conditions we've got this morning, the high temperature, pretty high humidity. We actually had some fog this morning, which means humidity was up near 100%. Let's keep an eye on tires, I think. It is very easy to just go ham with these tires and really push them, particularly here at VIR with as many high speed and long corners as we've got. So running extremely quickly this morning, you run the risk of taking a lot of life out of these tires. And even 4.5 hours, if you're going to split the race in two, could prove to be something of a challenge, especially as the temperatures climb. I mean, we're already close to 80 degrees, but especially as the temperatures climb a little bit later on this morning. Very, very slight chance of rain a little bit later on today. It was higher when I looked early this morning. We've reduced that chance a little bit today. I think we're expecting rain, actually properly expecting rain a little bit tomorrow afternoon, but we'll wait to see exactly what that holds for us, and indeed what today holds for us. "16 minutes gone to see Saturday 9-hour Virginia International Raceway. If you're just joining us a little bit late this morning, thanks for your company. Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tammy. Ryan West is working on some home network issues, having just relocated to the West Coast. Complained about his 5 a.m. start time for the first time. JT felt immediate sympathy, but I told him that was inappropriate. Poor JT has been getting up at 5 in the morning for these WRL races for some years.
Again, I would feel sympathy, but he has an In-N-Out burger nearby, so I don't.
This is the tipping point, huh? The In-N-Out is the...
Yeah, because he could go have lunch later, In-N-Out, so he's fine.
You can get DoorDash In-N-Out, right? Oh, car long off. That's the 908 from Automatic Racing. The Aston Martin is out in the very, very damp grass to driver's right at the exit of turn 10. And if you look at those tire tracks, he's been off really early there, JT.
Yeah, that would have been most likely a bit of understeer and correction there in turn 10 South Bend, and that's a very tricky corner at the best of times.
Sure. I mean, turn 9 is not a corner, looking for a better way to put that. But it's easy to just loop the climbing S's as one little section, and then you need to set yourself up for turn 10. But that last right-hander there at turn 9 is almost flat if you're committed. And if you're not, you've really got to position the car properly, come back in the throttle at the right time, and set yourself up for turn 10. And there's every chance that car maybe wiggled through turn 9, maybe he dropped a wheel on the inside, and it just set the car off into the grass as he approached the apex of turn 10. A replay. Let's watch the bright yellow Aston Martin, who will appear top center of screen in just a moment. There goes ACP. And, side by side. Nope, further back. Oh! Wow, that car was backwards across the apex. What on earth happened there? So that's the number 9 and the number 28 who were in and around that Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Great work by Zach Johnson to pick up that replay. If I were dissecting that incident, that is not at all, I think, what I would have pictured there. Very, very strange with that car coming backwards across the apex of turn number 10. Doesn't look like he's hit anything. And with any luck, he won't have hit any of the other cars that were in and around him either. But that does cost the leading 908 Aston Martin some time. And we'll have to wait for this to cycle through and see where he drops to.
Maybe too much.
Oh, he's already dropped, actually. He lost a minute in all of that. Yeah, the log now just says 4 off, driver's right to continue. That's underselling, I think, the situation there a little bit. But not inaccurate, I suppose. Contact being noted, a couple of instances of contact, actually. The 160 and the 197 up at turn number 10, going into 11. That is down at, I'm sorry, that was about 12 minutes ago. And then another situation with the 4 and the 12. So the number 4 will be on my entry list. So, oh, it's Capstone. That is the, sorry, that car has sported a different number in the past. The Capstone Motorsports leading GTU, Sepico NP01, making contact with the number 12, who is, because I'm out of practice.
The 12 should be Team ACP.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, that's a third of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates cars. Interesting. Those cars, I didn't think were that close to each other, but...
And if you look at the very top, there's reported contact for Bourbon Works as well with somebody.
That's down at turn. That'll be on the initial start. Yeah.
Yeah. The bright side being any of this reported contact relatively light enough that we did not need a code 35. So woohoo!
Jerry Kaufman pointing out that Ari Bello is racing at CTMP this weekend. Which makes perfect sense to me. But glad to hear he's mended up and back at the track in the assume the LMP3.
Good fight in GTU between our two entries, Capstone and McAllister. They've swapped positions a few times early in the race, but still running very close within a half second of each other right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this GTU fight throughout the day. They are nose to tail just as they come across start finish here. It's the maroon and white versus the black and blue NP01. Just at the tail end of that 8-car or so gaggle headed off into turn number 1. I don't really anticipate them fighting for overall honors today. We might have seen those Stratus cars doing so, but they would have had to really push those cars throughout the 9 hours today, I think, to trouble some of the GTO cars. And just don't think the Capstone or McAllister cars are going to be up for it. Stratus, incidentally, I was told by Charlie Stryker that they've just relocated the team from Wisconsin down to Indianapolis. And his words were to the effect of, well, when you settle into a new home, sometimes it's difficult to pack everything up again and leave. So they're settling into their new shop there in Indy, which is an interesting choice for a racing team. I wonder if we have other things to come from Stratus Racing there. Number 58 and the 59. Be pretty exciting to see what the future holds, but in any case, not with us here this weekend at VIR. Clean start thus far. A little bit of a reduced field this weekend. We're still up above 50 cars, which is more than enough, especially around VIR here. Notoriously difficult place to pass. A lot of patience required, especially through the first half of the lap or so, through Snake and the climbing S's until you get to Oak Tree. Then it opens up a little bit, but the roller coaster, just as tough a place to pass as well. Seen issues here in the past, but everybody playing neat and tidy this morning for the most part, with very few exceptions thus far.
Yeah, good start. So Harrison did take the lead in GP2, but Fat and Furious has managed to stay directly behind, just shadowing the BMW. Both of them have pulled a large gap over third place in GP2, the 721 from RRT Racing, to the tune of 17 seconds. A little bit of traffic there separating our GTU entries. Looks like holding up the McAllister just a little bit. Yeah, McAllister losing something like 6 or 7 seconds as we watch him climb up through the S's there.
JT.
Yes.
Sorry for leaving you hanging there. We've been joined by a guest, and we're joined by another guest here. I think that'll be Ryan chiming in here in just a moment. But up in the booth, along the front straightaway here at VIR, Kenny Hendrick joins us for the first time this season, driver of the number 5 from All-Star Racing. Good morning, Kenny.
Yeah, good morning. Happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. I think the number 5 was also our first guest back at Daytona. Then it was Steve Park. Steve's a little busy at the moment out in the race car, but you join us as the second of 3 drivers with a little bit of racing history yourself. I think folks on the West Coast might be a little more familiar with your name. But you find yourself here in the WRL paddock just the same. So tell us about yourself, your history there, and how this all got kicked off with All-Star Racing.
Well, I was born in East Los Angeles, Montebello. My family is all still out there in the southern region, and I moved back here to pursue a NASCAR career back in 1992. I joined Dick Moroso and his team, and I never went back. I spent 20 years in NASCAR racing, but prior to moving back here, I was a champion out there, and I was USAC Rookie of the Year in '86, a long time ago. Went on to race Formula Fords, and I was a Southern Pacific and national champion in back when they ran the runoffs at Road Atlanta, and that was in '88, and ran some IMSA and Trans Am. Not the full season, but we ran about 15 events between the 2 series. Very competitive and family-owned team, and like a lot of teams, we ran out of money and closed up shop. And I was a driving instructor with the Bondurant School. Bob Bondurant was a mentor of mine, and he's the one that really encouraged me to just push along and pursue the racing. And great friends with him, a huge mentor. We lost him a couple years ago, and that really set the stage. I realized then I wanted to make a career in motorsports, and so I had some opportunities to go to North Carolina back in '92. So I did, and I made a career out of driving for mediocre teams. You know, it's a lot of work and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears along the way. And you know, my family always supported me through thick and thin. It's never easy, but after taking about a 10-year break, Steve and I were really good friends when he was running the Cup Series and nationwide, and we both pretty much retired from the NASCAR Series about the same time, and we remained friends. And I started getting involved with the WRL a couple of years ago, and just had an absolute blast. And and Steve would always ask, "How's it going?" And I said, "Man," I'm telling you, this is the first time I've enjoyed racing in 20 years, and you got to come join me. Come to a race." And he agreed to co-drive in Daytona. He's got a house there in Port Orange, so so it really made it easy for him to say okay. And I made sure I showed him a good enough time where here he is. He's joining us again. Steve started the race this morning. He's moved up a couple spots already, making great lap times. we just we're a new team. We're looking to just finish the race, and we've got a lot of key people involved. Matt Chambers, he's with Stuart Haas, been there for the last 7 years, and I met Matt back in the Ganassi days. One of the teams I drove for was a satellite team, and he was a key part of getting the cars ready for us, and been friends with Matt. He's run the Champ Car Series a bunch himself as a driver and an owner. And Matt's here with us today, and a huge honor to have him calling the race, and got a true professional on the pit box today.
We interviewed Steve back at Daytona, and we talked about sort of the genesis of the team, and it was striking to me just how much fun he sounded like he was having. I think it's easy to get sucked in racing, especially, like you said, you built a career out of driving for mediocre teams, and to some degree a paycheck is a paycheck. At the same time, at some point, you're, driving to live, right? And to be able to take a pause, push the reset button, and now come back out with your buddies, with people with experience. And Steve's no slouch. I mean, Steve's got road racing wins to his credit anyway. And come out and be competitive while you're doing it is just so cool.
Yeah.
And I know that there's other, support going on there with All-Star Racing. Alex Almonte has been involved with the team.
Yeah. Alex is actually the one that introduced me to the WRL. I'll be honest, I never even heard of the series, and we had a mutual friend of Stanton Barrett. They have homes in Idaho, and Alex was kind enough to let me and Stanton join them for a handful of races last year.
I remember seeing Stanton on entry lists, and I had totally forgotten that was the kid.
Yeah, and I think I'm hoping he's listening, because I've committed him to driving with me around Atlanta.
Nice.
And he called me yesterday. I haven't gotten back. I've been a little busy the last several days. But no, Stanton and his dad, his whole family are good friends of mine, and we lived together for about 8 years as roommates. Wow. But yeah, so Alex, great guy, and he's actually, I think he's going to run the West Coast races with WRL this year. And he's the one that introduced me to the sport. Great guy. And he's going to probably be joining us at some point with the All-Star Racing team too. My plan is to have him driving along with us and repay the favor to him.
That's awesome. So what's the long-term goal here for All-Star? Is this a, hey, let's just keep having fun as long as we can? Is this a, let's build up to GTO and then maybe run, GT4 cars in semi-pro series in the future? Where do you guys sort of see this thing going?
I really look up to Buzz McCall and what he's done with his team. And both Steve and I knew him from back in the Cup days in the mid-'90s. And I remember Buzz McCall. I was pitted next to him at the in Sebring, and I'm showing my age here, in '89. And he had Jack Baldwin, and Buzz was driving, and they had the Skull Bandit car. And he's always run a top-notch organization and really branded himself in the racing industry. And that would be, I look up to him, and what Brad's doing with the 701. They're outrunning us at the moment. I'm hoping Steve can change that here. But, I think that they're a template to what the WRL is and can be. I know they have some drivers that contribute to the cost of the sport, and it does cost money, and I think that what RJ and the series has done is they've created a template. It is fairly affordable considering we are endurance racing, but the fact that you can run all day on a set of tires, we're running pump gas, we've got a detuned engine that should last a couple years. The entire series is just fantastic. Yeah. It's somewhat affordable. It's still expensive to most people, but hey, we were able to put a car out here. We've assembled some people. There's a lot of people involved with this All-Star Racing team, and it's not just me or Alex or Steve. There's probably 10 other people in the background that are all. It's a combined effort, but I would love to be able to run the series full time.
Nice.
This is our second start as a team. I've got some key people. We've got Matt Chambers, Joe Matthews. He's our full-time mechanic, and then Ryan Kerfing. He's practically a neighbor. Lives 4 miles away from me, and he's done a great job. He ran the fastest lap of the day yesterday.
Awesome.
And so yeah, our long-term goal would be to be a fixture of this series. You know, I'm having a ball. I'm having a, you know, the schedule's spread out. They run one race a month at some fantastic racetracks. And you look around, man, there's no slouches out here. The caliber of these drivers are, you know, you haven't seen too many bad moves out here. And,
no, it's been great. So far, especially. VIR is a tough old place. Have you run here before? Like
this is my first race.
Wow.
It's my first race. In fact, I've been in Charlotte since '92.
Yeah.
And I've never even stepped foot on this place until 1 year ago.
That is wild.
This time, and I couldn't believe this facility is a world-class facility. I mean, they got the condos and the restaurant and the tavern and the facility. They got the hotel, the pit garages.
Yep.
They got power. Man, this is a top-notch facility, and just love being here.
Awesome. You guys going to go to Hallett in October?
I don't think Hallett's on our list for this year. I think
out.
I know. I think if somebody wants to step up and help us get there, I'm all about that. But our schedule for the rest of the year is going to be Road Atlanta, Sebring, and Steve's already asking about COTA. So Steve's got some. He's got. I can't believe the interest Steve's taking on. He's like, hey, I found this car. We need to look at this car. And I said, you go ahead. I'm not sure.
That is so cool. I mean, Steve is obviously, I think, the name we all recognize, right?
Sure.
I grew up watching Steve race the old Pennzoil car, the #1, right? And super cool to have him in the booth back at Daytona. But now to hear, I mean, to see his enthusiasm there, and now to hear, like, him kind of taking the reins and being like, hey, we could do this and this and this, and let's go to COTA. And that is just the coolest thing. I love when people start to immerse themselves in what started off as just a side hobby, you know?
Yeah. That's
so cool.
Yeah, he's really, he calls me every day, and he's really got a lot of input on what we're doing. He's like, hey, we need to think about this or try that, and this team's doing this, and I was watching that, and I learned this, and this is a learning experience for me too. We're all learning as we go. Like I said, this is our second race as a team. We've done 2 test dates. We've broken a lot of things along the way, and we're learning. You know, you asked me what our goal is today. If we finish this thing running on 6 cylinders, I will be clicking my heels. And I know that as long as we keep this car on the track, I think we can be competitive enough to be on the podium. And if that Johan breaks that 147, maybe we can win this thing, you know?
So I want to talk strategy just for a moment because you're our first guest here this weekend. I wasn't at VIR last year when we ran here. So I'm sort of getting my feet again with the production classes, GTO as well, with where you guys all stand. You said earlier you think you can do today on 1 set of tires?
Yeah, I believe so.
9 hours in the heat?
I believe so.
Okay.
The track in the heat, and then we tested here last week, and the track slows down considerably. I would say after 1 o'clock, and if the sun keeps beating on the track, the lap time will fall off, at least for us, at about 3 seconds. And the car does start slipping and sliding, and that's our plan, is to go through the whole race on 1 set of tires, 9 hours. Based on our tire wear, it's been, I believe we can get it done on 1 set of tires.
Interesting. Will you guys be able to double stint drivers, or you just hour and a half or so get in and out?
I think Steve will probably be able to do a double stint, just depending on the heat. It's only supposed to be 86. I think it was close to 100 yesterday. So big change in weather today. I believe Steve will do a double stint. I think in the afternoon it'll probably be an hour and a half and we're done. It was hot in that car yesterday. In a perfect world, I think we would each go 2 hours and have 2 stints throughout the day. We'll see.
Is it behind the wheel, right? You're out there for, let's say, 2 hours or so. Especially in the heat of the day, the car starts slipping and sliding a little bit. You're maybe a little less positive with exactly how the car is going to brake and, what the traction at the rear is going to be like. And all the while you're fighting your own class and managing GTO traffic coming up behind you and passing the GP2 and 3 cars in front of you. Is that, I mean, is there a challenge for you and Steve in particular that are kind of newer to the multi-class environment? Is there a challenge there? Is that mentally taxing over the course of a long season?
It really is. Steve came up on a GP3 car in the S's yesterday, and he had his hands full, and he said, "Man, I wasn't expecting that." And I said, because our cars are set up well, and we were able to run through the S's wide open, which is a challenge because you are hauling the mail through there. But a car in a slower class, he lifted and got on the brakes and brake checked him, and he wasn't quite expecting that. And so yeah, we do. We gotta, we're endurance racing here, so we do have to challenge ourselves to just get into a rhythm and pace ourselves. And this is a no contact sport. Everything about this series has been fantastic because I thought about the contact thing was, well, that's fun to move somebody out of the way from time to time, but at the end of the day, you're running for 9 hours. There's no need for contact, and you get, there's enough close calls out there accidentally, let alone purposely doing it. So the officials, the series, RJ, they've done a great job with the drivers' meetings and controlling everybody. And like I said, this is our second race this year. I think we went to 4 last year, and it's just a great environment to be in. If anybody's thinking about getting involved or needing a place to land with a series, I highly recommend you come here, get involved, come hang out with All-Star Racing. We welcome anybody, and we're in this thing for the long haul for sure.
I'm glad to hear that. Kenny Hendrick, thanks so much for coming up and joining us. Sure, nice to be in the air conditioning for a little while.
Yeah. You got me for a couple more hours. No, I'm kidding. I got to go.
I appreciate it, Kenny. Best of luck to you, and send our best down to Steve and Ryan and the gang down there as well. Yep, take care, man. Kenny Hendrick joins us. Ryan West has joined us as well. Morning, Ryan.
Equally as important, I'm sure, as having NASCAR people in the booth.
Yeah, I'd say so. That was Kenny from the number 5 All-Star Racing team, running a BMW and GP1. Currently back up in 6th place right now, holding off the 98 from Birmingham Road and Race.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this being a 9-hour event today, I think that they've got a lot of time to be able to climb up the order here. Now, of course, we know that GP1, one of the more competitive classes here, it's pretty top-heavy, I'd say. So each step you gain in GP1 class here is harder than the last, I think. So some good opportunity, I think, for them to be able to move forward. Their time's a little bit adrift this morning. But again, we've got some time to be able to get people in the car. You've got professional race car drivers behind the wheel. I'm sure they'll adapt to it at some point, and the pace will come back into that car. Let's see. So they're only about a second adrift of the 2 vehicles ahead of them, the 984 and the 701 right now.
Maybe a little bit more. It's Round 3 Racing, just a second back from the Frozen Rotor / BSR Racing entry.
I meant more in terms of ultimate pace rather than actual cap. Sorry, JT, just everything a little bit more touch and go on my side of the West Coast than I would prefer right now. So still just working through some things as I get into the rhythm of the race here. Happy to see everybody.
Ryan, not a sprint.
It is. It really is.
It's an endurance. Back at the front end of GP2 a little bit a while ago, Pat and Furious overtook Harrison Motorsports. That battle is still separated by 2/10 on track, with a 21-second gap over third, which is now Victory Lane Motorsports, the 918 BMW, getting around the RT Racing about 10 minutes ago.
Just a brief housekeeping announcement. If you are down in the paddock or at points further afield and you are attempting to get in contact with DriversEye Live via the phone number that we use for text messaging and keeping in touch with what's going on, not receiving messages at the moment. So I may have some work to do there. Feel free to send them, and hopefully they'll come in bulk a little bit later on, but no guarantee we're going to be able to see and read that information. Producer Zach says we've had an off. Top of the screen. Oh, that car is backwards early. Is that the night? It looks like maybe the 9. No, that's a 984 in the front of the shot there, so that's not it. It's kind of like no harm, no foul there. The race control log says it's the 701.
Okay, from round 3 racing.
Yeah, that car was. Well, it's now 5th in GP1. Where was it?
Yeah. No, that's where they were. They were 1.5 seconds behind the frozen rotor entry.
And now it's 19 seconds.
Yeah, they've lost quite a bit there. That's going into NASCAR bend, turn 3.
It is.
That is a tricky corner. Wonder if it was hard to see if they had a little help having to stay a bit wide there and running out of track.
Try and get some onboards. Being notified, by the way, if you recall the number 118 from Thunder Bunny not rolling off the grid first thing this morning, I've been reliably informed that it wasn't a technical issue. The driver wasn't ready. So I don't know if it was a belts issue or just didn't have the driver in the car, but that car had to be pushed forward. And ultimately held until basically the entire field went by before it could roll off and take its place in the pacing order.
So I gotta say, I've been trying to watch this. Best battle I've seen in GP3 all year, hands down. All 5 cars in GP3 are within 7 seconds of the leader, which is Roberts Motorsports, who had started just, second row. They've taken the lead, and the rest of the cars are all battling 2nd through 5th, all within a half second of each other.
Heck yeah.
It is looking real good right now.
They did that just for you, JT.
Yes. So
like,
that's
JT's back. We've got the GP3 cars to do it. Let's put on a show.
And for Ryan, I mean, it's two Miata NCs, MX-5 NCs battling 2 E46 BMWs. So have at it, boys.
The best of the Miatas, of course.
If you're going by weight, yes. And size.
Well, JT, I am a good bit larger than you, so that would track effectively.
Heavier punch. Yeah, the pace setter in that class, open throttle, down into 4th at the moment.
Slow car. Being told it's a Mustang. No, I guess we'll see it here. Piecing together some onboard links.
So the question is, which Mustang is that? Is that MMR or is that going to be Low Country?
Oh, I hadn't noticed a Low Country car this weekend. That'll be, I think, the Low Country car. The 843. I do recognize that car, actually. Hadn't noted the problem, by the way, for the number 89 from 89X Motorsports. That's the Camaro, which I would have expected to be reasonably competitive this weekend. Unfortunately, into the pits on actually it went missing lap 18. So I'm not sure if it was into the pits or if it stopped somewhere out on circuit, but if it did, we never got the code 35 for it. So
yeah, I last had them sitting in 10th A lot of GTO cars running very close, so positions are shuffling around, basically from 6th back. In fact, the 118 just clears the 28 from Random Vandals, which had been leading that very large group of GT4 cars.
Going to ask the two of you to continue to carry things for a moment here while we put the onboards together.
Sure. I'll carry it. Like NFC is carrying GTO at the moment.
Nicely done.
Seconds.
Nicely done. Yeah, the gap's, I mean, I was going to say it stabilized a little bit, but he's actually just kind of eked it out a little bit further.
See, I'm wondering if opening lap, if there may have been some slight issue in battling for second that allowed them to just maintain that, or I should say, just pull away during that first lap.
Yeah, my guess here, in terms of, I don't want to say strategy, but just how things kind of ended up happening, is that they've got a car off to driver's right. That's a 160, I think, for Moorhead Speedworks, the GP2 entry.
Going real slow. Ooh,
yeah.
That's approaching.
I think he's waiting here for a gap, and he's got one. Unfortunately, if you stop in that wet grass, especially going uphill, you run the risk of not being able to get back on track. But he's done well there. I think what's happened with that 111 is maybe they've started a slightly slower driver that was easing into the race a little bit more, whereas the 123 was basically just going hell for leather off the green flag. And initially it was 6 seconds a lap, 2-3 seconds a lap, and then everything sort of stabilized around a 10 to 12 second margin as the 111 eased itself into the race, whereas the 123 was just, you know, he's been running the same lap times basically every lap. Also, to brief off for that Low Country Mustang, which might explain why that car was not up to pace a little bit earlier. Zach caught that just about 2 laps ago. Jose Garcia Mora in the chat saying, let's go Economy Motorsport. Newcomers to the World Racing League, that Hyundai Elantra, is it Elantra N is the formal name for that car? The TCR entry was due to be with us at Daytona. And unfortunately, from what I was told, it was a piece of non-treated wood that got shipped with the car that caused the whole importer to be detained in customs for 30 days or quarantined in customs. And unfortunately, I think the whole team was there, but the car was not. So it would have been, I would have loved to, look, I'll take TCR cars all day. I'll take front-wheel drive cars all day. I think they're unique and often extremely competitive in the World Racing League. We saw the old RS3 TCRs win more than their fair share of races at the hands of Hammer Motorsports and Irish Mike's Racing back in the day. It'd be really, really good to see that Elantra competitive as well. And I think I'm right in saying it's the first time we've seen those newer Elantras in the GTO field. From memory, the Brian Herta Autosports cars that ran at COTA a couple of years ago were still the Velosters. And I think that was kind of the point, was they were phasing out the Velosters in favor of the Elantra, and gave those cars an opportunity to be out on track. So hello to everybody down at Economy Motorsports anyway, or Economy, let me get the team name right, Economy Motorsport, number 16E. Thanks for being with us. Welcome to the World Racing League. Happy to have your company as always. Feel free to come up and chat, by the way. Love to get to know y'all and make the connections. Super friendly paddock. Everybody's been super great to us over the years. We like to return the favor where we can. Producer Zach hasn't been paying attention. Onboard links are going up there, champ.
Well, the good news is I should have some new RAM available within the next 8 hours.
Oh?
So that'll solve a big portion of the issues I am currently experiencing.
Yeah, we are limited to one onboard. I am flabbergasted. Absolutely flabbergasted. Yeah. Anyway, we'll push it. We'll do our best with the onboards as we go along. And maybe Joseph will want to come in and mix some onboards for us. You hear that, Joseph?
Let the poor boy rest.
If Joseph could, like, provide a separate feed, and then Zach could just pull in Joseph's feed, and then Joseph could mix the onboards, right?
Exactly, that's it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. We found some work for Joseph that doesn't involve him talking through the vid.
It does not, yeah. Absolutely. 8 hours and 5 minutes remaining here at VIR.
Nice.
A little bit bummed to not be there this weekend, but of course, Brendan stepping up and getting involved,
Stepping
as it
up,
were.
Ryan, it's my company.
I mean, I went last year.
I thought it was
Did.
our company.
Yeah, I thought it was our. I thought we were all a team here.
Not according to the state of Pennsylvania.
But you didn't register in Delaware? Hate to see it.
No, man, I'm a Pennsylvanian.
Yeah, but you register your corporation in Delaware. That's what you do.
It's fine. It's fine.
Look at you not dodging taxes.
Wow.
Crazy, right? I'm not even I didn't even go there. Ooh, car off in the background at turn 5. Is that just dropping a wheel, or is there something more sinister back there? No, Zach says just dropping a wheel. A lot of dust, given how damp everything was this morning. It's all from the dew, and it'll burn off eventually. But we saw up at turn 10 just how much, how wet the grass still was. Spinner at 2 cars at 10 now. That is 2 Miatas. I am concerned that is the GP3 fight.
I
believe it is.
That is
The 85, I think.
and the Roberts is the
spins
red
again.
one. So
See,
the red
that's what I was just saying, how damp that grass is.
The red one was the GP3 leader, the 109 Roberts Motorsports NB Miata, and then it looks like the 85 from 85 from AOA.
Yeah, I think that was the lead battle, JT. They were half a second apart, and frankly, they were the only 2 cars that were still right together in GP3. They had started to string themselves out a little bit, and I don't want to say one was going for the lead, but I think Zach's going to have a replay for us here momentarily with those cars coming up over the hill at turn number 10. Again, center top of screen.
Just gets a little loose on the exit there. It looks like he had gotten the move done. Oh, and a little tag. Yeah, that's not on
purely
purpose.
incidental. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, that's
assign blame for that. I don't think.
It looks like it was the Roberts Motorsports car. Maybe just got a little sideways.
I think they both got sideways. It looks like the AOA car lost it, just trying to get it reined in.
Yeah, the first car up over the hill lost it on its own, and then as the GTO cars behind it checked up, I think the second car kind of fired off into the grass in avoidance, and then they came together out in the runoff. In reality, those were 2 basically single car incidents as the 127 from Pinnacle pulls out of its pit stall almost into the path of the number 98 from Birmingham Road and Race. It was, I won't pass judgment on that. Let somebody else do that.
Yeah, there's a room full of people that can make the determination on that particular situation.
And a pit lane full of marshals that can do the same.
Yeah.
In any case,
the 127, of course, showing pretty well today. They were inside the top 5, the top 3, in fact, for most of the time.
Yeah, it's been
so far.
Good start for that Pinnacle Motorsports 127. I'm impressed with how much those cars have been developed over the last couple of years since we first saw them in the World Racing League. They were not uncompetitive. I think I recall them at Mid-Ohio in the snow race, actually showing really, really well over the long distance. But they've been, up and down in terms of performance, depending on where we're at. And it now just kind of seems like they've really found a nice spot for themselves, generally top 5 in GTO here. So fair play to everybody down there at Pinnacle, even if maybe that release wasn't the cleanest out of the pit lane. Shouts also to the other car that was involved in that little situation there. The number 98 from Birmingham Road Race saw Andrew Rains up here yesterday, who was looking for a text message to be sent out in search of an S54.
That's right.
Yeah, they popped the motor somewhere down the front straightaway here in the first session yesterday morning, and didn't have a spare on site. I guess they had purchased one, from what I understood from Andrew, but it hadn't been delivered to the shop in time for them to bring it to the track, and had to go source one. I'm not sure where they ended up going, whether they found one on site. I think they had exhausted most of their options in the GP1 paddock, which, you've got options, right? You've got Moorhead, PC, they all basically run the same engine.
You've got options, but at the same time, you've got Chad Moorhead talking about he's having to buy every lapped-out convertible M3.
That's where they are.
In an effort to try to find these motors, because they just aren't around anymore. We are starting to see, and I think I spoke with Chad a little bit about this a few races back, that the part supply for that motor specifically is starting to get a little bit light. So that's an issue I think we're going to continue to see here. We're either going to have to start converting M54s, which is, as I'm led to believe, extremely expensive, like not worth it financially, even at this time, or they're going to have to switch to a different powertrain altogether, because that S54 just isn't out there right now. The lead times on that motor are insane. Even a built M54, which is just the standard 3-liter that they put in the regular 330i's, as you would see in GP3 here, sometimes GP2. Even those are a little bit harder to come by nowadays. So, and they made a bunch of that motor. It's in several different vehicles. But yeah, just starting to get a little bit tight on part supply for that era of BMW. Getting on for 20 years old at this point.
Yeah, I think it leads into the conversation we had with Montgomery Motorsports back at, when was the last time I talked to them? I think it was at Barber, about running the 235, not the M235, not the IR version, but just a road-going 235 that had been built up. And some of the impetus for that was basically not having any more parts to fit to your E36 or 46. Running out of engines, running out of not running out of chassis. There are going to be plenty of those to come, but they're not making them anymore. So as the scarcity begins to kind of take its toll, the cost will inevitably go up, and Montgomery kind of took that leap to go find whatever the next BMW platform might be, and to do that sort of R&D work themselves. So not saying that the 235 will become the answer, but I think what you saw from Birmingham Road and Race this weekend is exactly what a lot of these BMW-based teams are going to be facing. I mean, look at Big Mission, right? Stalwarts in the World Racing League. They ran a ton of races last year, and admittedly, I missed a few races myself, so I don't know where they were and weren't in attendance. But I haven't seen them at the track in months.
Right.
Right, and they are all BMW, all M3s, and they'll be facing that same sort of shortage that bit the 98 crew yesterday. So,
no, Chad Warhead, of course, now slides into the chat and says you can buy factory new engines now.
Oh, yeah.
That surprises me. I imagine that those are quite expensive, Chad, to get a brand new engine from BMW for something like that. Now, what that costs versus a fully rebuilt one, I'm not certain, but I am intimately aware of what Toyota charges for new engines, and those aren't even engines that are particularly powerful or exotic or rare. Scotty Elkins mentions in the chat, he is correct, that Big Mission was at Road America, but as I recall, they had several engine issues at the time. So that's, I think one of those problems, I think they had some rear main seal leaks, so a lot of driveline issues for that team. So Hopefully they can get that squared away. Always a fun team to have around, but they have been a little bit light this season for sure.
Wholesale pit stops at the front of GTO with the exception of your overall race leader. We've had just about everybody in, except for GTR 99, who's lost a handful of time so far this morning. PMW Motorsports, who is, man, the old, I think it was a 330. That car would just go and go and go on fuel. They're in the M4 GT4 now, but up in a second, purely on pit rotation. Same for the lead Mercedes. Round 3 racing, the 997 Porsche Cup. 997.1 has yet to be in, and I think it cycles back to... Oh, nope, the automatic car was off. So on rotation, it'll be the number 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates.
Who had been second.
Yep, they'll cycle back through, well, into second eventually once the remainder of the top 5 makes their stops.
Actually,
am I missing something?
no.
Okay.
We're correct. They're 2 seconds up from the 127 from Pinnacle. So all good there.
How has Thunder Bunny lost the 111? Well, they had been losing time, I guess, early this
Yes.
morning. But they've fallen all the way to 17th on rotation here. Oh, it's still falling.
I mean, keep in mind the GTO field has been very close this morning, which is fantastic to
True,
see.
yeah. Slow car down the pit lane. It's the number 843. That's the Low Country Mustang. Slow because they were looking for their pit stall. They found it. Just a little late, and just in front of the number 984. Here comes the 111. I think this has been a long stop for them. 3:35.8 is the pit lap compared to Team ACP's 3:38. So I guess not that long. Just, man, it felt like they've fallen so far for that number 111. Meanwhile, the 118 has just been, I mean, hauling its way back into contention, picking up all of that time it lost, and then some. Well, not quite and then some, because it's not got its way back into the lead, but it's been in that lead battle as high as third, sixth. Okay.
Yeah.
It was as high as third before it pitted. Lap
Yeah.
26 according to Race Hero.
Yeah, a couple other cars had already come in.
That's fair.
But it should cycle to 6th. At that point, when it finally got around the Random Vandals car, they were 18 seconds back. They had closed that down to 11 to the 5th place car, which had been Choice Racing at the time, whom they have now surpassed to the tune of 6 seconds. So now they're going to be working on the what was the 4th place car, the number 9 Tangerine Associates.
997 and 72 are both into the pits from the overall top 5 and begin their tumble down the overall race order. GTR, the 908, and I was going to say the 123 yet to be into the pits, but we would have expected the 123 across the line just now, and it hasn't come. So pit stop from your lead Mercedes AMG GT4. 72 is in and out already. Oh, sorry, no, they're a lap behind. Disregard that. So, not insignificant here, I think, is the ability of that number 123, both to go quickly very early on this morning and to stretch its fuel out well beyond an hour. We haven't had any Code 35 running, so this has all been at true race pace. And in addition to pulling out a 15-plus second lead at the front of GTO, which I guess really isn't that much in the grand scheme of things, but it's not nothing. And to go 30 full laps plus 2 pace laps on fuel may come into significance a little bit later on this afternoon. 997 is out of the pits. Interested to see how that car goes over a full race distance. This will be the first time I've seen any of the Porsche Cup cars go a full race. Bearing in mind, even back at Daytona, they didn't show up until hour 8 or so. NFC is out. GTR's come out right behind them. And long stop for that number 123. A 4:36 lap time compared to 3:16.9 for Team GTR. They've given up over a minute in the pit lane. And that GTR car was not out in front. I mean, it was, competitive, but it wasn't like it was chasing them down for the race lead. Off at the exit of Oak Tree, is that the PMW 72? It is. That's Performance Motorworks. I think I wanted to say this. I don't think I actually got to. I saw the old PMW car up at the June Sprints at Road America, which we covered at the conclusion of the SCCA Super Tour. Tom Noble ran it on Saturday. Johann Schwartz ran it on Sunday in STU. It still had the WRL stickers on it for the old GTO stickers it ran, and the car was an absolute rocket ship. Class records being set, and there is your spin for the 72. Just dropped a wheel on acceleration, pushing a little bit too hard on the backside of that painted and serrated curb, and spun the back of the car around, stopped in the center of the track, but was able to get going again with what proved to be pretty minimal time loss. Producer Zach says, oh, because something's happened up at the 10, 11, 12 area. And we wait on details there. It's like they've all continued. I don't see anybody off in the runoff or anything. So your lead in GTO has cycled back to the number 127 from Pinnacle Motorsports, who made the stop and came out in front of the 52 from ACP and the number 9 from ACP. Here's your spin at turn 10. That is a black BMW. And it looks like he's kept it out of the wall there to driver's left, which is not insignificant, although he is dragging something there to the left rear of the car. So is that cause or effect?
Splitter, bumper, or something?
It's weird. It almost looks like a side skirt that's peeled back or a bumper that's like it's sitting forward, which I wouldn't expect, but it's still attached, whatever it is. And if we check the race control log, see if anybody has identified exactly
918 Victory Lane Motorsports.
Beck sends a picture. Oh, we've got a car stopped in the S. I think that car is facing backwards, headed up the hill. No, maybe going forward. That car's had a spin. You can see the smoke just beginning to dissipate, and tire tracks just to underneath where that car has come to rest on the inside of turn number 9 in the climbing S's. And if we look at the race control log, there is no number as yet. 918 is confirmed as a spinner up at 10. Look, that looks like a BMW. And it may be blue, but difficult to tell. My original guess was going to be PC, but you don't often see PC racing BMWs facing backwards.
No.
I don't think we have replay on that camera, Zach, do we? No.
Well, we had them as painted this previous lap.
Car stopped smoking heavily, so potentially there wasn't a spin there, but boy, did it look like that car was not where it ought to be, with tire tracks out in front of it, leading up to where it came to rest. And still no number given in the race control log. The 127 is tumbling down the order, guys. The 52 and the 9 have taken the overall race lead, and now I have concerns that perhaps that car is the number 127. Slow Aston Martin, and a stopped Aston Martin now. I think that's the 909 up at the top of the hill going into Oak Tree. It's all happening now within a couple of corners down at the south end of the circuit with stopped cars, competitive cars, and still no resurgence for that number 127. So where has... now that car's resumed.
So Zach points out it had been smoked. The 127 had been smoking out of the back. It's hard to tell. It might be a tire down on the left rear.
Yeah, smoking heavily. No, it's reported as the 44 is the car smoking heavily at turn 8. So I was right. Follow your gut, Brendan. It's certainly big enough.
So that's on its out lap.
Yes. What has happened to be? Was that in the GP1 lead? Before
Yes.
this all kicked off? My goodness. So what had been setting up as a potentially epic fight between the 3 BMWs
Are we
cut by a third?
Are we sure it's the 44? Because I've seen them cross timing since.
No, they haven't. Have they?
Code 35, yeah.
Potentially code 35 here. We are code 35. Yep. We've got cars decelerating and pulling off sort of to one side of the track there. Into the pits comes one of the green BMWs, and I'm done assuming which is which.
All right, so the 44 is okay.
Are we sure? It came across after its outlap, but slow, a 214, but it hasn't come back through yet. It's now confirmed and changed to the 127. The 44 has come through. It's actually just come across in front of me here and will cross start finish momentarily. It's been updated in the control log to the 127. So that was out of the race lead. The Porsche came in from Pinnacle Motorsports. Well, that's upsetting. The 909 did resume under its own power from the top of Oak Tree. We've got some debris to be recovered at turn number 13, wondering if perhaps this is the piece that was once attached to the number 918. Pit stops are free here, and we'll get into the strategy of some of this Code 35 decision-making in just a moment. But first, let's go say hi to our partners here at the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, and rejoin you on DriversEye Live in a couple of moments' time from Virginia International Raceway.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Virginia International Raceway, DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. It's been a pretty smooth start, all things considered. Our first Code 35 of the day comes 34 laps in and just over an hour and a quarter into our 9-hour enduro today. A couple of things to clean up. Amy Jones points out it's Precision Motor Works, not Performance. I know that. Just talking too quickly and saying the wrong thing. It is Precision Motor Works. PMW number 72. Sean Moffitt chiming in from points further afield regarding the 235 IR. Not necessarily a lack of parts, but drivetrain availability definitely a factor in going with the 235. Sounds like similar or different sides of basically the same coin. But the S54 still presenting challenges for more than a handful of people. And I hope to see the 235 back out soon. Car was looking closer to being finished than I've seen in some time back at Daytona. So I hope to see it back out again. Where do we go next? We go to Road Atlanta next. Production classes only at Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta, indeed.
Ryan, you'll be there.
That'll be a heck of a flight. I've never had to take a flight this long and stayed in the
You
country.
chose this.
No, I know. I realized it yesterday talking to my wife about it. I was like, this will be probably long enough that they'll give me food on the plane.
They don't give you food on the plane.
They don't?
No. Non-domestic flights, no.
Sorry, bud.
Even if it's a 5-hour, like, across the...
Yep.
I thought if you were going from one coast to the other that they, like, gave you food.
Nope.
Okay, well, that's good. We love to see it.
127 on the back of the flatbed has been recovered and pulled off there into the south paddock. And it means we should be headed back to green here momentarily. More pit stops here, but not. I'm saying I don't think we've had stops for...
Ooh, the Chandler Trans Am smoking.
Yeah, it does that. Until it gets back up to speed, it does that. As soon as we go back to green, that car should be basically back where it started. Team ACP Terringer and Associates has split the strategy with their cars. The 52 has stayed out. The number 9 has come in and topped off, as has much of the rest of the GTO field as the green flag waves around the circuit simultaneously. It's going to promote the 118 up into P2. The 52 will sit out in front, and the number 9 will drop to third. And I think they're actually going to be under attack here from the 123 of NFC Motorsports, depending on how quickly they get back up to speed. A little bit of white smoke there at the exit of Oak Tree. I have to assume that's from the no, Zach says it's a green car. I was going to say it's from the Wells Fargo Kyle Petty car, but of the Chandler School. And hello to everybody at Chandler School, as always. So, I think it's going to be easier to pick out who didn't pit, certainly in GTO. And I think it might just be that number 52. And my question mark would be, why wouldn't you? NFC didn't. They were in literally 2 laps before because they had stretched it so long. So I get that. But if you pitted 5 or 6 laps earlier with the early round of stops for GTO, why wouldn't you come back in and top off and do it early? Get it done so you don't get trapped in the pit lane under green like the 909 just did. Top up with fuel, and now you're good for another hour and change. Just an interesting choice there to not pit that number 52, but to bring in the number 9. I don't think, I don't think there's much point in splitting the strategies, but the point being here, and we didn't quite touch on this before we went to break, it's essentially a free stop other than your stoppage time, right? Because the pit lane runs to the same speed as the track. Everybody on track is doing 35 miles an hour. In the pit lane, you're doing 35 miles an hour. It's a marginally shorter distance because of the inside of the radius headed down the front straight, in air quotes. So it's just a matter of, getting the car in and stopped and fueled. And you might genuinely only lose, let's say 10 to 15 seconds under caution, which at speed is probably only worth 5 to 6 seconds, right? And if you're trading 5 to 6 seconds on track for an extra 5 or 6 laps worth of flexibility with your fuel situation, I think you'd take that every time.
Yeah.
And that's essentially where we arrived back at Barber as we got into the machinations of strategy. Is basically, unless you're in a hand-to-hand fight or you're about to go a lap down or something of that nature, you take the fuel every time you have the opportunity. It just opens too many options for you later on down the road. And the other point with the 52, it's not like they didn't have the opportunity the second time around. They went by the first time, and it was a little borderline as to whether or not they'd get in, but the second time they came by, as evidenced by the number 9, they would have had the chance to come in and make the stop. Touching on our production classes back in, well, let's start with GTU. Capstone leads McAllister now by 2 laps, the 4 from the number 39. GP1 being led by Moorhead Speedworks from Edge Autosports by, wait for the margin, 41 seconds under green. PC Racing has lost a little bit of time, but they, as we eventually learned, did not stop on track. Up at turn number 8 after some initial confusion identifying that car. I believe they're going to come through on the lead lap. They do, and the margin will be up around a minute. Minute 2. Round 3 racing, and this number 701 sits in 4th in GP1, rounded out by the All-Star Racing Team, number 5. Battle raging a little bit this morning. Former NASCAR participants there. Talked to Kenny Hendrick a little bit earlier. The number 5 was Steve Park and Ryan Kerfin. The 701, of course, owned by former NASCAR team owner Buzz McCall. Buzz is not here this weekend. Buzz is headed elsewhere, and he posted on Facebook, but I don't remember exactly where it was. But anyway, it's not VIR. This feels like a mistake, Buzz. But Brad's here.
I would love to get a Brad McCall fun update.
Yeah, Brad had a very nice post on Facebook about pushing the reset button and just finding the fun in racing again. And I would like to talk to him because my sense is that in some ways, based on what we saw at Road Atlanta, right, it sounded like he had put himself under a lot of pressure. And when you're Brad McCall, I don't think you need to do that ever. But I think that can happen, right? You're bringing arguably one of the fastest cars in its true spec, right, into WRL, GTO. It's certainly not the easiest car to drive. Those 997s, I don't believe in that spec ever ran with ABS in the United States. I don't believe they ever ran with traction control in the United States because they weren't in an endurance type spec. So they're not the easiest cars to drive in the world anyway. And, obviously led to the really big incident we saw back at Road Atlanta on the Sunday race in pretty miserable conditions. Mm-hmm. But it sounds like Brad sort of finding his feet again. And hey, man, you get to drive a Porsche Cupper on VIR for 16 hours. Like if that's not gonna if that's not gonna find like your fun factor in motorsports, I don't know what does. Hallett, maybe.
Miata.
Hallett. I'm just trying to tip off the algorithms here. Hey, we're within the window, right? High Plains registration opens up here momentarily,
it does.
Which is one of our club, let's say club venues. But it's not a VIR, it's not a Road Atlanta, but it is pretty special in its own right. Hallett, where I can say I've finally been back to. You guys got to register. Get registered for High Plains next week. Get registered for Hallett when it opens. You guys got to go. You got to go. We got to keep it on the calendar. It is such a fun place to watch cars in anger.
Have they sorted out the closed exit situation at Hallett yet?
They built a tunnel, Ryan.
No. The freeway. The only exit going to Hallett coming from Oklahoma City was closed. You have to like go down an extra 10 miles and then backtrack.
It's coming from the Tulsa side, apparently.
Oh, it's coming from the Tulsa side.
Yeah,
okay.
If you're coming from Tulsa, which is like the next closest town with hotels, you've either got to take the side roads that go up through Cleveland or go 10 miles west. Neither ideal options, but we made it work back in April. I don't know if it's going to be open in time or not.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway.
So am I, and just to round out our inside baseball talk, am I going to Colorado as well? Is that
I don't know yet.
Determined?
I don't know.
Don't know?
Depends on what else DriversEye Live LLC has got going on that weekend.
All right.
We'll wait and see, though. Even if you want to go, you can go.
I would like to go.
Oh.
I think we could get some excellent guest commentary if I go with people that I know who were excited to come last year. And then, unfortunately, because of my situation, they didn't come either. But I think would be a
I didn't want to
positive
go hang out with Scott and Sam. Where is Scott, anyway? What are we doing?
But I don't know where Scott's at. Scott says that he can't do this because his computer is in storage. But, like, you could do this from a phone if you really wanted.
Does he have no computers?
Scott could complain.
No laptops? Nothing?
Scott could complain about pit stops and Code 35 on his phone.
Shout out to Scott Michaels. We need to communicate via smoke signals for him to hear us. But
yeah, right? Sheesh.
Scott Michaels might not even be that far from the track at this point.
Scott Telegraph Michaels.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There goes the 997, of course, right back out into the fray.
The 118 has assumed the lead, gentlemen, having passed the number 52 on course.
I understand that yesterday, Brendan, the 118 had a lot of pace in qualifying that was then nullified and then fixed. Did we get to the bottom of whatever that issue was?
Yeah. So
I don't know if that's public or not. I mean, or how much of it is public, but
it is public that the car's times were thrown out from the morning sessions. It was put on the dyno, and the car went over the power. Oh, sorry, we've got a car pulled off on the front straightaway. I think it's the Camaro. Is very, very far to driver's left. I don't know if we can see it in the background there. No, it's just behind the big white canopy. I'm pretty sure it's the 89 is just like miles off track. Mm-hmm. It has come to a stop. Now pulls back towards the racing surface and has got going again. It is the Camaro. How do you... I mean, that car's had some issues this morning already, so I wouldn't be shocked if that were a stoppage rather than a spinnage, but it would be surprising that car would end up that far off track to driver's left in that spot if it were just a pull-off. You really can't go get it there anyway. 89, spin driver's left at 17 and continued. So that answers that. Anyway, the 118, so we're learning things about the Supras, right? It was put together in a partnership with BMW, right, who has had their own issues with performance management in the past. But they've mostly been sorted. The Supras appear to have a similar sort of power management system where you're essentially running to a torque number that is then compensated for based on what the car senses the atmospheric conditions. And occasionally, as you try to approach that torque number with the forced induction, you can, I guess, go over on power. I don't know exactly how all that works, but this is what I was sort of told yesterday. And with it being as hot as it's been this weekend, they're targeting a torque number that put the 118 in particular over on power. Now, that having been said, having set the pole and then having the time thrown out as we get a slow BMW headed up the back straightaway, now picking back up to race pace. That's one of the Palomar cars, by the way. It went back out in the afternoon sessions and set pole again anyway. So,
excellent.
it's easy to say like, oh yeah, see, the Supers are doing something. No, they're just quick. They're quick. This is arguably, I mean, Laura Hayes has a tremendous amount of experience here in the 111. I'm sure there's coaching being done there. I got to take a look at the drivers list as to who's in that number 118, but just as quick, if not quicker than the 111 this weekend. And like they've just got everything going for them. They've got the car, they've got the performance, they've got the drivers, the experience, the talent. Like it is all there. And to the point that, the car starts at the back of the overall grid and now all of a sudden is back up into the race lead anyway and pulling away. Into the pits for the number 89. And high hopes for that car this weekend. Again. We've still got 8 cars within 30 seconds of the overall race leader at the moment. An hour and a half in with 41 laps down. Ryan.
Brendan.
You were here last year.
I was. That was a
I-
blur, by the way, so we'll see if I remember anything.
I was not here last year.
That was a heck of a weekend. Let me just tell you there.
No, I believe that, and it's kind of why I was going to ask here. I got the sense, based on what happened that I was able to follow during the races and what happened, in the aftermath of the weekend, that the race sort of struggled to find a rhythm. That there were some incidents and some chaos that led to it just being a very stop and start sort of weekend.
There was. I believe, if I recall correctly, the second day was better.
Yeah.
But then there was a lot of chaos at the end of the race that I think overshadowed that. So that was part of the problem. We'll just leave that one there for a moment. I think everybody who was there at VIR last year has probably the same opinion about what occurred, so that's fine. Right at the end of the race, but I think the Sunday race was better. I would have to consult with Joseph as well to see kind of what was going on as far as consistency in the race. I do recall the Saturday being a little bit on the rough side for sure, but we had a lot of people, I think, trying to get in the rhythm of figuring out where to make passes and how to do things safely and correctly at this track, which is, a tight little track not little track, but like it's tight. And if you run offline, there's not runoff; it's grass.
Yeah.
So it's a tough place to get around, especially with lap traffic. We had JTR guys, they were going pretty hard, trying to pass, C car, pass car, etc. And I think ended up winning the first or Will Choice won the second day, I believe.
Yes.
And then the first day, I believe, JTR were out both days, but they had the pace and could have been, they could have won both days, I think, had that car stayed reliable. But, it was just tough, for sure. And I think this race, already finding a little bit better rhythm, I'm curious to know how much of that is everybody's already been here before and learned the track, and now we don't have to make any mistakes, or if that is just the constant improvement in driving us. We have somebody go down the inside here, coming into the final turn before this is the secondary pit lane, right, Brendan?
Turn 10.
Yes.
Looking at an old feed there. Yeah, that's the exit of Oak Tree. Yeah.
Excellent. So, anyway, exiting Oak Tree, we just had a car make a pass down the inside, and everybody kind of stayed right where they needed to be. It's been very respectful today.
Yeah.
The only incidents we've seen have been people, I think, getting caught out by the wet grass and trying to get a little bit too throttle happy over the curbs, but nothing, egregious going on. So this race already, I think, finding a better rhythm than we found last year. I don't think it's going to be overshadowed by some of the same drama of people having too big of a pit set up and getting into other people's pit spaces.
Was that one team in particular?
It was. And I'm told that the teams that were paddocked next to them didn't feel like they could say anything about it because it was like, oh, well, they're the new IMSA team, and we don't want to, step on their toes when they're trying to be new. And I think series management made it very clear that in the future, if that's something that occurs, you needed to let them know, because that's not the vibe that they want to have here in WRL, which is nice. We have high dollar teams here. Like it's not a surprise if you've been to the races in person. You see the big IMSA haulers come in, but I think everybody does a really good job of making the racing feel like it's a club race almost. And I mean that respectfully, in terms of, people don't have, I think, big attitudes and big chips on their shoulders when they come in to do this kind of thing. And so the people with the high dollar equipment aren't taking up extra space. And so I think that's really why it stood out that one particular team from last year was so out of place, because they came in with a different attitude, and ultimately it was an attitude that didn't work for this series. And I think the series has done well to discourage that type of thinking, and it's made the series a pretty reasonable place to be. There's another instance right here, just going into that turn, where a GTO car steps out, goes down the inside of a slower car. The slower car gives room. The GTO, we've got a car going slow up here out of Oak Tree Bend.
That's a Birmingham Road and Race car again.
It is Birmingham
I tell you
Road
again,
Race.
it wasn't today. It was yesterday. That'll be the number 98. New engine in the car.
So anyway,
new to them.
New to them. Yep. To wrap up my ramble there, I'm sure you were getting the answer that you were looking for.
It was nestled somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I was going to make a couple of points. First, we're down a little bit on entries, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But there are teams that have either chose not to come here, or like TLM is not here. Right? They usually bring the 3 cars, and we're had a good number of cars back at Daytona as well. But I think that has contributed to the race finding a better rhythm. I think even compared to Daytona, we've found a better rhythm here today. We've settled into and have been able to extract things from the race as it's played out so far, which is good for us as commentators. It's good for anybody who likes to follow this stuff and talk about it and watch it. And, all good things there. The other point I was going to make, and I mean, Ryan, you kind of mentioned this and also compared it to IMSA, which is where I wanted to go. VIR doesn't host a lot of multi-class endurance racing.
No.
I mean, ALMS ran here like 2 years with prototypes.
Yeah.
Randam ran here for a couple of years. I mean, the DPs weren't super fast cars.
I was
anyway.
going to say, is that
The
really
GT
multi-class?
cars,
like, it's 2 GT classes.
Right. So, like, it kind of was. It kind of was. And with as much mechanical grip as VIR kind of demands, it wasn't like you had a huge discrepancy in speed anyway. The GT cars still made decent amounts of grip overall. And that's all the DP cars did, because they didn't make any aero grip. So, as I see Dennis Neal walking down the pit lane, I wonder if he's coming to see me. Oh, no.
Is
anyway.
Mr. Crawford there? He's like, look, man, I made a lot of money on those wings, okay?
So, my point was going to be, like, IMSA now runs 2 GT3 classes. And even when it was multi-class and they were running GTLM and GTD, you were at most talking like 3 seconds a lap, 3-4 seconds a lap.
Right.
There really isn't any series that runs with the discrepancy in speed that we get between GTO at the top, GP3
trouble
at the
got
back.
yellow.
Code 35. This is code 35 number 2, and as I look at our multi-view around the track, oh, you know what? This will be
Is that
to go
going to
get
be
the
for
Birmingham
Montgomery?
Road and Race.
Or,
Birmingham.
Birmingham Road and Race.
Yeah, they're pulling the EVs on from the south paddock and doing it from the south end of the south paddock, which leads me to believe that that 98 is stopped just off shot here, where we saw it ground to a halt exiting Oak Tree. And with that in mind, not the car stoppage, but the discrepancy in speed that we get in the multi-class environment here in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty is, on one hand, an understanding of why you can end up with, or how you can end up with contact. And on the other hand, when you have clean racing, like we've seen so far this morning, by all accounts, an extremely impressive reflection of where everybody's heads are at. Because it can get out of hand very quickly if you're not careful. I mean, we see it even in single class racing here at VIR, people get goaded into a lunge down at turn 1, or somebody tries to push it too hard at turn 10, trying to set up a pass in oak tree and spearing off into the barriers on the left, or an incident down at turn 14 in the braking zone with somebody launching over a curb. Stuff happens, and at least so far this morning, it hasn't, which is, for my money, maybe the most impressive reflection of where we're all at collectively this morning. It's been a good race so far. It's been a clean race so far. And yes, we have 14 plus hours left to go this weekend, but so far so good. Been a good race so far. Pit stops up in GTO as a result of the code 35. GTR has been in and out. The 52 finally has been in and out. Interesting with that 52 losing position to the 99. Some of that will be the speediness of the pit work. Some of that will be the fact that it had to put more fuel in because it wasn't in under the code 35 about, was it a half an hour ago now?
Are we still specifically calling it Sunoco race fuel?
Are we? Had we been?
I was trying to at Daytona, win in Rome, etc.
You say win in Rome, but IMSA's sponsored by VP, so
we're not affiliated with IMSA.
Well, no, but we're not affiliated with Sunoco either.
Look, man, I was told very specifically that I was supposed to refer to it as Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Sure. Well, yeah, that's the name of the track.
Sunoco spends a bunch of money at Daytona. They had a nice facility for us to use.
But it's not the name of the track.
All right.
This is not the position of DriversEye Live LLC, sir.
All bad opinions are strictly my own and do not necessarily reflect those.
Ryan, Bad Take West.
And Delta Topco, Philadelphia, DBA, DriversEye Live.
If anybody wondered if you could trust Ryan's opinion, he thought he was going to get free food on a flight from San Jose to Atlanta.
I'm not going from San Jose, that's for sure.
Unbelievable. Oh, you're not?
No. The advantage with the San Jose is that I can take a direct train ride from here to San Jose via the Altamont Corridor Express. But instead, I will probably be from San Francisco.
How happy are you to have relocated to California, where all of your localisms make sense to people?
You make a lot of localisms. Speaking about places in Pennsylvania that nobody's ever heard of.
No. Hey, I'm into it, but they would have been lost on people.
And it looks like we're going back to green there as the NASCAR gets a heck of a jump.
Yeah, go figure. We just had the 111 into the pits as well. I think it will have got back out on the track before we went green, so I don't think it's really lost any time there, but we definitely still have pit stops happening. The 908's been trapped in the pit lane as we go back to green, and it's going to lose a lap to the number 118, who did not get the opportunity to pit. And that's not the fault of anybody other than the fact that it just did not come past the pit entrance under code 35. So this is a little unique sort of twist to the code 35. And
we do see this happen from time to time.
Sorry, my internet's bugging out here.
Okay, good. I thought that was me.
Yeah, no, it's me.
Unfortunately, it's not something that you can count on happening the other direction as well, because usually the code 35s go on long enough that everybody can make that pit stop safely, but if you have these quick ones and you're at the wrong part of the circuit, it can just be a permanent disadvantage for you. So
listen,
I'm trying to get that squared away.
As a matter of personal opinion, I don't care, right? It's a matter of competition. If it just happens to fall your way, great. If it happens to not fall your way, we had the code 35 as long as we needed a code 35, and then we moved on, right?
No, I don't think that we should do the IndyCar thing and artificially extend the code 35.
I'm just there with you.
I'm just saying that generally speaking, I don't think it's something that occurs often enough that you can go, oh, well, over the course of an 8-hour race, we'll probably get one of those back. I don't think that's going to happen.
The enforcement of fairness, if you like, in air quotes, would be to ensure that everybody passes the pit lane entry once. Right, which means that you're guaranteed a full lap under code 35, but then you've got to track the race leader or track the first car to pass the pit lane. And Like, that is really challenging to do without having GPS.
Now, I will say, and I think I mentioned this to a couple people in the series before, and I don't think that from reading the article they fully understood the magnitude of what was going to occur. This is much better than that nonsense they were doing in France a month ago.
Yes.
Like, this is tremendously better.
But it's not fundamentally different from everything that they do except for the reshuffling of the field under safety car.
Like multiple wave around situations.
Right. So if you take all of that out of it, you're left with full course yellows and slow zones, right? And even the slow zone, you ended up with very similar situations to this, where not everybody was seeing the slow zone the same number of times.
Right.
Right. You would have cars come through the area that might get 3 laps in the slow zone. And when a certain car, maybe a lead car, a competitive car, would come up to the slow zone, they would drop the slow zone, and what would normally have been its 3rd lap through that area, it's now back at full racing speed, and suddenly, this car is but ends up picking up an advantage where it's now 30 seconds further ahead or 40 seconds closer than it was before because it's able to run at full speed. And there really wasn't any enforcement of that there either. And yes, it changed the race a little bit, but it's still, like, things are going to happen. It's a long race, and pinning your hopes to catching all of these opportunities is just
trouble,
not
the Palomar
reasonable.
car.
Yeah, so that car had its lights are flashing. It was flashing on the front straightaway as well. That'll be the 14. The 15's just come past me here on the front straightaway, and now it gets going again. That is the 14 was noted as pulling off. Also had to spin for the 909 from Automatic Racing down at turn 16. So that'll be at the entry to Hogpen at the bottom of Roller Coaster. Interesting place to spin your GT4 Aston Martin.
Indeed. Just to wrap up that thought on the fairness in slow zones, I don't think you can fairly apply a slow zone in a multi-class race.
That's a really good point as well.
Because nobody's going to complete the same amount of distance. And, like, between an LMP1, LMP2, and GT situation... Oh, another car off as well.
Oh, that car may have made it to the tires. I think that's going to be the 72.
It looked like they just came to a rest in the sand.
Nope. Well, maybe. Well, it's grass anyway.
Or grass.
But yeah, no, point taken.
Yep.
Maybe,
it looks awful dirt-ish.
It does say impact drivers left in the race control log. The 14 is slow again on the front straightaway.
I thought we saw it live, though, and it didn't look like they bounced off of anything.
It rotated very quickly.
Oh, okay.
There's
maybe it had
14,
hit way earlier. And
drivers
then
left there.
Why did that not come in?
Yeah, I don't know.
Gonna get a replay here in a moment.
So maybe I had seen it move post-wall hit, and then it just looked like it had lost it.
Yeah, a reminder, I don't think we have any replay set up in the braking zone here, but you'll watch it appear from stage left. You're looking for the silver and blue BMW M4 GT4. Oh, it's off early and noses into the barriers. Yeah.
Okay.
That car will have lost it under braking in the left-hander at the start of turn 14 there and just carried on to the left. And punched the nose in reasonably hard there on the green Armco. No tires out there. Now that car had been running at 16th now. Last time across the line it was back in 14th. Not really able to recoup the time it lost on its initial pit stop there. It left it down towards the bottom of GTO. Fear we may get another code 35 here.
Oh, he almost certainly will. If it's dead stick there at the exit there, that's the runoff area. Yeah, you can't.
And in particular, I wouldn't want to be a safety worker out recovering a car from, the highest speed braking zone on the track.
Which is also at a slight kink.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Climbing over a blind crest in a curved braking zone where a car just went off on its own. Like, it can almost certainly happen again. And there is the code 30.
And there's the there is the yellow
race hero.
So the field, everybody, slowing down once again. Going to take advantage of some fuel savings here. Might this be a good time for an ad, if Zach has that available for us? Zach, of course, may be telling me yes or no on the ad, but I can't actually hear anything he has to say. Oh, good, I do get a yes on that. So we will return here shortly to VIR. It's the 9-hour, it's a 9 plus 7 here at Virginia International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Welcome back to VIR. I'm Ryan. We've got JT as well as Brendan, who has stepped away for the moment. We're here watching WRL's Saturday 9-hour event here, the first of 2 this weekend, of course, with the exception of Daytona. Always 2 races per weekend for WRL. We're happy to see you here. Everybody in the YouTube chat, everybody around the nation, everyone around the globe that is tuned in. We thank you. I thank you for your time. Thank you for watching our ads. I appreciate it. 7 hours and 3 minutes remaining. So about the distance of tomorrow's race, of course. I believe tomorrow we have a temporary cessation of activities for the village folk to be able to sing their hymns in peace for at least an hour. So I believe it's a 1 hour of racing, then an hour break, and then a 6-hour sprint to the end. I believe is how this one is set up.
Nope.
No breaks. Oh, okay, gotcha. Nope. So it's just...
Ooh, sorry. 2 things here. One, they're side by side down the pit lane with the number 147 and the 118. So I'm not really sure how that happened. in terms of release and all that. Anyway, second is exactly what JT just pointed out, which is that they're bringing out tire walls on a flatbed trailer onto the Patriot course, which intrigues me greatly because there's no tire walls where the 72 went in.
Yes. And they'd have to put a lot there in order for it to be a continuous tire wall from where the tire wall is to where the car actually hit the wall.
Yeah, but why would
that would be a last minute. I can see it being a reaction to like, we should definitely have a tire wall there, but I feel like it's going to take more than one to do that. So not really sure what the idea there is. I'm sure someone has thought it through and or requested that, so that's nice.
Perhaps. I would just be interested to I mean, I don't think you're going to put new tire barriers in the middle of a race. I could see replacing, but it's just that there's nothing there to replace. I don't know. I'm intrigued here. Also, an EV stopped there, headed out of turn number 10. By the way, Ryan, I was reading back through some of the chat messages, and you saying you were tempted to buy the old Montgomery.
I am. I really am.
I just let it be known that the position of DriversEye Live LLC is not to campaign the old Montgomery car in GP1. The current position of the company is to purchase a VW Fun Cup car and campaign it in GTU. This is the move.
I don't know, man. I think a nice E36 like that would do really well in whichever SFR class I could get it wedged into.
Oh, no. We're here for WRL. We're bringing everybody to COTA.
Well, if WRL wants to come out here and run a West Coast schedule, then I would do that. But now I don't live in the WRL zone, as it were. I'm no longer subject to blackouts, actually, which is really nice. I can watch the local races now.
But you live in California. That is absolutely not true.
No. I can watch all the WRL races at my house now. Whereas before, I couldn't watch Road America because they wanted me to buy the ticket to go watch in person.
Wrong kind of blackout.
Yeah, exactly. In the television sense. Also, we've had a lot of rain this year, so I don't think we're going to be having that issue anymore.
Just to back up.
Also, I live in a house with solar. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, you were getting blackouts for Road America in Minneapolis?
Yeah, no. Every time WRL went to Road America, I was blacked out, and they really wanted me to go see the race.
That's why. That's like 7 hours.
Yeah, I know, it's great, but it's the only race up there, so they had to black me out for that one. And I think the Ozarks one was blacked out too, but I was actually busy that weekend. So yeah, now that I'm no longer in the Midwest, I'm no longer subject to WRL's pernicious policy about blackouts in your local region. Really feel for everybody in northern, North Carolina, as it were, as well as southern Virginia, who can't watch this race live. So,
sorry, I think we're back in business, guys.
I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just how the rights pan out with this, for sure. So.
Yeah, so it is interesting. We're seeing a tire wall going up.
We are.
Here in 14A.
Fascinating. I don't know that I've ever seen tire wall added in the middle of a race.
Yeah, not where one had not previously been.
Yeah, no, absolutely my point. I've seen it replaced, right? I've seen it rearranged. I've seen all kinds of things happen. I don't know that I've ever seen a new one placed. And why hasn't it been placed? Would be the question. Like, surely that's an obvious place that a car could go off, right?
If only we had a man on the ground, somebody who had a good working relationship with the series and could inquire about the tire wall.
But he's in San Jose this weekend, so
yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's anyway. Any hoozle. I'm actually in beautiful Stockton, California. Thank you very much. Just so we're clear, I want to clear this up for everybody. There is no blackout for WRL. I thought I thought that joke was clear because it was on YouTube. That there's no blackouts, but I just want to make absolutely certain that everybody's aware.
Imagine a World Racing League you could only watch in the United States. Irwin's been running VPNs all season.
Yeah. Irwin's actually subscribed to WRL Plus for only $7.99.
No, it's not a thing.
So, a little tangent here. I saw Irwin in the chat for the 24 Hours Nürburgring, or sorry, Spa. 24 Hours Spa.
Yeah. Boy from New York was there as well. We see him a lot.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. I haven't seen them here today.
Had a great discussion about Belgian beers in the Spa 24 Hours chat. It was nice to, honestly, it was kind of nice to just watch an endurance race and talk to people. Like, I realize that's what I'm doing, but I'm interacting with like the four of you, and it was nice to just like sit and watch for a while.
Yep.
Kind of a slightly different position than I normally get.
So I got the Spa Nürburgring thing mixed up because 3 Fast Guys and Denny are not here this weekend because Denny has decided to get some culture and go international.
Is he at the Nordschleife this weekend?
He is racing at the Nordschleife this weekend.
Very cool.
That's definitely a bucket list for I want to say most endurance racers.
As the 14 Palomar BMW gets pushed behind the wall, that is the first of those 2 Palomar entries, and the one that we saw twice slow out on track. Get to the bottom of what happened to that number 14.
Some great sound from the microphone on this camera right here.
I have some information on the tire wall.
Excellent.
Yeah, so apparently the impact from the 72 knocked one of the posts back on the Armco, and rather than replacing the post, they're supplementing with tire barrier there. A much quicker repair, I think, across the board there.
An explanation arises. That's perfect. I think that's a reasonable course of action.
The 85, yeah, stopped on track there in the middle of the S's.
Yeah, the race control log listing it as the number 85.
Yep, AOA.
Yep. Sorry if you said that. I was with RJ and Aaron. Not a name that people recognize, but it's the fantastic IT guy here at VIR.
Yeah, I've heard the name RJ before, I think.
Yeah. RJ, by the way, joined us at Daytona for an interview.
And I missed it? That's like the first interview in like half a decade.
Yep, I know.
I'm jealous.
Made good on his promise to come in and join. It was nice to talk to RJ. I mean, I talk to him every time I'm at the track, but it was nice to have him on air and talk all things WRL back at Daytona. Incidentally, I don't think we really addressed this at the time. Our viewership numbers were down a little bit back at Daytona. Of course, we were up against the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which was arguably the biggest running of Le Mans in, a really long time. I don't know, maybe 2014? It's hard to think of a time when it carried as much weight as it did just a month ago. And on one hand, it was, is a little bit of a bummer to see that we don't have the concurrent viewer numbers that we've sort of come to expect in some ways. On the other hand, it's nice to see that, people are taking time to sit down and watch WRL. It's great to have friends and family and people that can't be at the track, or maybe people that are at the track and just looking for an extra way to stay in touch with what's happening around the circuit. But equally interesting and exciting to see that, people around the country and around the world are taking an interest in what the World Racing League is and does, and what we do here at DriversEye. And Daytona was unfortunately cut short a bit, but VIR again clashing with the WEC this weekend at Monza. But at least for today, kind of right back in the window that we've come to expect here. If you think these numbers are good, wait till we go to Hallett. Zach points out they're cleaning up some fluid down at the end of pit road. I wonder if that is from the Palomar car being pushed around the corner there, or if this is a separate issue.
Remember, it was going slow for a good lap and a half there.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Continuing under the full course, y'all. I think this will be our longest one to this point.
Oh, yeah.
35, number 3. In and out comes the number 997. A car being shared this weekend by, of course, Brad McCall, Lonnie Unser, and Carter Peace. Not sure Carter's been in that Porsche as yet this season. Although I'm, again, not the authority because I haven't had my normal participation rate. Ooh, the 737 is being, would say flagged into pit lane? Yeah, so they've got radio issues. The crew member has asked, or the crew has asked to come over to the wall. That'll be one of the AutoWorks BMW entries. The crew's asked to come over to the wall and use the pit board that they would normally, bring the car to a stop with in the pit lane. You get a little stack up there at the exit pit lane. I'm not sure what that was all about with the 45. But they waived that pit board and picked up a radio, a handheld radio, and pointed to it as the 737 went past. So very much trying to get the attention of the driver of the GP2 car this weekend. AutoWorks Motorsports.
Yeah, it's the 3 Series.
Yeah. As opposed to the 747, which is a
5 Series.
5 Series, yeah.
Yep, an E34.
Yeah, we've seen that car in other series around the endurance racing ecosystem. It's a bit of a boat, but it handles well. It's not by no means a slow car.
Yep.
Nice to see them joining us here in World Racing League.
Yeah, I believe we had it previously as well.
I'd buy that. I mean, like I said, they've been around a while. So waiting to go back to green here. Are we still working up at the top of roller coaster? Yes, we are. Tire wall still going in. Race leaders 118 from Thunder Bunny Racing, the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates, the number 88 of Renegade Racing, currently sitting back in 3rd. Interesting to note, the 118's last lap was a 5:41.8. I wonder if they're caught behind somebody that's not exactly at 35 miles an hour and are losing a couple of seconds. Because, of course, you're not allowed to pass under code 35, even if the car in front of you is doing, say, 32 or 33 miles an hour. It's not going to be enough to make a huge difference, but, I mean, 8 seconds is, I'd rather not lose the time. Interesting to see what... if that continues as we continue here under our code 35. Random Vandals Racing out of the pits in 4th, the number 82, and then the NFC Motorsports number 123, having lost some time in the pit lane earlier, back up into P5. Choice Racing falls to 6th with a quick pit stop here under code 35. From a strategy perspective here, I think everybody should pit under every code 35. I mean, that's, I think, the easiest way to boil this down. But in particular, if you don't have the speed in your pit stops, right? If you aren't, running, let's say you're a GTO car where your target lap time for a pit stop might be a 3:30 or a 3:35. If you're not capable of doing that on your pit stops, you absolutely should be pitting under every code 35.
Yeah.
You should be minimizing the chance, like to the highest degree, minimizing the chance that you have to pit under green because of, well, two reasons. One, obviously the time loss under a green flag pit stop is massive, and that's exacerbated by having a slower pit stop. On top of that, it means almost certainly you're not ever putting the maximum amount of fuel into the car. I mean, you're topping it off, but you're not ever really filling from an empty tank if everything goes your way, right? So now each of these individual pit stops, you are losing less time because you are switching out fewer cans, spending less time actually filling. Okay, yeah, you might have to do a driver change and you'll lose a little bit of time on that, but ultimately you're taking as many of the potential sources of time loss out of it as you can. We finished up our work up at the top of roller coaster. You see the 72 on the back of the flatbed there. You also see the new tire wall placement just where it's the All-Star Racing BMW directly behind the trail of that car. And with any luck here, in about a minute's time, we should be able to go back to green flag racing with 2 hours and 14 minutes gone. 53 laps just completed by your overall race leader, the number 118 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra GT4. One's out here warming tires like it's not 90 degrees outside. So where are we at now? 84, headed for 87. Which is actually down a bit from where I think we were expected to be. I think we're pushing 90 or 91 today. Real fuel, if you choose to use AccuWeather, reflecting a feels like temperature of 101. Ryan West here was formerly a heat index denier. Did eventually see the light. Sweated his way right into that one. Oh, he's not even here to defend himself. Neat.
I was going to say, yeah, by all means, keep poking him.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, look, he knows. He knows. It's like being a Ooh, sorry. The 72's just come past outside my window here in the media room.
Heavy nose damage?
Floor. Yeah, front left especially. The right side is pretty well unscathed, but it's gone in quite hard, particularly on the left front there. And that car's... yeesh. I don't know. In any... let's say in a pro series, that car could be repairable for a race tomorrow. It might be tough for them to do here at the track.
I believe in them.
But let's see. It's not like the parts don't exist somewhere for those M4 GT4s.
All right, back to green.
Back to green, yeah. Nicely done, JT. 10:47 in the morning. Headed for a 5:30 checkered flag. And our probably a little bit under 50 cars now out on track. Yeah, probably closer to 45, I think. Get the race resumed.
Keep an eye on the 197 Overnight Motorsports Boxster and GP2.
Why would we be doing that, JT?
Killed 35 laps. They were a half second behind the Fat and Furious BMW in second. So so they would be nose to tail, judging by that gap.
Yeah. Just to kind of put this out there for those that are wondering where our normal selection of onboards are. So normally we would get a handful of direct links, our TMP links, that we could pull in. Unfortunately, those are not available to us today with some server issues, and YouTube has wreaked absolute havoc on our producer's computer. Just absolute chaos, and none of us can figure out why. So the hope is to get our recovering Joseph Mudrak in a little bit later to mix in some onboards and get us going. But that'll be if and when Joseph is feeling physically up to the task. And then hopefully, we can start to mix some of those in. In the meantime, many of you out there have the ability to get us an RTMP link or an SRT link to your onboard camera. Please do the thing, and we would be happy to feature your onboard camera.
Do the thing.
For the 14 being pushed down the pit lane again. And I wonder if this is being pushed back to its stall, because I think they're pitted down here at the end. No? Maybe? Is this a bump start, or is this turn it back into the paddock? Oh, these poor guys. They've already pushed. They've done this exact push once already. Guys and girls, I think. They've done this exact thing already once, got it back out into the pit lane, and apparently whatever they thought was fixed is not actually fixed. And straight into the paddock again. Yeah, Chad Moorhead, your stream is up, but we can't use the YouTube page. Just not playing ball at the moment. Zach is working on some things, but if you have a direct link to your feed, by all means, from your encoder, we'd love to feature it.
I mean, I would not be surprised if the driver in one of the Thunder Bunny cars right now is having one hand off the wheel to try to send you an RTMP link.
Shouts to Aaron at VIR, who I did shout out once earlier, but I failed to mention he's got the race live stream up on the all of the TV screens up here on the second floor. Ooh. Yeah, pulled up the YouTube page, and it's actually only about 10 seconds behind. It's pretty good. Don't believe we're feeding audio to the PA. We weren't earlier. But we've got one screen that's up on that, and the other one is up on a weather app of choice. Not of choice racing, but whatever the track's weather app of choice is. And we'll have eyes on that a little bit later on this afternoon. No pass was made there for second in GP2. JT, the 525 and the 197, the gap's gone out to 7 seconds.
I mean, the 525 is one of the quickest cars, if not the quickest, in GP2.
So let's keep eyes on a couple of cars up in GTO. The 28 and the 111 just set their respective fastest race laps. 203 flat for the 28 and a 202.5 for the 111. My guess is that those will have been driver changes at the most recent pit stop. The 111 having lost some small mounds of time. Oh, they're right together on track. This is fantastic. The 28 is closed up to the back of 111. This will be the battle for 7th overall, headed down into turn number 1. The car is just entering the braking zone right together there. But they're lapping more quickly than anybody else ahead of them, although not last lap. I don't know what's happened there. But anyway, those cars have some pace now. The 111 has some time to recover. The 28 also has some time to recover after being a little bit slow early on in the running today. And be good to keep an eye on these cars, not just for the fight between them, but as they climb back up the overall race order. We've still got 9 cars on the lead lap, and they are 2 of them. So very, very much in contention, even 2.5 hours in to our 9-hour race today. Split a little bit there by, I think, is that the 109? Miata down in GP3?
The bright red one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roberts Motorsports. Just down at turn 4, the 111 was able to clear it. The 28 was not. And it's split those two GTO cars there by about 2 seconds or so, as they head up into that braking zone at turn number 11. I love this shot. I realize I'm biased because I put it there, but like when I think of VIR and what the iconic VIR view is, because there are many of them, right? You've got, the run up through the climbing S's, you've got roller coaster, you've got hog pen down at the bottom of turn 17, the long back straightaway with the climb up the hill and the gentle, subtle bends, the curving front straightaway. Like, there are so many shots that define VIR. For me, this one is it. It's the huge drop out of turn number 10, the compression at the bottom, and the rise back up into the braking zone for Oak Tree. It's so iconically this circuit. It's such a quick corner, a difficult corner.
Would you maybe move it to the left a little bit?
I wanted to get all of the runoff.
You want to get the tire wall.
All right. No, that's fair. That's fair.
I didn't do that last time we were here, and we regretted it.
Gotcha.
When stuff happened we couldn't really pick out.
All right.
Yeah. I agree with you. It wouldn't be normally bad to angle that a bit to the left, but we follow the contour of the tires.
We have a job.
We have a job to do.
I wouldn't call it a job.
I mean, you certainly called it a business earlier.
I did.
LLC.
It's not a business, it's a lifestyle.
We really are just building a lifestyle brand.
No, we're not. We could not be doing less of that.
DEL merch is on the way.
Is it?
I mean, it should be. If it's
I wanted
not.
to do an Irresponsible Math t-shirt at the end of last year that just never happened.
We still should do that.
Are we on treads yet?
Ooh, somebody dropped a wheel there at the end of turn 3. No, we're not on threads?
Threads, yeah.
No. Treads. It's the racing only.
Something.
I think we could do a limited run and then give them away as, like, prizes for guests or something. Something like that.
We can do like raffle giveaways.
Yeah. I went up to booth and all I got was this crummy t-shirt.
I went all the way to Hallett because Brandon said so, and all I got was this t-shirt.
Go to Hallett. Go to Hallett. Everybody, go to Hallett.
Yeah, dude, Lincoln Riley's setting up a great program there. Oh, wait.
Will you shut your mouth?
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I wonder if they're playing in Stillwater that weekend.
You gonna take the time to go do it?
I mean, I'd drive from Hallett out to Stillwater.
It would have to be a night game. If it was like a 1 o'clock game, you'd be stuffed.
Yeah. They do love their 11 o'clock starts.
They do. They absolutely do.
No, they're at West Virginia that weekend. Yep.
Ooh. Oh, do you just have a hotkey to bring up the the Oklahoma?
No, that was Oklahoma State. I don't know that I would drive all the way down to Norman. I don't know that I'd be able to.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, it'd be a haul. Sorry, all the batteries are dead. I had to leave Hallett and go all the way to Norman. Anyway, we'll talk about Hallett in due course. I'm just getting it out there, putting it in everybody's mind. You got to register for Hallett now.
We need a Hallett commercial.
There you go. 24 hours of Hallett.
All right, Zach, get on that.
Presented by Quaif. Quaif is a dip company.
Oh.
Instead of Haltech, because Haltech kind of, you know what I'm saying. It's like Trevor Heineken or whatever being sponsored by Bud.
Right.
You know?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
I get it. Lead margin is out to 40 seconds. 118 over the number 9. I told you to keep an eye on that number 9, being our newest GT4 car in the field, both in actual age of chassis and in terms of spec. I think it's still the most recent GT4 car to be homologated. I don't think we've had any new ones since then. Not that homologation matters in the WRL. For those of you who are more familiar with SRO type stuff.
I bet the Mustang's homologated.
Ooh, good call. Yeah, yeah, you're probably right.
Speaking of, can we really get Brad McCall into the booth so I can grill him about why the Mustang isn't here again?
Does he have it?
I don't think he does.
I don't know. So did that ever end up actually happening?
Well, that's my question. And then, like, he had that Trans Am thing with the 4-cylinder.
I missed
I thought that was going to be cool. And then I haven't seen that either. What the hell?
I think that car was... From what I understood, that car was like a partnership thing where somebody wanted to get the chassis out on track, and they brought it into WRL, and then it just was never... I don't know if they ever had intentions of racing again. And I just assumed that it was like a holdover for the Mustang, but meh, I don't know. Brad, if anybody knows of any updates to that Ford Mustang power to weight car program, I'd love to hear them.
Is it the Dark Horse?
Pay more attention. Is that what they called it? I know it's got a name, and I don't remember exactly what it was. But it was the press release when the car was launched mentioned WRL by name.
So there's the Dark Horse R and the Dark Horse S, and one of them is like a track day special.
Right.
The other one is the 10-to-1 car.
Oh, is it 10-to-1?
Or whatever the WRL number is, I don't remember.
Yeah, it's 9-to-1. Anyway,
it's 9-to-1. Yeah. Anyway, but at this point, the GT4 car is like out, and I assume that they're taking orders for it. So, like, are they just not going to do the 9-to-1 car, and it's just like a tuning option for the GT4 car, maybe? Like, I don't know.
I suppose it's possible that they wanted to get the GT4 done before they would start producing and delivering the 9-to-1 car. But I, also saw the car on the entry list as early as, was it Road Atlanta? Maybe not.
No, it was on at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it was, right?
And then it was removed.
And then they showed up with the Porsche Cup car.
Right, which is cool.
Sure.
Which is way cooler, let's be real. I would much rather see a Porsche Cup car.
Heck yeah.
I think somebody will end up bringing that Mustang, but the Porsche's cool.
I mean, as long as the Mustang exists, I agree. I haven't seen any updates since that initial press release, I guess last summer, whenever that release came out. Yeah, okay. And I had really high hopes for it. Not necessarily being a game changer, but it would have been one of the very first built-to-spec WRL GTO cars. Right, designed to make the most of DOT tires, designed to run to 9-to-1. Presumably it would have the appropriate type of power management to run at 9-to-1. It had the potential to be, and still has the potential, I guess, to be a pretty special car. And now we wait. Oh, good lap from the leading 118. 201 flat. I think that's the quickest we've seen that car go in some time. And that's responded to from Team ACP with a 210.5. So clearly caught up in traffic somewhere. And the number 82 has closed to within 6 seconds of that second place BMW M4. Further back, the Random Vandals number 28 has fallen a little off the back of the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing, but should all be still marching their way up back towards the front of GTO. Meanwhile, we've got a good battle on for fourth at the moment. I haven't been following it too closely, but if we find the number 123 NFC Mercedes out on track with the Choice Racing 511 and the GTR 99 BMW, we've got three cars right together, the Mercedes and two Beamers. We lose Ryan briefly.
Lots of traffic here coming out of 10. A little bit of dust caked up in turn 3.
I think, Zach, if we go to... I gotta find him here. Where is this Mercedes? I'm gonna find him now. Yeah, we'd like to pick up this battle for 4th. Here comes the 12 and the 9. They ought to be down around turn 9. I'm sorry, or camera 9 there, Zach. There it is. Just come through camera 9. We hit down into turn 17 here momentarily. You will see 3 cars nose to tail. Not those 3. There they are. So it's TC Klein and the number 93, and then the Mercedes and 2 BMWs. A change for 5th because the number 99 from GTR has gotten past the 511 from Choice Racing. And those 3 cars still sitting about a second and within about a second and a half. It's a good little scrap here. I didn't think the 123 was holding any of them up, but now I'm not so sure because GTR 99 BMW seems to have found a little bit of pace. Move on here at 4. Nope. Ducks back out of it. 123 is going to be held up here for his own trouble by the number 89 Camaro. Well down the running order. 18th right now in GTO. They all get held up by one of the production BMWs. Here comes the 511. Pulls to driver's left on the 99 that just passed it on the last lap. And I'll have a move done well before they get to the entrance to the climbing S's. The 99 has been balked badly. Headed through one of the highest speed parts of the track and is going to lose heaps of time to those 2 leading cars who now are blocked at the top of the hill by the Camaro. The 511 from Choice thinks about a move on the number 123. Headed up into Oak Tree, backs out of that one. If everybody gets the power down here, they should be able to stay mostly in line astern. But this 123 just cannot clear the 89X Camaro. Good on-track stuff here. We've been mostly looking at timing for the last little while, but finally able to get a decent on-track battle here, 2.5 hours in. And through goes the Mercedes on the Camaro. The 511 doesn't quite have the legs down the long back straightaway. And the 99, having been held up so badly at the S's, now right onto the back of the 511 once again. So it's like nothing ever changed. And all is exactly as it was just a lap ago. The 511 now just balked a little bit by the Camaro at the exit of 17. They're going to be side by side again for 5th down the front straightaway. 99 to the inside of 511. Seen this one before. They'll go onto the brakes at turn 1 side by side. And my guess is that the 99 will have cleared the Choice Racing BMW. Indeed, it does. Still all happening behind the Camaro while that number 123 Mercedes ekes out the gap out in front. 99 peaks to the inside of the Camaro. Will have a move done on the brakes into turn 4. I think he's going to let the 511 through as well. Well, if the 511 takes it. Here comes the 111, by the way. This is about to be a 4-car scrap. Choice Racing has gone through, but it's spread them out substantially. And now working their way through more traffic. Who could have guessed? Number 241, by the way. I don't think we've talked about them this week. We talked about that. I didn't even really pay too much attention to them at all. It's Bourbon Works Racing. The sponsor is Anytime Racing. So I'm intrigued as to what the connection is there. But it is the only Ginetta G55 GT4 in the field. Mine back in 30th at the moment, just hasn't really featured in GTO much this weekend. Bit surprised these Ginettas just never really found their footing. They were quick in the hands of the right driver, but never really consistently so. Right driver is Chris Pius, by the way. Like, he's the only one who's been able to consistently get the most out of those cars. And I get why it's the case. It's a light car, so it's down on power a little bit, leaves you a little bit less flexible in traffic. And you really have to kind of hustle the car to get all of the potential pace out of it, like what the potential pace is in GTO. And when you could do it, the car was kind of a rocket ship.
I mean, it podiumed both days at Road America in the hands of Dexter Racing.
Oh, well, I mean, okay, there's something to be said for that. I thought it would have been a slam dunk type GTO car, and you've only had maybe 2 or 3, well, maybe more than that, 3 or 4 teams take a crack at it. Change, is this a slow Mercedes? We've had to change for 4th. The Mercedes has dropped the spot to the GTR 99 BMW and was passed then by the All-Star Racing number 5 BMW down at GP1. The 511 has lost even more time, but this is all to the benefit.
So Thunder Bunny.
Well, it's all to the benefit of GTR, but yeah, Thunder Bunny 111 is coming as well. Down the long back straightaway here, the exit of Oak Tree, where despite like a car and a half width of runoff, or a car width and a half worth of runoff there at the exit of the corner, cars are still dropping wheels into the dirt on the backside there. And the battle beyond now for P6 with the 511, the 111. Choice Racing defending from Thunder Bunny. I wonder how much tire temperature management has to go on here. I'm not obviously a racing driver myself. Just watch a lot of it. And I mean, with all of the heat and all of the pounding that these cars take around a place like VIR, I wonder how easy it is to overheat if you get sucked into a battle, or you're having to find yourself to push to get through traffic, or whatever the case might be, and just how long it takes to cool them back down, or if they're kind of resilient to that long-term heat buildup, given how hard they are. Zach reports contact there. Is there a yellow flag there at... That is a wait. Nope, it was a yellow. Now it's stopped. There is a slow car headed up the hill, and it's got cars scattering offline as you go up through 7, 8, and 9. There is a slowish BMW in the middle of the track. There's a slow Mustang towards the back of that pack. Now, Zach said contact. I was pulling up something else at the time. Ooh, car off in the background. That'll be the 28, I think, dropping a wheel in the middle of Oak Tree. Lucky to get away with that. So what happened at the bottom of the S's there?
Zach will probably work on a replay. He says no.
He believes it was the Mustang and the 99. So that would have been the... Boy, I'm going to get the number wrong. The Low Country Motorsports 843. Just down there at the bottom of the climbing S's.
What
side by side with the Mercedes and the Thunder Bunny 111 down the front straightaway.
What color is the MMR Mustang?
Black and orange. Well, kind of reddish orange. But I believe it was the 843. That car's just come past me here at the back of that 4th through 7th pack of GTO cars. And all this scrapping is, I mean, it's costing them a little bit of time, at least through traffic, but it's allowing the number 118 to close up onto the back of them. And we have the opportunity here in the next, I don't know, 15 to 20 minutes to go from having 8 cars on the lead lap down to 4 if we're not careful. Now, lead lap differentiation means less here, right? Because we don't do safety cars. And time loss is just time loss. 2 minutes is not that much different than 2 minutes and 10 seconds, even though, yes, technically there might be a lap difference between them. But you'd like to be on that lap just in case. I suppose the differential is a penalty. But you'd like to assume that won't play into things as we go along here.
So, I may have missed you talking about this, but did we notice 2 laps ago that the 82 took 2nd place from the 9?
Oh, we've got a car off headed down the hill. Oh, that's the 118. That's the race leader. Interesting.
Just getting a little wiggle there.
I don't think we did, JT. I knew the random vandal cars were going quickly. The 28 in particular had a couple of very rapid laps while it was tagging along with the back of the number 111 before the 111 kind of started to stretch things out. But we did miss that change for 2nd overall. I think no harm, no foul for your overall race leader, the number 118. Zach pointing out a car off at 9. A quick off at
9. It's the 44 maybe? Just running slightly wide on exit there of 10A.
You can pull up the replay for that, Zach, if you have it. It was right behind the leader, which is potential source for confusion there. Here it is. See the 118 from Thunder Bunny coming to shot, and then directly behind it, what we believe to be the number 44. Oh, no, directly ahead of it. So number 44 from PC Racing. It's your 2nd place car back in GP1. Trouble for the other Mustang. This is the number 125 from the 25 from MMR. And car not exactly had a trouble-free run so far this morning. 4 laps off of the GP1 lead. But pulls into the south pit lane. Looks like he's done a power cycle there. Lights off and then back on.
Good heads up by the driver to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we saw the 98 from Birmingham Road and Race come to a stop on the back straightaway there, just a beam where the camera is. I think they had an issue where they weren't able to cross track. Right, which is not much you can do about that. You don't want to cut in front of somebody just so you can get yourself into the pit lane. But the 25 here had the opportunity and rightly took it. Power cycle complete. The 99 has a big old tire donut in the center right side of the car. A very obvious tire donut. And I wonder if that was that contact that Zach reported down at the bottom of turn 7, the bottom of the climbing S's. The race control log does confirm that contact was with the 843. I know we had some questions about which car it was, but it was the Low Country Mustang. A couple of penalties through the course of the race so far this morning. The 241 from Borba. One lap penalty for visor up in the pit lane. Another one for the 843 from Low Country we just spoke about. Visor up and a fire bottle not ready. And as we know, you can pick up a penalty without a warning. 2 infractions in the same stop will get you that 1 lap penalty. The 16 picked up a lap penalty for a pass under yellow under our second full course caution. And the 88 picked up a 2-lap penalty for avoidable contact on the number 72.
Yep. Which
So
we
that is
saw the
tied
result
in.
of.
Yeah, so I hadn't realized that there was contact that precipitated that.
Yeah, it might have happened at the kink at 14 and not 14A.
Sure, that explains how a GT4 car with a ton of electronic aids ended up sideways in the braking zone at turn 14. I mean, it's a place you could do it anyway, but the car is already so unsettled that it wouldn't... I wouldn't think a car would do it on its own, but a light touch would send it there. So that makes a little bit more sense to me. And it's cost the 88 2 laps for its troubles, which is...
If I remember, 88 was 3rd at the time.
I think you're right, JT. And, I mean, it's an appropriate penalty, especially when you consider the 72... I mean, it's been knocked out of the race today. Might be done for the weekend. So resetting our battle for 4th here. It's now 99 leads 111 and 123 and 511.
With the 28 directly behind.
And right, so that car hadn't quite been a part of the gaggle, but now very much is tucked up underneath the Choice Racing BMW M4. The 45 stock cars just come past me here on the front straightaway, just making all the noise. The cars just make so much noise.
It's fantastic. It's our own Garage 56 entry.
It's funny you say that, JT. They're back at Daytona. The Porsche Cup 997 did not start the race. It just sort of appeared like 7 or 8 hours in. It started turning laps, and we wouldn't have even noticed had it not been for a message on Joseph's ticker on the bottom of the screen that says 997 lost like 2 minutes or something, because it had come in for just a quick check in the pits. And Ryan's like, oh, is the 997 out there? Sure enough, it had done like 18 laps or something, but it turned out it was the 56th car to turn laps. So we started calling it the Garage 56 entry. The Porsche Cup car from the McCall. Spinner there at the exit of NASCAR.
Driver's left.
Yeah, that's a GTO car. I think it's a GTO car. Is that the 9? That looks like the new M4. It is. So that'll be a spin out of 3rd place, and that's the 99 that's come up just behind it. So battle for 3rd will be on track. Zach points out there's contact there, and I think we're going to get a replay here in a couple of moments' time of exactly what happened there between 3 and 4. Not often you see cars off drivers left. Back of your screen, look for the multicolored BMW.
Yep, that'll do it.
I don't know.
So that's what they automatic asked him.
Are we sure there was contact? Yeah, I'm not sure. It almost looks like he tried to make the move there at 3 and just, absolutely gunned the throttle. And as he pinched it kind of off the curb there, it went around on him.
Too much curb, and
it's really tough to tell from that angle. I think it's going to take an onboard camera, but at least per the quarter marshals and the race control log, it's the spin drivers left and continue.
Okay.
No contact listed.
That's a bummer. That's just one of those situations where both drivers really need to be heads up about the other car there, just because of the nature of turn 3 there, how you're turning left twice.
Turn right to go left.
That's why they call it NASCAR, right? I assume. I mean, it's actually a lot of left-handers in a row. Right, from the exit of 2, it's a left kink, a long left arc, 3, a straight, and then 4 again.
Well, yeah, it's hard because that first kink sets you up to start braking where you can generally do it in a straight line, but a lot of times you're having to trail brake a bit, and then it's a very cut off exit for 3.
Yeah,
I am. Can anyone hear me?
I mean, we can.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Sweet.
But nobody heard Zach say, "Hey, Ryan's back," so you just said, "I am," with no context. We're like, oh, okay. Guess he is.
Well, I mean, I had made a side comment.
I know, which
I responded to, so I was like, "Oh, okay, maybe I just suck, or maybe I, whatever." Why is this not okay? Well, that's cool. I apparently still have some work to do on the network front, which is unfortunate.
Is this a human error situation?
No, it's a...
You sure?
Yes.
No.
It's a... I'm trying to use a mesh system that's not working as intended.
Slow MMR Mustang down the front straightaway. You'll see it just coming into the turn 1 camera here. Oh, he's not going to complete the lap.
Just going to pull off there.
Now the question is, does he find reverse and back up if he's under power, or is that car not able to motivate?
Is he going to do the Austin Dillon here?
What exactly is an Austin Dillon?
It's generally, I believe it's Chicago. He backed into.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, he got going again. So.
When's WRL going to go run in support of NASCAR in Chicago? Can we get that?
A WRL at a street circuit, I think, would be quite entertaining. I don't think
it's got to be
anybody
the
would
right
be
street
down
circuit.
Come on, Nashville.
Isn't JT a heavy hitter in Chattanooga now? Like, can't he make that happen?
RJ is.
Or, I mean, RJ, yeah, you know, whatever. I'm still trying to fix this.
The Chattanooga, yeah. Go
Never been to Nashville.
Go run a couple of sprint races, a GTO only sprint race at the Chattanooga Historic Festival.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a move.
It appears to be a problem just with this one laptop. And I've already... It's very strange. Okay, well... Guess that'll wait for another day.
While we have that battle for 3rd in GTO between the number 9 ACP and the 99 GTR, also still an ongoing battle in GP3 for the lead. AOA, the 55 got around Roberts Motorsports, I want to say 8-9 laps ago or so, but hasn't been able to really pull away. The gap's been about 2.5 or so. Been very entertaining to watch on timing as we see the MMR struggling to get any speed. A lot of traffic behind.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's so many cars on the exit of Oak Tree there. Everybody's accelerating, and they'll be caught out a little bit by that number 25 on an already reasonably narrow part of the racetrack. Didn't count all the cars that went into that gavel, but I think we've got them all out the other side, including the Mustang.
Both Mustangs in shot there, heading into 10.
Yeah, just saw the 813 flash through. So we've had the position change for... Oh, no, we haven't. Yeah, wait a minute. Yes, we have. I just got to wait for them to come across, start, finish. I think we've got the 99 in front of the 9. Yes, we do. So there's GTR. Oh, and Thunder Bunny have both gotten past the number 9, who falls back into 5th. NFC will be the next one to go attack that G82 BMW M4. 28 comes through, 511, but crucially, just in front of the Choice Racing BMW is the number 118 from Thunder Bunny Racing. So one fewer car on the lead lap. Down to just the top 7 now. I cannot get over the big old tire dome in the middle of the 99's right side doors. We're approaching the end of the third hour.
Indeed, we are. 6 hours to go here.
This extra hour we're tacking on to the occasional Saturday race here is not nothing.
No.
No,
It's in fact an hour.
Yeah. It's and of course today our whole schedule's been pushed back half an hour. We don't get the checkered flag till 5:30. Which leaves you less time to go enjoy all the sights and sounds of Danville.
You got to go to the Italian restaurant. It was pretty good.
I had food from a taqueria last night. All corn tortillas, but they weren't double tortillaed. So I picked one up and immediately it just fell through the bottom. Immediate. So I ate 3 reasonably tasty tortillas. 3 reasonably tasty tacos, but with a fork. Which was a bit of a bummer.
Interesting.
You know, there's 3 breweries in Danville. This Ballad, which is pretty okay.
Do they all have the super IPA session blaster?
No, I mean, there's
6,000.
like I don't know. When I was at Ballad last night, I had like 18 or 20 beers on tap. They're all right, decent. There's another one too, which is that I haven't been to. We get a car into the pit lane. I think that's a 701. Anyway, I just wanted to make. There's a third one called Bricktown Brewing, which I was pretty certain was the name of a brewery in the sort of downtown entertainment district in Oklahoma City. It is. For some reason, they have a satellite brewery in Danville, Virginia.
What?
They have like 10 locations in Oklahoma City and 1 in Danville. I have no idea why.
Wow.
Baffling.
Wow.
With a billboard that says local beer, by the way. Could not be less true. The 701 here, that's into the south pit lane, is out of 4th. Last time through, the car did a 221.6. So I'm getting the sense that the car was not healthy over the last couple of laps anyway. And even though it was, reasonably competitive in GP1, something had started to become a problem on that car and eventually just ground it to a halt there. You could just see the right rear tire of the car on the right side of your screen. Wind's picking up out there. Camera's moving around a touch. Well, this is the 99 and the 111 into the braking zone there at turn number 14. Nothing terribly defensive there from the 99, but they are well under a car length apart.
I mean, Harold has made that comment before, Brendan, where he's not terribly interested in aggressively defending or passing.
Yeah,
they're way more about just letting the race come back to them. So I don't imagine that we'll see a lot of defensive moves.
If you're gonna define GTR's race and GTR's style, it is just do laps.
Right.
Do the same lap times over and over. Do we have a move on here at 1 and 2? There's a lap car in there. 99. Well, it's not defensive, but it's not defending.
Right.
Does pull to the inside there a little bit, headed into NASCAR. All this holding up that 111 just a touch. And the back end of the shot there is the next battle in GTO, which is now the 123 and the it's the AC. It's a 9 in the 123. There we go. I figured it out eventually. 9 leading the 123, but only by 0.2 of a second last time across the line. And there, just as we cut the camera away, was the number 118. No, that's okay. It's okay. We're only taking one of your sports enders away, but we still have like 10.
to be sitting in Zach's highlight reel.
Yeah, Zach has so many hours to pick from. I haven't done the math on exactly how much time we've spent live streaming this year as DriversEye Live, but it was, that's very true, at least 3. Thanks, Zach. Zach is just this mythical figure to like the entire WRL streaming community. Nobody has any idea that whether or not he even actually exists.
Right.
But I know...
Well, I think their move might be on here, down into turn 1.
It is. Our Super Tour coverage is like 200 hours, so that plus our WRL stuff.
Oh, there we go. The 111's
side by side.
Try it down the inside here.
He'll have it here for sure.
Probably, yeah, there's plenty of time. Just don't want to overcook it on the entry, and then let the 99 come back down the inside, and indeed they don't. That's the 111 stealing a position there, and I imagine the 111 will now hasten their exit from the zone of the 99, if you will.
You'd think so. I think that 111's got a little bit more pace than the 99's got at the moment.
I think so as well.
Let's just stay on this shot here and wait for the Mercedes and the 9 to come into view. Oh, car off big time in the background.
I think that it is.
It is the Mercedes.
The 127.
It is. Yeah, it is the 123. The NFC Mercedes.
123.
Properly backwards as it came into view. Headed into turn number 3. And we were just talking about this corner a minute ago. How that first left-hand kink sets you up into kind of an arcing braking zone that you could sort of do in a straight line, but not if you're at all around other cars. And it doesn't take much to drop a wheel off or to just get the braking wrong headed into there and really set yourself up with an issue. I think he's gotten away with it, at least in terms of making contact with the tire wall. Just got right up to it. That was a big
car
off
refired.
123. Yeah, you'll see it just in the back there.
Yep, just puts a wheel off to the right.
Puts a wheel off in the brakes.
So easy to do. I mean, so let's take a look at that corner there. You see where the car came to rest. There's a row of tires and then a big old gap back to the actual Armco and tire barrier itself. There might even be some earth in there as well. Not 100% sure. Does look like Armco. Anyway, cars have ended up in that Armco and or tire wall before they put the separated section out in front of it, and it's written cars off. I mean, it's not a super high-speed part of the track, but just so easy to do. I think of, is it Jan Magnussen dropped a wheel there in a Corvette once and cracked a couple of ribs?
Yep.
I mean, in what is, like a third gear corner. It's just unbelievable how tricky that corner is for what on paper, I mean, it's flat. It's not like you're dealing with camber issues or any compression or anything like that. It's just a tricky braking zone that you enter doing, maybe 100 or 110 miles an hour. And if you get it wrong, you find yourself very, very far off. And if you're going quickly enough, you end up, all the way into the tires. Those space tires, by the way, are just the best thing for energy dissipation. You get one big impact, but the tires move with the car and just does such a good job of dissipating energy. IMS is running this weekend up at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, the bottom of turn 2. They've got a bunch of them. And that's the idea. You just start running through tire barriers until, eventually the car is arrested. 17 at Sebring is the same way. Not reinventing the wheel, just finding new ways to use the safety safety elements you already have.
Brandon Vandal's car, I think that's the 28, had run wide there.
That's the green one. There goes your 118.
147 as well.
That is still your GP1 leader, is it not?
Indeed it is.
Yeah.
I do want to take a moment and talk about GP2. It looks like the number 164 Harrison Motorsports BMW has pulled out a one-lap lead over the 525. I believe that's a full lap. Just waiting for the time to
we'll
update.
find out here.
And then the 918 Victory Lane Motorsports BMW as well. So another E46 dominated front end of the GP2 field. And then RRT in their E36, the slightly older chassis.
Have you seen that car in person?
The RRT car? I don't think
721. So I believe that car's been rewrapped for this year.
Mm-hmm.
I know a bunch of the RRT cars spent time in the body shop, just getting everything smoothed back out. I know they had beat some of it back into submission, but they got everything properly cleaned up and rewrapped. That car has the classic RRT, like metallic look, the reflective chrome, but it's in the PTG black, white, and red base.
Oh, you know what? I have seen that.
It looks so nice.
It's really good.
It's so nice.
Very, very good. Very good looking car.
Yeah. I also like the purple and black. I think it's the 364. But that one in particular, 721, is really, really good. Bit of a balk there for the number 99.
That's going to be either the 737 or the 747. Also running in GP2.
Looks like the 747. Yeah, it's the 5 Series, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ryan, did you have more points about GP2?
No, just that it was reasonably close at the front last I had looked in. I think it's spaced itself out a little bit now, but also waiting for the strategy to come into play here, because these GP2 cars, as you recall, can go quite a ways. I believe, actually, it looks like Fat and Furious may owe a stop, or Harrison's had a short fill at some point. Harrison's already had one extra stop, and they're almost a full lap ahead. So, interested to see how that shakes out over time. Again, the cars in this class pretty even, given the platforms that people have chosen. There's not a whole lot to stand out from one another. The pace ends up being about the same no matter what way you go, as the 12 pulls into the pit lane there. 12, of course, I believe the best of the ACP cars in the championship standings.
Ooh, championship standings.
Zach, if you could pull up our championship standings graphic, that would be great.
Yeah.
Is there a...
We'll put those championship standings on our full screen template.
Zach, if you could pull up the FTF championship standings Excel sheet.
Oh, no, that is one of the ACP cars. It wasn't that brief. That's the 12.
Is that a tire rub, or?
Well, it looks like it's up to speed here.
Because both times it was doing that was, well, when it was getting extremely light, and then when it was starting to compress. So.
Zach, how do you feel about pulling up a
under braking there? Past the 1 markers when it started again. Stays out while the leader in GPU comes in. That's the Capstone Motorsports Subico NP01. Ooh, in comes Thunder Bunny. That is our leader, the 118.
Gentlemen.
Brendan.
This is the only... Thank you, Zach. Sorry. The only proper way to introduce an interview in the World Racing League, and happy to say this time we're joined by Chris Pies out of the number 12 team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Chris, welcome.
Thank you guys.
Had to be on again. Happy to be, had to be really careful there not to trip over my words and say Janetta, because normally we're used to seeing you absolutely wring the neck out of a G55, and instead you were, I presume, absolutely wringing the neck out of an M4 GT4. Tell us how you ended up with Team ACP.
Yeah, so it's been a bit of a up and down year for me personally on the racing side of things. I started with old-fashioned motorsports at Road Atlanta, and unfortunately that car had a little bit of damage after that, and it took a while to get repaired, and eventually just ended up getting sold.
Sorry, we've got
ACP's
Zach, our producer, is pointing out some one of the ACP cars. I think it's the 52, just pulled into the south pit lane there. Not your car, in the 12, right? Yeah. So, and then somebody dropping wheels behind him. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. So, the car ended up getting sold. It was one of those offer you can't refuse type things, and so the owner sold it. And sad to see that car go because we put a lot of time in developing it, and I think that was evident from our performances last year. And kicked around with another Ginetta for a couple of races.
Were you in the Dexter car at Road America?
No, it wasn't the Dexter car. It was the Ludicrous Racing.
Okay.
But it was a GTA. So
right. Okay.
Yeah, it was underpowered. It was trying to fight with the big boys when it didn't have the puff. And so great team, great guys there. But an opportunity came up. I talked to ACP and was able to jump in the M3 or M4 actually, and I've never driven a BMW until yesterday.
Wow!
And so
it's amazing you've got this far into a racing career, but at least as a hobby, and never driven a BMW before.
Yeah, I went Miata, Porsche, Ginetta.
Wow!
And so now I guess I'm finding BMW.
How do you like it?
It's different. It's very different. It is a brute. The fastest I've ever been in a race car was the straightaway this morning, going down the back straight. And I think I saw it click over. I was definitely over 150, and but it felt like driving 70 miles an hour down the freeway.
What would the Ginetta have been doing down at the end of the back straightaway here?
I think last year we were doing 134.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
big difference.
Yeah, it's about almost a 20 mile an hour delta between the two.
I mean, we talk about how light the G55 was, and obviously therefore down on power a little bit. Is it a massive shift in terms of driving style and mentality?
For sure.
The two?
It is. The BMW is you have to manage the weight. So I think this particular car is in the neighborhood of 3,800 pounds.
Wow.
So she's a porker, but she's also got the power to offset that, evident on the straight line speed. But you have to manage that weight. Whereas the Ginetta, I think we had it dialed in at Road Atlanta earlier this year at 2650.
Oh, it's a massive difference. I didn't realize it was that light.
Yeah, and so when we go through
Code 35,
full course yellow.
Yeah.
When we go through the lower S's, when we basically get on the power in turn 4 in the Ginetta, we are full power all the way to turn 10. All the way through the snake and all the way up the S.
Until you dab the brakes top of the hill.
At the top of the hill.
Wow.
But all the lower S's are just 100% full. Whereas the BMW, you're definitely managing the weight through snake.
Are you breathing the throttle as you go up over 7 and 8?
I am, just because I'm not 100%. I'm not totally dialed in on the car. I think it will do full power all the way up, but you're eating every single curve all the way up as hard as.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is big chunks of them in the
Do
cars.
you have to get the lap time out of the car?
No, or at least I've tried some where I've gotten really close to being 100% all the way up the S's. The problem is when you get up to the very top, you have to breathe anyway. So whether you breathe a little earlier and stay on the throttle later or what, the result is about the same.
So, do you prefer to have the power and the weight of the BMW? Or did you really like, kind of, like I said, wringing the neck out of a 2,600 pound car, trying to get the best out of it?
It's the power is intoxicating. I can tell you that. I mean, it is when you come up on a class car down the straightaway, and you know you're going to get by them. It's just because you have a draft on them, and you know you're going to get by. It's just there's something about that. Versus the Ginetta, if somebody was behind me coming out of Oak Tree, I knew they were going to get by me. It just was the way it was going to be. So it's a different way of driving, different way of thinking. And tires. I mean, tires are a big thing too. The Ginetta, we never had to change tires.
I hadn't even thought about that. That's a good point.
And the BMWs, I believe it's in the strategy for tire changes, but we'll see. Especially, it's so hot today. It's so greasy that I would be surprised if every GTO car other than that other Ginetta I saw isn't changing tires. So.
Are you having to manage the tires, even early on in the race, so I don't drive race cars. Just talk about them. But are these DOT tires in particular, are they susceptible to overheating the way a traditional racing slick would be in the heat?
Yeah, they definitely are. The car changed pretty dramatically after the first stint.
Okay.
The rear was definitely more slidey. It wasn't anything unmanageable, but it definitely was happening, and I was very aware of it. But the lap times were pretty much the same, whether it was hooked up or not. So just managing that, and I file that under managing weight. Like I said, it's a heavy car. You got to manage that weight going through the corners. You just got to kind of slow everything down because it's just a lot of weight to move back and forth. Whereas the Ginetta is like a butterfly. This thing is like just an absolute hornet or something like that. It's just massive. So
what's next here? Like I said, I think we all kind of associate your name and your pace with the G55s. Old Fashioned doesn't have the Ginetta anymore. Is there something else in the works for Old Fashioned that you'd go back to and drive that, or are you just kind of looking for a new home? What's your situation?
It's a little bit looking for a new home.
Okay.
The Team ACP guys, they greeted me with open arms, and I really like. We've melded pretty well, I think, in the first couple of days that we've worked together already. So we'll see how it goes, but everything seems to be pretty good there. And it's one of those things that. I know I've been on a number of teams in the past little bit of it's just circumstances that's into me looking around saying, okay, I want to keep racing, but the team's gone. So so hopefully I can find the forever home and keep on going. So I like sticking with folks when I can and staying with them as long as possible. It builds that relationship, and I like that. So very happy with. I can't speak highly enough about Team ACP, and they've been around WRL, frankly, since the beginning or close to
it, yeah.
And we've seen, and I'm sure you guys too have seen teams come and go, some big names too, but the constant seems to be Team ACP, Round 3 Racing. Those guys are always around.
Thunder Bunny,
too.
GTR,
Thunder Bunny, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, GTR. They've been that blue BMW.
They might literally be day one.
When I was running an NA Miata when I first started racing, almost 6 years ago. I remember that. E46 GTR M3, and it's still my favorite car that's ever raced.
There may not be a more perfect iteration of a style than GTR's E46 M3. Like, it was just perfect.
Yeah,
it did everything so well.
I was a little sad when they switched to the GT4 to see the GTR. I want to see it again. That thing is it's fantastic. All the winning stickers on the back too. I mean, it was just great car.
I don't know if you've heard much, but obviously Team ACP has a new BMW here this weekend. Oh, bringing out the safety car. This is interesting. Are we? I'm very confused. Very confused. You have any idea what's going on? Yeah, we don't either.
No, they told us that Code 35 is pretty much unless there was a red flag, and then the safety car would pick the field up if there was a red flag for weather or, hopefully not an incident.
Is there stuff going on down there at turn 1? It looks like it, doesn't it? No, that's inside the wall. I'm very confused.
There's a waving flag, but
Zach asked about weather. Oh, okay. So that's the that is the MMR Mustang.
So that had stopped but at a gate by a station in turn 3. I'm not sure that was what.
Yeah, it never made the log though, did it?
Yeah, it did. 6 minutes ago, but before the full course yellow.
Oh, 25 pulled off at gate by station. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think we got. I don't see the safety car. Maybe just they were sending somebody out. Yeah, okay. All right, so this appears to be more of a standard Code 35, but that, I see it. Yeah, very interesting. Anyway, so ACP, new BMW, the G82 M4, right?
That thing's cool.
Is it? Have they been talking about it down in the paddock?
Yeah, they have, and I've been listening to the guys driving it, what their thoughts are on it. I mean,
so what's the scoop?
It's a brand new platform, brand new car. This is the first race it's ever done, and so, in my understanding, they tested on Thursday here, to get ready for the race. So they're having to relearn. They're having to learn setup. They're having to learn, the electronics that are on it. So it's while it is a race, it's almost like a shakedown as well to kind of get more familiar with it. So obviously it's quick out of the box. It is a generation gap from the previous one, but WRL does a great job of managing the BOP across all the GTO cars, and so I think that's evident by brand new race car getting out here and not blowing the doors off everyone. So it's really cool. Probably the coolest thing about it though is the steering wheel. I'd heard rumors that it's a Fanatec steering wheel, and Fanatec does a lot of sim gear. And I had heard that their new sim wheel was the one that was in the BMW GT3 and the new GT4. I didn't really believe it.
Yeah.
It's identical.
It's the wheel.
It's the wheel.
That's wild.
It is one for one. In fact, on the back end, it's got the little gold ring for the quick release on the Fanatec thing.
Dang. Are you a Fanatec guy?
Yeah.
I
have a DD2 Fanatec, and it's
okay.
So I'm looking at that, just salivating. I'm like, okay, maybe I need something for the rig.
Have you gotten a sense of what that car does differently than is it the F82 is the current spec?
Yeah.
Like what are the advantages there? Because by all accounts, there's M4s everywhere, right? There have been even teams that don't run in the league anymore have come and gone with their M4s, and now this car kind of stands out as the unicorn. Do you have a sense of what it does differently, or what the advantages of running that car would be versus one of the older M4s?
I think it's probably I call it the Porsche improvement. Everything is just another 10% better everywhere. I don't think it's going to, like I said, it's not going to blow the doors off people and just be faster all of a sudden because all the cars are BOP.
Sure.
And they're all on street tires. So, the lateral grip is always pretty much the same for all cars. But I think where the advantage probably comes from, not having driven it myself, is it just makes everything easier.
Okay.
So you can get to the limit of the car easier. And then the electronics are probably, and when I say electronics, I mean like the traction control stuff, the ABS, are more, they're more in the background as opposed to a hammer that'll come down and say, you're not going to accelerate anymore because you're losing traction. They probably meld it a little bit and allow a little bit of slip before, the traction control kicks in, things like that. So just general improvements. It's a big car. Just standing next to it, it's like it fills the entire garage over there in VR, over in the garages. It's a very large vehicle, but that's kind of the mantra for BMWs ever since the M6 raced. So, again, everybody that I've talked to that's been around that car has said that it's a great platform, great car. I'm excited to hopefully see more of them and see them out here and see how they perform. But I think we're lucky to. That's cutting edge. This is.
It's interesting too because I feel like the Supers have kind of taken the series by storm, right? They do a lot very well, BMW. But the Thunder Bunny cars, the Hitman car, have just been so quick and consistent over the season. And at least so far, they've had the reliability to match all of that performance. So they've taken a lot of wins already. And that was the newest GT4 car in the GTO field up until ACP brings the new G82. And we were sort of musing earlier about whether or not it could take the fight to the Supras, whether it had that next performance step that the Supras brought in. It's race one, so I guess maybe that remains to be seen.
It is. And to be fair to Thunder Bunny and Hitman, they've put a lot of time and testing into those platforms.
Sure.
So,
with support.
With support, yeah. With factory support.
Yeah.
But you can't understate the development time. Getting on the car, getting out there, running testing, running different scenarios, and just being prepared for a race. I don't think you can't just go tomorrow and buy a Supra GT4 car and expect to come out here and run 2 minutes. It's not going to happen. It's the development time and the time and the money that those teams have spent and dedicated to developing that platform, and they're reaping in what they sow. You see the absolute pace advantage they've got on the field. Yeah. But and coming from the Ginetta last year, it was the same thing. It was a new car to us. First couple of races, we realized it had pace, but we sat there. We had a good team. A good group of guys that are IMSA prototype guys with Chicane Motorsports that were supporting the car, knew what they were doing, and the testing involved to get that car to where it needed to be. It takes time and it takes effort. But yeah, hats off to Thunder Bunny and Hitman to field those cars like that and do it reliably. It doesn't matter the track. It seems like every single track, they're the consistent, which is something to be said about that for sure.
For sure, it's brought a breath of fresh air to the top of GTO, and almost in like the next breath, like, okay, well, this is the standard now. Like almost immediately, within 3 or 4 events, the Supra has now sort of defined what the peak of GTO performance is. The 118 ran some laps yesterday morning, had the times disallowed, and then immediately came out and set pole again anyway. So it's been cool to watch. Do you have any desire to get behind one of those?
Oh, I'd love to. If every opportunity presented itself, I'd love to get behind the wheel of the Supra and see what it's all about. I know more and more teams. I was actually very surprised to only see the Thunder Bunny cars here.
Yeah.
Because I think at Road America there were like 6 of them, or 5 or 6 Supras.
And I think at Daytona there was one that wasn't a GT4.
Oh, okay.
It was just a built-up Supra.
So it'll be interesting to see if all Supras are fast, or if it's just the teams, Thunder Bunny and Hitman, because I know they work hand in hand. If their Supras are fast, right? Because again, that will go to the development and the time and the effort that they've spent in there. But and the other thing you hinted on as well is the factory support. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Toyota's trying to sell cars, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the first factory that has come to WRL to say, hey, we're going to support you guys as we would support, another series or something. And I think you're seeing the benefits of that as well. And it, I mean, at the end of the day, the number of cars don't lie. There are like 200% more Supras than existed at the beginning of the year, based on the performance of Thunder Bunny and Hitman. So, it's pretty cool to see. I hope maybe some other manufacturers may take note and say, hey, maybe this is something. WRL isn't just what it was 5 years ago, so to speak. This is serious stuff. It'd be great to see, but more competition. It makes it more fun out there for sure.
It would be wild. Like now knowing that factory support actually, I mean, the Supra's a quick car, no doubt about it. But now having somebody that's there as a resource, whether you're trying something on setup or whether it's power management or whatever, that resource is always there. It just feels like it maybe breeds consistency within a program or across programs, and I think you see that, like you said, at the top of GTO now. It'll be very interesting to see what happens next. Whether it's, COTA at the end of this year, certainly enough BMWs here, brand new one in the paddock. Who knows? Right?
COTA's going to be fun for sure to see. We get them all out on the track and we get.
Have we talked to you since COTA last year?
I don't think so. The Rowdy Bush and
man. How was that?
That was I remember getting in the car on Saturday, and right in front of me is Kyle Busch, and I just was pinching myself saying, what planet am I on? What timeline is this that all of a sudden I'm about to go wheel to wheel with
you
Kyle
did.
Busch? Yeah, I did. I will say it was a lot of fun.
That was wild to watch. It was so cool.
It was a lot of fun, and the two cars, I mean, they couldn't be more different, right? But they were evenly matched.
Sure.
It was that two-frame chassis, like stock car for better word, it would come out of those tight corners like nothing else. Every single time they got on the throttle, boom, 2 car lengths coming out of those tight corners over us, and then they would pull on us like most cars pull on us. But then we get into the S's, and our min speed was just so much higher because of the downforce. And so the cars made speed in very different ways, and it was just so much fun to race against somebody that I knew who was in the car, I knew the skill level of the driver, and I could trust that they knew what they were doing behind the wheel, so I could race tighter and get closer than I would in some other situations. And it was, highlight of my racing career for sure. And then the next day, racing against Sheldon Creed, it's just like,
oh yeah, I forgot
what's going on
there.
Yeah. So it was actually Sheldon took off like a stabbed rat on Sunday. His pace was unreal. I was driving as hard as I could to try to keep up.
Did you end up? I know what happened afterwards, but did you guys end up winning on track on Saturday? Did you end up beating the 3?
No, so we didn't win on Saturday. We broke a half shaft about 4 hours in.
Was it Sunday you were chasing down?
Sunday was the one that we technically finished first.
Right, okay, yeah, my day's confused. So it was Sunday.
Yeah, it was Sunday, and it was the chasing them down. I mean, and to be fair to RCR, they
green
had
flag, by the way.
They had they were having fuel issues all weekend, so their pit stop, I think they were doing like 45 minutes, maybe 50 minutes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they had to pick up issues.
So I think they ended up having to do another pit stop or so, but I ended up getting a 2-lap penalty for contact at one point, which I mean, so it kind of offset each other in the terms of their pickup and then my penalty, and then ended up resulting in a pretty exciting finish for sure in the last 30 minutes. So yeah, we went from the top of the world to it's unfortunate 11 horsepower over.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was 11 horsepower. So yeah, it is what it was, but it just showed that that car was the culmination of the entire year of effort of tuning, testing, and getting a platform that normally isn't. It's not the popular. The Genetto is not the popular platform, right? And then it was actually really funny to see as that year progressed last year in the Genetta, as we started getting poles and started going faster and faster, and the car was going faster, more Genettas started showing up.
Yeah, right.
And I think at one point there was like a race, and it may have been here. There was like 6 Genettas. It was the most I've ever seen, and it was just. It was pretty cool to see that, as you started to get more success and started to demonstrate a platform was competitive.
Yeah.
More of them started just all of a sudden appearing in the paddock.
Were you guys while the thought crossed in my mind, were you guys adding weight to the car to try and get yourselves more power, or were you just locked in at whatever the Genetta spec was?
No, we decided. So we did add weight to the car to make it legal to GTO.
Okay.
Because the car could go, I think it could go even lighter. I think it'd be like 2,400 pounds or something like that.
Wow.
So we had about 150, 200 pounds in the car as ballast.
Because you couldn't get the power number lower to run at 2,400? Or?
And I'm not a rules expert.
Sure.
But I think if you go under a certain number in WRL, then you're in GTU.
Oh, you're right. I think it's like 2,400.
Yeah,
2,400.
So we had found a place that we thought was good. And we actually had this conversation at the beginning of this year when we were trying to make sure we were on the absolute bleeding edge.
Yeah.
Do we add weight and add power so we minimize the
That's what I was asking.
speed loss, or do we play to the Genetta's advantage and go as light as possible, understanding we're going to be slow and straight? And we made the conscious effort of saying, whole point of the Genetta is lightness.
Yeah.
Let's just double down on it. We'll be as light as we can legally be, and then build the power to that, and go that way. And Road Atlanta this year, I mean, I've got some footage in the qualifying that the Supras were just 10-car lakes down the back straight. It was just like, bye. But then I'd catch them in turn 5 through the S's. So it was just different ways to make same lap time.
That is, I mean, for my money, the best part of WRL is there's no granular BOP. It's just you've got 9-to-1. You've got street tires that kind of limit, like you said earlier, the lateral grip. Everybody's kind of running the same maximum G number. And at the end of the day, the best teams and the best drivers are all pretty much right in the same window of, maybe 2 or 3 tenths, whether it's a 2,600-pound car or a 36 or 3,800-pound car. It's pretty much right there.
Yeah, and gone are the days of, the leader running and winning by 5 laps. That doesn't exist anymore. It seems like every single race, usually the podium is, definitely the top 2 are usually on the same lap within 11 seconds, 12 seconds. I mean, it's always close. But 5 years ago, that wouldn't have been the case. What I really want to see, though, is I want to see a not factory team come with something ridiculous, something totally out of the box that's within the rules, and put the fight at the pointy end of GTO. Show the factory cars, hey, it can be done.
What does that look like? Because you seem to have put some thought into this.
Well, it's just, I remember there was, I forgot the team name. I want to say last year or the year before, there was a BMW M3 E46 that actually won a couple of races. It had Iron Rock on the side of it.
Oh, Scream and Goat.
Yeah, Scream and
Goat. They put the LS engine in it.
Yeah, something like that, right? And they definitely won a race or 2 like that. To see something like that, which is just not factory, that's kind of always been the spirit of WRL, right?
For sure.
Like,
yes.
Bring what you got and come race it. And GTO has been become a bit of a factory race class. but somebody to decide, hey, I want to build something,
Yeah.
bring it to the supers, bring it to Toyota, bring it to BMW, and demonstrate under these rules and this conditions, we can do it in our garage just as well as they can do it in their factories, right? And I always like to see cars like that.
Yeah. I'm hopeful we get, we still have variety, but I'm with you there. I love the stuff like that. Even the Austin Dillon stock car that runs at Coda every year, right? It's pretty out of the box for what we're doing here, right? Tube frame, non-production car in GTO, crate engine. It's pretty wild.
I'm hoping. I don't know if you guys watched the NASCAR race from Chicago a couple weekends ago, and I'm hoping NASCAR keeps that trend and more road courses, because then I have a feeling we'll see more NASCAR names come into our little series to get some experience when the road gets curvy, because it's always a blast to, again, in what timeline and what scenario does someone like me go wheel to wheel with Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon and those guys?
Hey, if they need a fourth driver, you're like, hey man,
my cell phone's right here. Give me a call. No. Yeah, no. So it's just always good to see. You see them on TV and you say, that's just amazing what they do and how they drive, and then to be able to get out there and see it live is it's a lot of good. And you can measure yourself against them, and that's racing. There's very few sports that you can do that. You can, if you're a basketball player, you can't jump out on the court with LeBron James and compete at all. But racing is kind of it evens the field a little, and it's a lot of fun.
I said to a friend of mine last week after the race in Chicago, you don't get what happened last weekend in any other sport, right? There's really no other sport where you would have somebody coming from, let's say a Canadian football quarterback comes into the NFL and just torches some team, right? He's here as a one-off. He's playing quarterback for the Packers or whatever, and he comes in and just lights up the Bears. And you're like, wow, this guy's a revelation. That doesn't happen. Yeah. It can't happen. You only get that kind of thing in racing. And with the variety and breadth of motorsports and disciplines that you have around the world, that you can have a one-off, guy in his first start come in and just do what he does best and put his talent on display.
And that seems like a new trend in racing too. I don't remember 10 years ago seeing this mix of different disciplines and different drivers jumping into other racing.
It was more limited. You had your Tony Stewarts that did a lot of that, but it was still limited to North American centric stuff.
Exactly.
Right?
But it seems like it's becoming much more. Much more. You're seeing, I at least in the sports car world, with WEC and GT3 racing, you're seeing Lawrence Vanthoor or Dries Vanthoor. They'll be racing Daytona 24, then they'll be racing Le Mans, and they'll be racing something else, or you're seeing the same names across different disciplines. Seemingly every other weekend they'll be in Australia one day, and then they'll be somewhere else. It's absolutely amazing to see what these guys can do and how they can just jump into another car that is vastly different and boom, be competitive. It's impressive.
I think talent, to a large degree, talent's talent. You get a lot less specialization these days. Somebody like Kyle Larson, right? The guy is he's a wheel. He just drives race cars fast, and it is cool to see. And like I said, it's unique to racing. I can't picture anything else where you get those types of stories. And just sit and watch it. It's amazing.
The driver that always comes to my mind when I start thinking about stuff like that is Montoya.
Yeah.
Raced everything.
Yep.
He didn't do it all at the same time, but he did Formula One, and then I'm going to go do IndyCar. Okay, then I'm going to go do IMSA. It's just.
I was thinking about him a couple of weeks ago. It's kind of a shame. I think we got Montoya in the right era. As we've developed modern racing cars that have relied more heavily on electronics, that have relied more heavily on tire warmers and driver aids and all this stuff, his specialty was just taking a raw race car and getting every tenth out of it in whatever the scenario was, whether it was in the middle of a stint on a depleting fuel tank and used tires, or first lap out of the pits on cold tires. The dude was just, and is still, so good at getting what other people couldn't get out of the car. Now, as you have more cars that rely on more driver aids, that have more grip all the time, you get stuff like Montoya's talent that shines just a little bit less. And it takes somebody like, like you said, the Vantors, the Vanderlindes, that are really, really good at getting the most out of modern sports cars. I don't think Montoya, you get the same effect now that you got 15 years ago.
For sure. Yeah, it is a different era. I mean, I wish we could put all the great drivers from all the different eras
Sure.
in one series and have a have a good
Bring
romp.
'em here.
Yeah, here's a Formula Ford. You guys all jump in, go wring its neck out. But I mean, I think we're entering. Well, we've already entered a golden age in IMSA with the LMDHs here.
Yep.
And you look at Le Mans from earlier this year, and I mean the top field for the past 3-4 years, it's just been literally just Toyota and their two cars. But now all of a sudden, you've got, yeah. They might need their own class. But to see all these manufacturers at the top is just that was the most entertaining Le Mans I can remember in recent memory. The rain helped, but it was phenomenal. I was glued to the TV, and so to see this and see, I mean, I think racing is alive and well right now. NASCAR is thriving. Everything's on the up, and so it's really exciting to be a race car driver, but not even that, a racing fan right now. I think we're living in a golden age.
We are incredibly lucky. I often consider it a blessing to have become a racing fan, and it's the best to watch. It's the best to be a part of, and well, I've taken up too much of your time. Anyway, Chris, I appreciate you coming up and spending some time with us.
No worries. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, and hopefully everything goes well. Our car keeps running well, and again, thanks to Team JCP for letting me drive with you guys this weekend. It's been fun, and let's go get them. Let's get them, bring it to them. We still got about 5 hours? Yeah,
plenty of change.
Time.
Yep,
plenty of time to chase down the leaders.
That's Chris Pies out of the number 12 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4. Gentlemen, we've had some pit stops at the top of GTO. Things shaking up a little bit.
Yeah, most of the pit stops thankfully happened under our last code 35 here. For the most part, though, we are seeing the 28 come down pit lane again. I should say is now leaving pit lane. They did pit under the code 35, which was 10 laps ago.
Yeah, the 118 did not, though, crucially, right? It was in literally the lap before.
Yeah.
Which is why, after a full cycle of pit stops, we no longer have the 118 in the GTO class lead.
Well, it was in second, but it has since lost that position to the 82.
No. I'm saying, like, on normal rotation.
On the lead, yes.
Before this cycle of pit stops started, whether they were under green or code 35, the 118 was comfortably out in front. And now, I mean, we talked about it earlier on, not stopping under code 35, I appreciate this, not the case for you. But if for some reason you decide not to stop under code 35 and you have to make a green flag stop, that one lap can be the difference, right? It can cost you a minute. It can cost you, more than that if you're doing driver changes and tire changes and all that. And this is how it bites you, is you stop under green, code 35 comes out, everybody else fits under code 35. And, 118 just on the wrong side of the code 35 there as we got our pit stops underway.
Ooh. Report of the 25 stopping on pit entry and blocking entry.
Did get confirmation, by the way, that the safety car that was out there, the Challenger, was delivering lunches to the corner workers.
Okay.
Makes perfect sense. We have some graying skies just north of the track here, guys.
Oh, is this time for Weather Watch 2023?
I'm looking at the weather radar, and there's nothing there, but this is
clouds.
By far the most cloud cover we've had this weekend. Also, I gather we have a dead trackside camera.
Yes. So while Brendan steps away for a moment, Zach...
Oh, am I?
I thought you said you were going to.
I did not say that, but I just said I gather we have a dead trackside. I am going to go do that.
Okay, perfect. So while
I did
Bridget
say
steps away
BRB.
for a moment.
Self-awareness level 0. I'll be right back, guys.
Zach, would it be possible to pull up that first image I sent you? Is that something that we can display, or is that not enough notice to do something like that? Also, Zach is muted, so I'm not even certain that he's at his station right now. Aha, there we go. So, this is the point standings in a little bit of a blurry situation here. Maybe that's just on my end. For the GTO National Championship, I think it's the overall. You'll see that the number 111 is with 105 points. This was relevant earlier because we saw the 111 and the 99 battling on track, and they are the championship leaders as the 99 just goes under the start-finish line there. Of course, the fake start-finish line. This is the other one coming out of Oak Tree. So that was a battle on track for championship standings as well. So you see 105 to 90. Now, it's important to note that this doesn't include any drops, but also I don't think either of them are currently eligible to use a drop because they haven't not showed up to an event. So I believe at the top, at least, this is accurate. The 34 of Hitman Racing, they're in third position. They haven't been to the last couple of races, so they're going to be working from behind the 8 ball a little bit, but they'll be able to drop one of those since they haven't showed up. Of course, they had the big accident at Road America. I'm not sure if that car is written off. I believe it'll be back. Perhaps we'll get a word in and see what the deal is. Yeah,
I believe they won Daytona, didn't they?
Did they win Daytona? You're right. No, you're absolutely right. They did win Daytona. They did come back. You're absolutely right. 100%. My apologies. So they won Daytona. That's put them up to the 65 points. So they're still in striking distance, but they'd have to have a really flawless run after the 2 rounds that they did miss with the car having been pretty comprehensively broken. And then we have the 4th place ACP Tangerine Associates car. That one was pretty firmly up in 2nd and 3rd position in the championship at one point. They have now fallen back down the order. The 12, always a very consistent car, as we see the TCR jump out of the way there to get back down the inside. So that puts them in 4th place. And then the Random Vandals racing car. If we think back, JT, to Road Atlanta, that car was not happy. That was a car that was struggling on the tires. It was struggling with suspension setup. I remember it would come through turn 1 at Road Atlanta, and you could hear the tires. They were so loud if you were standing there at turn 1. It was crazy how loud they were. It was almost louder than the engine. They've made some changes, I believe, to both of those cars that have made the car more competitive. So I think Random Vandals, given the beginning of the season that they've had, will be happy with a top 5. Now, of course, everybody's in it to win it, of course, so they want to be a little bit further up the order there. But the consistency of just running that car at every event really paying off by getting them a top 5 position. In 6th place, we have that 123 NFC Motorsports. They've always got the pace. They're like always near the front of the field. They've got a decent driver, but I don't think the consistency's there across the course of an entire event. Followed by the 909 Automatic Racing. They haven't really come to every race either. Neither has Choice, neither has Pinnacle. And then round out the top 10 with the 28 of Random Vandals Racing. So that kind of gets you in there to kind of see where we're at as far as the championship standings. And then, Zach, the other image I sent is the overall national championship. And you'll see that PC Racing, as a result of their consistency in GP1, are currently leading the national overall standings ahead of even the Thunder Bunny car, which has also had an incredible run, several podiums. They had a podium streak going at one point. I think they have since lost that. So they're in 2nd place. And then in 3rd place, JT, who would have thought, given their issues last year, that No Lift Racing / JNR would be in 3rd position in the overall championship?
I mean, they've been having a very, very good season so far.
They absolutely
much better with that Civic.
That Civic has way fewer issues than they had last year. I understand last year for Jonathan Newcomb, probably a little bit on the frustrating side. Couldn't ever get that car, I think, dialed in and doing what they expected. So for them to currently be 3rd in the national overall standings is outstanding. You've got in 4th place, number 197 Overnight Motorsports. That's a good result for them. And then in 5th place, again, another awesome entry. The number 65, that's the GP3 car of Open Throttle Racing, the BMW E46. That's a new car to them this season, and it's running top 5 in the overall championship. that is a fantastic result for them. I'm very, very pleased to see that.
What I really like about the no lift racing, the JNR entry, is they haven't won a race this season.
No, they have not, and just in the consistency in that car, and GP2. Additionally, that's mostly a BMW E46 class, and one would think on the face of it that an E46, you got rear-wheel drive, 50-50 weight distribution, big straight-six engine, nice and reliable, smooth power, great delivery, the whole nine. You would think that that would be the car to have for that class. But in GP2, they're able to really rise to the top there. So I think a fantastic result for two cars that sort of stand out in their respective classes. You have a GP2 car that I would think of as maybe a GP3 type of situation, a four-cylinder Civic. And then you have in GP3 a car that usually populates the GP2 fields. So that's quite excellent, I think, for what's going on here at about the midway point, I would say, for the national championship here. As you continue to go down, you've got two AOA cars there. Moorhead Speedworks, of course, in GP1. They are the highest ranked, PC Racing's ahead of them. So a little bit of work to do there for them, but it only takes a couple races for this national to kind of swing one direction or the other. So we're very, very glad to see the standings as they are. I like doing that. If we have good feedback on doing the championship standings like that, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm pretty excited about that. That worked pretty well.
Yeah.
And perhaps tomorrow we'll do a check-in on some of the GP classes as well, so see some of their class standings. Zach says he wants to make a proper graphic, but that will work. Ripped from Speed Hive. I mean, Zach, I don't want to make work for you that you haven't agreed to do, but yes, I would prefer that. But hey, I'll take what I can get. It's better than just showing an Excel sheet, I reckon. So there's that. Scotty Elkins in the chat. Proud of my Hitman family for that win at Daytona. They worked hard to get there. Car ready in no time for a podium finish. They got that car figured out. Yes, they did. Absolutely. Indeed, there is some dust at the top of the turn up there. I think somebody might have gone wide or gone off. One would assume that they got back going, given that there's no additional dust, and there's also not a car visibly at least, sliding down the slick and wet hill in the grass. So, happy to see that. Perhaps we'll get a replay, but I'm not exactly sure.
It's just a tricky corner in general, so we've seen a couple cars put a wheel off there.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping an eye on the battle for third in GTO right now.
Big gaggle of cars come down the back straight here.
The 118 from Thunder Bunny is definitely a bit off pace this stint so far. Wonder if that may have been a driver change instead of an issue.
All right, I'll keep my head up high, hoping that that's the case.
Yeah, because
bring some positivity to the proceedings here.
They had been our leader. They had a pit stop right before our code 35. They came back out in second, and they're now down in fifth and losing time.
As tends to happen. Unfortunately, we don't quite have the ability to see which driver is which. Specifically, occasionally if an onboard carries the information, we'll forward that information to you. But the best place usually is the chat to find out about your particular favorite drivers. There's the 118 coming up the hill there. Nice and beautifully green here at VIR. Zach, might this be another good opportunity to run an advertisement? Is that something that can be made to happen? Fantastic. I'm getting a yes on that. So with 5 hours and a little bit remaining here in WRL's Race 1 of the VIR weekend, I think we'll take a break and pay some bills, and we'll be right back.
when the finish line calls. We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
And we are live here at VIR. I believe we'll have a replay of some action that you may have missed while we were on the ad break. We're going to see if our producer can get that pulled up for us. There was a little bit of action, a little bit of passing for position down here. This is a replay, of course, not live. I believe that's the 99, the blue car there, as noted the second place in the championship, trying to make a pass, and the NASCAR has to run wide, giving a lot of racing room there, which is always nice to see, but always a bit of a jump there when you see somebody run that far off course and you see that big plume of dust. So glad that's gone as well as it did. We're all back and settled here. Everything's all good. JT, do you want to do a rundown?
No.
All right,
yeah,
cool. I'll do the rundown. That's fine. So in GP1, we've got the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks BMW. They are in the lead, as they have gotten used to. The number 26 Edge Autosports car, they're in second position in their BMW, followed by the number 44 PC Racing, the national overall leader. And then in fourth position, having moved up from sixth, the number 5 All-Star Racing team with the stacked driver lineup. I believe they're starting to get their heads more around the car. I'll be excited to see what they make happen tomorrow when they have a fresh start and they have all the track knowledge available. So that'll be quite good. And then in fifth place, the only race team from Minnesota currently participating, the number 984 Frozen Rotors Racing. I believe they are in a Porsche Cayman. Yes, they are. And then sixth place, the number 15 Palomar Racing BMW. They make a long drive out here all the time, and so I think they're hoping for good results here. Probably another team I think looking forward to tomorrow. They're already 3 laps down here. JT, do you want to pick up GP2?
Absolutely. GP2 is being led by Hagerty Motorsports, who we saw make that challenge very early on again against Fat and Furious during the opening hour. Fat and Furious still in second place, 18 seconds back.
That's a tight battle. That might be one of the closest battles on track right now, right?
I mean, it's not necessarily, but it's in terms of maybe for the lead, yeah. I mean,
looks like the 118 is awful close to the. Okay, so the third, fourth, fifth, and GTO is pretty close, but that's going to be the second closest.
It's definitely, not decided. And then third place is the 197 Overnight Motorsports Boxster. We have fourth place, the Victory Lane Motorsports, the 918. Another one of the BMW 330 CIs in the field. RRT Racing in the 721, up in fifth right now. A little bit stronger pace in this stint compared to their opening stint. Good to see that. Leading over the 160 Moorhead Speedworks, their second entry, the 160 running in GP2. The 737 AutoWorks Motorsports, that's the E36 BMW from that team, running 7th. Over the 113 Safety third entry. Don't think I've seen them before.
Safety third is an interesting mantra.
Yeah.
I would love to. I'm sure there's an explanation there, but I would love to hear what it is.
They are holding station over JNR, 9th place in their Honda Civic. 10th place is the 747 AutoWorks Motorsports BMW. That's the E34.
That's the 5 Series, the
correct
big boy. As we've got a plume of dust in turn 1. Oh, there we go. And then they ran a little bit narrow there as well. I'm going to try to see if we can figure out what that is. It is a BMW. It's a silver one.
It should be the red Roberts Miata.
Ah, there it is. Okay. That car has had a lot of excursions today, I would say.
Yeah, that's currently 2nd place in GP3, behind the 55 from AOA Racing. Those two had a very good battle early on, especially with the 85 before they ran into issues. 3rd place in GP3 is the 65 BMW from Open Throttle Racing, with a decent gap over the 93 BMW from TC Klein.
Welcome back, TC Klein.
Yeah, did we? Yeah, we had them at Road America, but not at Daytona.
Yep. And then for GTO, as we've mentioned, the number 111 is currently leading. They're also leading both of the champion, or they're second in the overall, and first in the GTO National. So they're championship leader, of course, leading the field there, followed by the 82 Random Vandals Racing BMW, and then in 3rd, the number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, and then in 4th place, the number GTR 99. Now, this is a tight gap here. You've got a 15-second gap to second, 0.2 of a second gap for the 99 to the 9, and then a 12-second gap from the 118 to the 99. So if we can pick up the 99, is probably the easiest one to see trackside. Here we are. And of course, we see the older BMW, but we know that the 99 has had a bunch of development done to it. They have, I believe, is the 9 the new car, JT?
I believe the 12 is.
Okay. Or is it 12?
I'm being told it's
the 9 is the new one. Okay, cool. So they are chasing down the 9, and then the 118 is a little ways behind them. So that whole gaggle chasing second position here. You see the Miata running through the S's. So there is the 118. That is bringing up the rear of that gaggle of cars that we are looking for. The 118 is. There it is again, just coming around the final turn. There we go. And so the 99 looks like it may have closed up the gap substantially on the 9 again here. Looks like 4/10 last time by. So we'll see that. That's the group coming out of turn 1 right now on the right-hand side of your screen. The 99 takes a little bit of a different line. They're going to try to come down the inside both times, just showing the nose, trying to keep them honest. They stay where they are. Number 9, of course, trying to take a little bit wider line there. The 99 stays tucked right up underneath. That livery, kind of Jeff Gordon reminiscent, kind of the 24 in terms of the colors, just as it goes by. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Now, of course, that's the team car that's right behind the 99, but I don't believe that is on the same lap. I think that would be the 34?
The 12.
The 12. I thought the 12 was the gray and yellow one.
Ooh, then it's... Oh, no, this is the 52. That's what it is.
The 52, that's what it is. Okay.
It's the one that came to a stop earlier on the the alternate pit lane.
Yep. And that 52 closing right up onto the 99, of course. Still a gaggle of 3 BMWs being followed by a GTU Sebico NP01. Gotta make sure to shout out the correct name there. Now, the one thing that this battle will cause is it will allow the 118 to start to pick up a little bit of ground here as the 3 of them jostle for position and try to play defensive. That's when you do get quite slowed down, whereas the 118 currently running in clean air Again, we're seeing that gap live here right now. And the 118 has actually dropped back behind the Aston Martin there, so they've lost a little bit of time as well. And the black and... Oh, go ahead. Oh, that is the 908, driven by Stefan Sarazan, going back into the... Or is that the 909? Either way,
909.
Going back into the paddock there.
That's a bummer. They had been 12th place.
Yep. The 908 is the green one, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bit more yellowish, but
whatever.
Ryan, we have to talk about your sense of color. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I can't be blamed for
Continental green.
Continental tire
It's
nonsense.
yellow.
It is yellow, thank you. It's not gold. Look at that, yellow, right there. Anyway.
No. Weren't you saying the Continental Tire color was orange? And now you're saying the automatic yellow is green?
I don't know, man.
That is chaos.
You're chaos.
Oh my god, speaking of chaos, look at this run up into Oak Tree. These
Absolutely.
are almost all, I think, except for the lead car there. Those are all GTO cars.
Yep. This is the battle we've been following, Brendan.
Yeah, no, exactly. The 9, the 99, and the
52.
52, gosh.
52, yep.
Yeah.
And the 52 is not for position there. I think that's the
Right,
52
yep.
playing good teammate for the 9 ahead.
And in the background, you can see just trailing them is that green Aston Martin.
Yes.
I only see yellow. I don't see any green out there.
It is absolutely yellow.
In which Ryan gets bored with Brendan.
Indeed.
Yep, it's fine.
That's green.
Yeah, Zach's weighing in here. It's not green. It's ridiculous.
It's as green as the yellow curbing.
I've never seen anything like it in all my years.
Yeah, good
It's
point,
closer
JT.
to the color of the
it's
grass
like saying the curbing
than it
here
is the
green.
color of the curbs.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is not.
Maybe the color balance of my
Have you
monitor
ever
is
been
wrong.
tested for color blindness? Ever?
I'm not colorblind.
I don't
Folks
know,
in
man.
the chat, go ahead and let us know whether you're team yellow or team green.
Team yellow or team...
It's like saying the curbs here are yellow and yellow. Or green and green.
No, it's not. It's not even close to that color. It's not even close. I would
Almost identical. I can.
I'd be.
I mean,
No, it's not. I'd be willing to bet that it's exactly in between the yellow and green that's on the curbs. Look at that. That's not the yellow on the curbs. It's got a hint of blue to it. Anyway.
Oh, Zach is so bored.
He is bored. Zach's bored on a good day, though. So the 99 continues its pursuit of the 9. Hey, look, man, only one of us has fallen asleep during the broadcast. That's all there is to it.
It was one time.
To be fair, I don't think we ever told the viewers that happened.
Oh, I had definitely let it slip. As the number 99 is going to poke its nose out again. Going to just show the nose there. I think making good decisions to just let him know, I'm here. I'm still here, trying to maybe goad him into a mistake. But again, as we talked about earlier, the 99 not going to be the car that makes a huge heroic lunge. They much prefer to just put in some nice, consistent laps. Maybe save a bit of fuel, question mark, running in the draft there. I imagine their pace is pretty good, though, so that's probably not the case. 203, that's pretty decent. The 118 just set... no, they did not. That was on lap 26. Oh, those were fast laps as well. So they're both running 207s. The 118 is set at 205, running about 2 seconds a lap faster. So as I had mentioned before, these two cars battling is going to allow the 118 to catch up a little bit. Try to squeeze its way onto that podium. Give Toyota another multiple podium race.
Sorry, Ryan. There's a good scrap here with the 9 and the 99. There's a chance for the 99 on the brakes here into turn 1.
There is. I think they're going to go for no. I think they're going to...
Yeah, the overlap's not there. The line was, the overlap was not.
And they're just now coming towards us. They're about to exit the shot there to the right.
Oh, wait, is that it? Did you get it done on the throttle?
Could be. I think they did as well. So now we'll see what the pace differential is between the brand new car, which is presumably as it arrived from Germany, versus the highly developed number 99. And the 99, it's not the 99, let's see. Oh yeah, the 99 has worked a pretty decent sized gap already. So the 9 trying really hard to keep the 99 back, but the 99 is going to check out here.
Yeah, I think the 99 was held up a little bit there.
I think so.
Or the
as well.
99, sorry, was held up a little bit there by the number 9. And it's not like the worst thing in the world because the leader isn't setting the world alight either at the moment in terms of pace. But
something slow GTU leader.
Yeah, it's the capstone.
Made out of spin.
That's the capstone car, top of the hill.
Massive smoke at out of 9. Going into 10 now.
I think that was a sideways or backwards moment there for that car. You see the smoke dissipating at the top of the hill. Is there a yellow flag out there from the corner station?
There is a standing yellow.
Is. Yeah. So why is there a standing yellow there?
It's on its own 2 feet.
Is there a car up and around the bend? No, that can't be.
Is there a fluid? Well, the fluid flag would be yellow and red, of course.
Not like you'd be able to tell the difference.
Do we know that's a flag and not a...
Maybe it is something. It looks like a standing yellow, but maybe it's not.
I think it's a standing yellow. I really do.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Zoom in and enhance.
Oh, maybe it's a surface
We
flag?
can do one of them.
I'm not sure.
This is the car 4 off driver's right and continued at the top of the hill. There's nothing else there.
Is it a yellow and red flag?
It's not a flag anymore.
I wonder if station, I guess it would be 9, up at the top of the hill, told them to go standing because of the they were waving for the spin for the turn for car 4, and they forgot to tell them to take the flag down.
That's our flagging correspondent, Brendan Casimir.
Yeah, I can explain that more. It's just complicated. Did the 123 have a problem?
I've been trying to figure that out because it lost 2 laps. During the full course yellow earlier. Sorry, the code 35. They lost quite a bit of time.
Yeah, a ton of positions. Maybe it was just a long stop again, but they're like 3 laps down now.
I found out it lost 2 laps for passing under yellow.
Also worth noting, the 118 is currently under investigation for contact. At 12:03, we made contact with the number 16. It says nose to tail. So, and contact reported with the 28 side to side down at turn 1. Contact under investigation with the 99 at turn 2.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit that needs to be.
There's a lot. There's a lot under investigation here still, with a lot of really significant players too. 118, 99, 28. 28 twice. Lots of question marks hanging over GTO right now.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, look at where the 88 is sitting right now. In 8th place, 2 laps down. They had a 2-lap penalty for contact.
That's a good point, JT.
They could very well be in the lead right now. Had that not happened.
I mean, we kind of touched on this earlier, that this is, some of the highest speed differential, individual run groups maybe in sprint racing as an aside, but in terms of long distance, endurance racing, this is some of the highest speed differential you're going to see. And inevitably, things do happen, right? Communication errors between cars and drivers happen. You're making a lot of assumptions and a lot of split-second decisions, and, inevitably you're going to have this. And by and large, we've been very clean today. Certainly no really major incidents, just, I think these little bits of contact that were ultimately inconsequential but have to be reported and investigated anyway were going to happen. And I think that's what we're starting to see creep into the log now. Pit stop for the GTU leading number 4 that was most recently backwards at the top of the climbing S's. AJ Allen Photography saying the 908 is flow yellow.
Fluorescent.
Aha! Makes sense. Is that where Flo Rida's name comes from? Fluorescent Rida? That could be it. Fluorescent Racing. Oh, Flow Racing. Hey, we don't talk about that.
Except accidentally live over the air.
You know what you can't watch on Flow Racing? World Racing League, powered by Hagerty.
You know, I was just looking a little bit ago about the cost of doing our own over-the-top sort of channel thing, and it's pretty reasonable. I think we can have a DriverSeye Live Roku channel. You can watch all your favorites, including zany content with your favorite creators, as well as Pinks and Pinks All Out.
Did you watch Pinks back in the day?
No.
No, I didn't either. I had no time for that. I honestly, I have subscribed to Motor Trend now for the last 3 years running. Probably longer than that, actually. How long has WEC been on Motor Trend?
A long time, yeah. Most of it's
2018, probably.
Yep.
I just have a running subscription there. I have not once, other than the Drive Within, I have not once looked into any of the additional content that Motor Trend offers.
Is the Drive Within on Motor Trend Plus?
I mean, that's where it was released, wasn't it?
No, it was released on Motor Trend, the cable channel.
Oh, the channel, right.
And then you had to watch it on Hagerty, and then it wasn't available anywhere, and then it was a whole thing. It was kind of...
actually. For those of you who are wondering what that is, apparently, that is somebody who hasn't been around the World Racing League for the last couple of seasons, Drive Within was a show that Hagerty funded and put on Motor Trend following Round 3 racing for, was it the back half of 2021?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so they started at like Road America from memory.
Yep.
And ran through, was the last episode Coda or Sebring?
I think it was Sebring?
The 24? Yeah,
look, man, all I know is they didn't use our commentary, which robbed me of the opportunity to get a SAG card. So, I mean, you know.
Apparently our commentary was released, but, you know.
But not used.
How do I find this? Drive Within.
That was the problem. I think it would have done a lot better if it was easier to find. But on
Faster
the week...
with Finnegan, is that it?
No, no, not even close.
Dinner with Racers?
Yes, that's what I've been watching on Motor Trend.
I'm watching it.
Great episode on building Long Beach.
I saw that come on the podcast feed, but I haven't watched. Yeah, it's not
my
on
wife
here.
and I watched that. It was quite good. See, that was the problem, Brendan. They released it once on Motor Trend, so all the boomers who wanted to watch it live were able to watch it live. But like everybody else on the planet who waits to watch stuff on demand, you know, an hour or two after it comes out, it was nowhere on demand. Nowhere.
Yeah.
So I believe it's on Hagerty's website if you want to watch it.
And you should. It was very well done.
Absolutely. It was pretty good.
Is our boy Mo featuring that?
Yes,
he did,
yes,
right?
he does.
Yes.
Is Mo our boy?
I don't know. Is he not?
Are we boys?
I don't know. Well,
I feel like if
Paul's a nice guy.
I like him, I don't know if we're boys though. You know what I'm saying?
Nicest guy I've ever met from Chicago.
I mean, I'm sure.
I actually know quite a few people from Chicago. I shouldn't say that.
I was just going to say, I know of one person that you know from Chicago, and that's quite the statement. You're throwing him under the bus aggressively.
No, I'm not sure who that is.
The Flagger, your boy.
Oh,
Broccoli?
Yeah, what's Broccoli up to these days?
He was doing Chicago last week.
Yeah, I saw him the week before June Sprints too. The 40 has been pushed to the 40. We don't have a yellow Aston Martin.
Green. See? We don't have it. We don't have a yellow Aston Martin.
We do have a green car, and it's in a really bad spot there at the bottom of the S's.
I think that's an open throttle car.
Well, it's either open throttle or the 116.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's not the 116.
Are you sure?
Yes. Would you like to place a wager? I think it's the 65.
So I did this earlier, having managed to confuse those two cars.
So I think it would
does
be
look like the open throttle car.
Oh, that's the 64 right there. That's the E90.
Yeah, it's a 90. Yeah,
it's a 92 actually.
92
door. Is it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair. Yeah, that was I'm glad he got going again. That is a really bad spot. It is so one line through what is. Oh boy. Oh, is he out of fuel?
You hate to see it. On a V8 BMW, oof.
He's either out of fuel or he's got an issue, like a suspension issue.
Oh, that is...
Yeah, he's going to get up over the crest here.
Either way, wouldn't you want to take this escape road right here?
Yeah. It's a shorter path back to the pits, and if you come to a stop, you don't have to wait to be recovered.
Yeah, because the S's is not a place...
Wheel there, trying to go around him up there at turn 9.
S's is not a place where I'm going to be very slow and trying to wiggle the car back and forth.
No, I do wonder here. Oh, more contact reported for the 99. This time with the number 197. See, I don't know. That doesn't scream out of fuel to me. Well,
maybe it's on
I wonder if it screams DCT failure to me.
What does that mean? What's a DTT failure?
The transmission, I believe.
DCT failure. Dual clutch transmission.
Oh, right. Oh, this is the Hyundai Elantra.
Is that an Elantra or is that an i20?
No, it's
an Elantra. It's Economy Motorsport. They've had a lot of fans.
Oh, the front left looks a
today.
little bit low there. Yeah, I'm going to say that's a suspension deal, as he's trying to jink the car left to right to see how it feels.
Is the economy car pulling into the pit lane here? Nope.
No.
Carry on down the back straightaway here. This is so we're just about to come up to halfway. It's just before 1 o'clock here on the East Coast. Never mind what it is on the West Coast. 4.5 hours in, 4.5 hours remaining, and troubles simultaneously almost. I think we confirmed the 64, right? Is the open throttle car, and now for the 16E of Economy Motorsport.
Is that loud? Can you just tack letters onto your number? Like,
I mean, you can in dirt track racing, right?
I think those mean something.
No. In circle track racing? I don't think so.
I thought they meant like, oh, that's a rookie, or oh, that's
no, I don't think
car.
So.
No. Maybe that's just for
the 4K.
Maybe that's just for off-road racing, where the letter means stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually pleased that Joseph's script has been able to properly handle having the letter in there. I was concerned. I say it's a script; it's a software, but anyway. Zach does point out it did say split a couple weeks ago. It's begging to be in Croatia. We hadn't noticed we've lost the number 997.
We did.
Yeah, a while ago.
Any idea what happened there?
No, I just saw that it's on board. They were back in the garage, I believe.
Zach asks where the Elantra has gone, and I'm with him there. I don't see it. Car stopped, turn 12, number 16. So it did not make it to the next camera down the back straightaway. Here's the 64 into the pit lane.
Maybe pull off to the right on the escape road there for the short course.
No, because it's they got a waving yellow there. It's stopped on the surface. I think they're going to have to go to a
rubble
and we did
yellow
full course. Yeah. Zach, can we cut to camera 1 here? See if we can pick up the 64's pit stop. I want to see if we can figure out what they do. I assume they're fueling the car. Please see if any attention paid to the... Is it the left front was what we were looking at on track, right?
Yes.
Don't look like they're doing much. Good news for them. The full course yellow here is going to help them mitigate some of the time loss. They weren't at the front of GP1, but actually they were quite a ways off. Even the number 588. I think we're going to see most cars in here. I would think anyway. We're pretty much to the end of a GTO fuel run. About 30 laps.
Ooh, spicy. I think we have some weather coming our way.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be okay.
We're
a little bit south, but that's fine.
That the drive from Durham to Danville in a Pontiac, or not a Pontiac, what? In a Genesis G70 from Durham to Danville would have been really fun if it wasn't at like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I've made a decision regarding transiting airports to Danville, and that is that Greensboro is a way better choice than Raleigh in terms of the drive.
Yeah, I've kind of got that vibe too after having done the drive. It's a little bit of a bear, I think.
When we were here in May for some sprint racing and other associated acts, we drove from Greensboro to Danville on the way in, and then Danville to Raleigh on, I guess, Durham, I don't know, on the way out.
It's in between. It's in between the two.
Yeah. And Greensboro was a way easier drive.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Like I said, it would have been fun if it wasn't 11 p.m.
Pit stops. Palomar at the end. All-Star Racing is in there. Bourbon, Janetta slots in behind. The 99 has already been in and out. And crucially, I don't think the 111 has. Although there was enough of a margin there that they may not have had the opportunity. They may still be elsewhere out on track. Remember that the 118 kind of got bit the first time around. Or on, I think it was the last rotation anyway, where they pitted just before the code 35. Stock car is so loud. As we crest the halfway point here at VIRginia International Raceway, I'll take the opportunity to go say hello to our commercial partners and sponsors and come back on the other side for the remaining half of the Saturday 9-hour Enduro at VIR. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
really kind of at the apex here?
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back on Endurance Radio.
Endurance Multimedia, LLC.
Endurance
GBA.
Productions. It's DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty rolls on. We've been discussing some throwback opportunities in the break, trying to give Zach anxiety about how terrible our graphics used to be.
That's DriversEye Live, not Driver's Eye Live.
Yeah, it's true.
DriversEye.
Very true. Important. Ooh, green flag waves, and they've caught one of the... Yeah, caught the 12 napping there. The 99's gone through. We've had more pit stops. A longish stop from the number 111 of Thunder Bunny, although that will include the Code 35 lap, so maybe not that long. Anyway, that car was dinged for a visor up in the pit stop. It's its warning, so there's no penalty associated with it, but it has been noted, and it's kind of, as Joseph would say, taking their joker away for the remainder of the race. They do remain in the lead, out ahead of the GTR 99, and I think when things come back up to pace, we're going to see something like a minute between those two cars. This is kind of reset fuel strategy again.
It has.
Right on the hour mark from our last Code 35. And 111 laps complete. The 111 car. Anyway. Brandon Van Holmes Racing sits in third with the number 82. That's the Goldenrod. Continental Tire sponsored car. The 118 fourth, and the number 9 from Team ACP there in fifth. Catesby's in the number 9 this weekend, apparently. And who can blame the man?
Who can indeed? See, why do they try to do these breakaways on flat stages? Like, it never works. You're just wasting your time.
Ryan is following the Tour de France.
If it has wheels and they keep score.
It's on Endurance Radio. You know, some of this precip building up out there, it seems to build very randomly.
Some precip.
Yeah. Zach points out the helicopter there. I had seen him do a lap already.
Brendan, is this IMC?
No.
No. What? I'm just trying to throw out other, like, I'm a cool aviation guy, like, shortenings and abbreviations and acronyms.
Oh. You don't become a cool aviation guy by using acronyms. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's a lifestyle.
The lifestyle. Dude, I'm telling you, we're a lifestyle brand. We got swag.
We're not, and we don't have swag.
And we'll be able to have throwback.
None of these
throwback
things are true.
Endurance radio like rugby shirt would be great.
Oh, like orange and white? I would probably have one of those.
I would totally do that.
Orange and white striped rugby? Yeah. Ooh, this is a pretty good idea, actually.
See?
Yeah, I'm into this.
And then you can put the R4R patch on like the arm, like where the sponsorship would go. You know what I'm saying? But just no,
car
trouble
off top of the hill. That's
that
the
the Ginetta?
Ginetta.
Yeah, the Bourbon Motorworks number 241.
Did they have too much? Or no.
That looks like a loss of control under braking. We talk a lot, VIR in particular, about these sort of curved braking zones, and that is one of them. Headed up into the hill. Yep, just loses the rear.
Losing it. Oh, look at that.
Through the initial right-hander, going into Oak Tree. And round she went.
Was that CBIT?
Control, yeah, nope. It didn't do any of those things. It was uncontrolled. It did break, I suppose.
Is a
fit dumb? I did do presentations on in college on a couple of CFIT accidents, and just you read through them like you think there's no way somebody can do what they did, and then it just happens over and over and over and over again. Fortunately, less now, but
right.
One of my favorite ones was it was a Soviet.
The favorite way that somebody crashed and died.
IL-76. They thought the approach plate was wrong, so they just made up their own approach.
Oh boy.
They didn't make it to the airport.
What?
Yeah. We had to come up with like a similar accident to the one that we were assigned, which was, I think mine was like a Korean 747 in Guam. And one of the related accidents was this I think it was a 76 that they decided that the approach didn't make any sense to what they saw on paper, so they just made up their own.
Excellent.
It's like, we'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then end up recording. Anyway,
Wow.
enough about that.
That's dreadful.
Just sharing my college memories, you know?
There you go. I did read a report once that wasn't a CFIT, but it was somebody who was about to hit the mountains in Lake Tahoe and tried to deploy the parachute on their Cirrus at like 50 feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it was like, well, that just wasn't ever going to work. Yeah, like that's...
Keep eyes out for the 118, by the way. 2022 last time around, and there's some substantial time to make up there. That car is now over a lap down, but with well over 4 hours still to go, plenty of time to make all that time back up with the right drivers in the car, and certainly the pace to do it. Now, I do wonder if we had any tire changes down in the last round of pit stops. That would have been the time to do it. You've got yourself a code 35. You don't have to, take the stop under green. You're halfway through the race. It's hot. And with potential for weather on the way, you would want reasonably fresh tread, would you not?
You would.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit more dust here.
Yeah, a lot of dust there. That's all on the inside of turn 9. See, what they're doing is they're trying to obscure the corner worker's view so that they can't catch passes under yellow or anything like that. You know? It's actually brilliant strategy.
Smart. Very smart.
I'm being told to check YouTube for a merch idea.
You gotta have
mad swag. You need camo shorts, and you'd be good. I will get. I am gonna get Tim a pair of camo shorts, like or maybe joggers, like camo joggers that say "DriversEye" on the butt.
Yes. Or sweatpants, camo sweatpants.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the orange and white rugby shirt over the camo shorts.
That's it. That's it.
Is the orange and white rugby shirt like implied Max Verstappen swag? Because if that's the case, I don't want it.
I don't think the other Dutch color is white. Is it? Like the sport color? I think it's.
I think so.
Is it? I don't know.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh
yeah. No. Well, we've lost Cameron.
We're hoping for the rain now.
If
stops the.
If camera 8's a problem, it might just stay a problem. Camera 9 I can go get to if you all would rather not hear my voice for a while.
I mean, even if you're not going to do camera... No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I'm going to go fix that camera 9, especially since we have replay on it. It's a good one to have.
Sure, man.
All right. Well, give me like 15 minutes. I'll come back. Probably. Keep an eye out for this battle.
Can you put a 15-minute timer up on the screen?
82 is catching the 99. Keep an eye on that.
Absolutely.
Don't let anything happen without talking about it.
The 164 is also only
There's pizza in the fridge and $20 in case you need to order for yourself.
Adrift of the Fat and Furious racing car, who has overtaken the 164. Actually, that's a thing that happened. That's an event that occurred. I've accidentally hit the entries button. That's not what you want. There we go. You always do that. Get Brian Guidelli on the phone. I need that button moved elsewhere. 111 still leads a minute and 4 seconds ahead of the number 99 GTR. Those two, of course, at the top of the GTO standings as well. So a little bit of an angle there, if you will. The 111 able to continue to consolidate its position at the front of the championship. The number 82, as Brendan mentioned, only 7 seconds behind the number 99. The 82 also looking to claw back some spots in the standings. The number 118 has moved up into 5th position. They're now behind the number 9. So the 9, in spite of being the newer car, has now been passed by both of the older BMWs. So I reckon some development left to go on that vehicle. Of course, in WRL, for those who are joining us for the first time, we do run GT4 spec cars, but because of the rule set, it's really only the power-to-rate ratio that matters, whereas everything else is sort of free to be developed. So you can make a car that works a little bit better, as Team GTR 99 has indeed done. They've got a little bit different aero treatment on the car. Looks like a yellow vehicle off back there. I believe that'll be one of the AOA cars, question mark. Yes, it is. It's an AOA MX-5 rejoining here in GP3.
I believe that's the 55.
Yep, I also believe that's the 55. The number 109 Roberts Motorsports car, they're in the lead at GP3 right now. That's the red Miata that's had its own off-track excursions today, and they're in the lead in spite of it over the number 65 Open Throttle Racing BMW. That's GP3. Your top 3 there. GP2, we just covered that. Fat and Furious leads Harrison over the number 918 Victory Laney in their BMW as well. The number 160 Moorhead Speedworks GP2 car, they're in 4th position, followed by the 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche. GP1, you've got the 147, the other Moorhead Speedworks car at the front, ahead of Edge Autosports and PC Racing. We see the 3 of them towards the front of GP1 quite frequently. You've got All-Star, Palomar, Frozen Rotors also trying to hang on in there. The 64, of course, all the way down to 8th, they've had a mechanical issue. GTU, we'll check in on them. It looks like it is still Capstone over McAllister, the number 4 over the 39. Looks like a car that is capable of ultimate pace up in the GTO field, but not able to apply that consistently. About 4 to 5 seconds a lap adrift of the leaders in GTO. And that's your rundown for the running order right now in the WRL 9 hour here at VIR. We've got 4 hours and 13 minutes, give or take, remaining here. It's been a steady race today, JT. Not a whole lot of drama. We've had a couple of cars end up needing recovery, but again, very clean racing so far. I understand that there's a lot of unresolved stuff in the officiating log, but nothing egregious has occurred. I don't think we've had anybody completely dive bomb somebody and nail them off the track. Nothing that we've seen anyway, but I think it's been pretty clean and kept generally with the overall trend of WRL driving standards continuing to go up.
Yeah, no, the only real issue we really saw was the contact with the 72 that put it in the wall going into roller coaster. But other than that, it seems like most contact has been relatively light and very few and far between, which is fantastic to see on such a fast and narrow track here while running 5 separate classes.
Absolutely. Just like the sound here of vehicles coming through. Always nice, just listening to the noises made by the vehicles. Just trying to check something here. Let's see. Get this going. So as we discussed, the next event for WRL is going to be Road Atlanta, but it's going to be a GP-only event. JT, I'm really excited to get to go cover that.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's definitely going to be... I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be really good to see GP1s taking the spotlight from GTO.
Absolutely. And those GP1 cars, of course, pretty pacey, especially at a place like Road Atlanta where, having the car hooked up and able to turn correctly is a huge advantage there. Those GP1 cars handle excellently, and while they don't have the top speed at the end of a straightaway like a GTO car has, I think they're still going to look pretty fast around Road Atlanta, and they won't have, the hassle of having to deal with those faster cars trying to get around them. So I think we'll see the pace in that GP1 field really, really get up there. And hopefully we end up having enough space on track as well, given that there's going to be 3 classes there, that everybody can find their own racing room. We got a lot of positive feedback from the GTO teams. Then honestly, it felt like a long IMSA race. You'd go out there and you were able just to run your race at whatever pace you needed. We have another car going off here. This is the track. And the corner, as it were. I believe that's the Palomar car that had run wide. It is in their E36 BMW. So really looking forward to Road Atlanta. That's going to be a fun one. WRL at High Plains, that's going to happen the first week of September. That's going to be fun as well. Really looking forward to that event. And then after that, we'll have WRL at New Jersey Motorsports Park, where I reckon Brendan will be joining y'all in order to cover that event. And then after that is the aforementioned Hallett, which is the Midwest Championship. We got to get people signed up for Hallett. That should be a good time. And then WRL at Sebring for the Eastern Championship, of course, an 8+8. But I think if we ask RJ, we can probably get to like a 15-hour or 1,000K or something. I guess 1,000K in a GT4 car would be quite a long time versus an LMP1 car. But hoping for a longer event there. I quite enjoyed covering the 24-hour race at Sebring before. And then, of course, we round out the year with the traditional World Racing League date at COTA for the U.S. Endurance Championship. So, again, we're about halfway through the season, I would say. Something like that.
Yeah, looking on the back half now.
Now, I know that Sebring is going to be a spectator event, and I believe New Jersey is going to be a spectator event as well. Looks like we had a car off here at the last corner. I don't see it, though. We're just going to be missing that. And then, of course, our start-finish straight camera is going to miss this corner as well. Really easy to run wide there. I have to assume that they were able to get going. And with no other information left on that, I am going to assume that they were able to get going. Nice, steady pace here at VIR. We talked earlier a little bit about the Mustang potentially coming to play. We've seen the Works 45 Audi R8 come around a little bit. JT, are we missing any GT4 entrants or indeed cars that could make GT4 cars that we haven't seen yet in WRL? Like, is there a Nissan Z GT4 car yet? Is that a thing?
There's a brand new one that just came out this year.
A GT4 car?
Yes.
Of the Z. That's fantastic.
The 370, yeah.
Well, it's not the 370 anymore. It's the...
Sorry, yeah.
It's the whatever. But yeah, so there is a... Here, I'm going to search for that. Oh, look at that. That looks fantastic. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So-
it races in a SRO at the current moment.
Okay, perfect. So hopefully we'll get an opportunity to see one of those here. A little bit of a shorter wheelbase. Kind of a square stance. Might run a lot better at a track like Mid-Ohio or New Jersey Motorsports Park. VIR, perhaps. A little bit shorter car. I think it's going to take that Supra sort of style and design as far as GT4 cars are concerned and scale it back down there. In some cursory research, it looks like it's tremendously expensive for a GT4 car at $230K. I know that the going rate for used GT4 cars is about $100,000, give or take, 25 to 50.
You're just pricing out GT4 cars?
No, there's a Nissan Z GT4 car. I was unaware of that.
Oh, from back in the day?
No, that's new.
No, like for right now.
Oh.
How do you guys not know this?
I didn't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that.
Clearly, Ford's PR is doing a better job because I knew that theirs had been released at SPA, but I had heard nothing about the Nissan one. So there you go.
There's an older Alpine GT4.
The A110.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get one of those in WRL. Make it truly World Racing League.
Might be difficult to get one of those into WRL and have a good supply of spare parts.
Nonsense. Listen. There is only one position that DriversEye Live LLC holds on a World Racing League entry.
VW Fun Cup.
That's the one.
There it is.
Yep.
There it is.
GTU. Forget you, Sebica. We're coming for you.
Well then.
See, I'd rather see a Gran Turismo brought in.
Like a Maserati?
Yes.
Ugh. I don't
Dude,
want to look at one.
Oh no, it looks good and it sounds good.
Is that
Do you think the Maserati Gran Turismo looks like a nice car?
Absolutely.
What are you talking about?
I think you might be thinking of a Quattroporte.
Nope, they both have the same nose.
I know
What?
what this car looks like. Let's take a peek.
The Maserati
That's a
Gran
good-looking
Turismo
car.
has the same nose as the Quattroporte. Yeah, no, it's ugly. Oh, there's a new one. I didn't know there was a new one.
I mean, it's new, like 2016 new?
Yeah, no, that sucks. There's a 2024 that looks nice. The 2016 one looks terrible.
Cool 8 years in between models.
All sorts of Chrysler garbage on that car. See a lot of Chrysler race cars, obviously, because they're very high quality vehicles.
I mean, let's bring back the Chrysler LMPs.
Like I said, quality
You want a
vehicles.
Quality Chrysler.
Yeah.
Dallara built.
Ugh.
Dalara's, actually.
Shout out to Scott Michaels at home. Speaking of Dallara.
Yeah.
Just in general. Speaking of DeLore.
Oh, we are. Speaking of Delara, that's an accurate statement.
We are. Dude, I don't think Mark Cavendish is going to do it today either. Yeah, it's going to be a no.
He can Cavendish it out, but he can't take it.
Yes, JT, that is ugly. That is not a good-looking race car.
I fully disagree.
Oh my gosh. Ugh.
Anyways, I don't think we've seen a McLaren GT4 or a KTM GT4.
I heard some scuttlebutt that someone in the paddock was very interested in running a McLaren. I don't know if you were there for this, JT.
I heard about this.
And someone was purportedly on the telephone with Zach Brown when McLaren confirmed that it was literally impossible to get the 570S down to the right performance window, which to whoever was speaking to McLaren at the time did not make sense because you can give the engine computer a commanded torque value, and McLaren were not willing to do that for this entrant, a high-profile WRL entrant. Yeah. Was told, no, that is impossible, to which the WRL entrant said, I don't think that's the case, but okay, and went ahead and purchased some other equipment instead.
Yeah.
So I don't think we'll be seeing that car, unfortunately, JT.
If I had the money, I'd get a Panos.
Oh, yes, there you go. That's the thing, though. There's got to be one of those club racing Panos floating around somewhere. Like, that's got to be a thing.
We have had one on DriversEye Live at least once this year.
Yes,
well, I mean, there's a specific GT4. The Avezzo, whatever it is.
I mean, there's one that runs in whatever the SCCA class for that is.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The old,
the
there's a couple.
ST one or whatever.
There's an old Esperante, like a 2000 club, like they used in the school.
Yeah.
Or the club series or whatever it was. Yeah.
You could get that into GTU, I bet.
I don't know about GTU.
Oh, I bet it's close.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. They're not that fast.
It's about weight.
I bet it's light enough. They're like a tube frame, and they're pretty small. You stood next to one, right? They're not a big car, the club ones that I've seen.
No, I know.
And they're one-piece fiberglass-looking body thing. Like, I bet they're under the right thing.
So the Panos GTS, is that what we're looking at?
I think so.
That's
you
what
know
he's
the one I'm talking about. The like club racing one, not the one that actually ran the LMS.
It was like the school car.
Yeah.
This says 2683.
I wonder if there's ballast in that.
But this doesn't look exactly like the school car. No, it is the school car, the GTS. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So just above.
Just above? That's too bad. So it would run like a Ginetta, which, all right.
So what motor would we have to throw in a GTLM to get that to run?
Oh, just a small one.
Just an LS3.
I feel like that's too much power to weight, though.
Depends on what, I guess, I don't know, what's the target weight for most modern GTLM cars? Probably
No.
28 something?
No, 28 to 3.
Yeah.
The Panos Esperante GTLM.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to run some type of, because that's only 900 kilograms, right? Or is that in the GT?
No. The GT cars were much.
That's in the race car. I'm talking to a street one that you would convert.
Oh, okay, got it. I thought we were talking about the Panos Esperante.
Yeah, the GT2
thing.
cars. Yeah.
No, it wasn't a GT. I'm thinking of the
old GT1.
Oh, the GT1, the Roadster.
Yeah, the GTLM.
No. They ran a prototype one. It was like the only front engine prototype.
Yeah, it was a Roadster. That's what they called it. It was a Panos, whatever it was. Another the Visteon from like '97.
Yeah, I don't think it's an actual. I thought it was closed top.
Yeah.
There's a street legal Roadster, which was not closed top. Then there was the GTR LM street legal variant of the GT1 race car. Of what you saw like Sparky run at Le Mans.
Right.
Then Panos came out with the LMP Roadster.
Sorry, it was Panos Esperante GTR1.
GTR-1.
Yeah, GTR1.
Yeah.
And later the Panos GTP.
Yeah, so Panos, if you bring them the right amount of money, will build you a street legal one of those today.
Interesting.
Does
Panos still build things?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, they do.
Interesting.
Can I buy a 962 Oh, trouble! There's a car in the sand.
Yeah, it's a car off at the top of the hill there. Is that the 52? Or maybe the 12. It looks like an ACP car, but I suppose there are enough silver BMWs in the field that maybe that's a bit premature.
Premature.
Code 35 immediately. So there's a note, car 26 pulled off, driver's left with the hood up.
That does not have a hood up. That is not the case.
I'm not so sure about that.
Maybe hood off, but like I don't think the hood is up.
It is. That is the 26 though.
That is the Edge Auto Sports?
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
it.
Ah, bummer.
Silver BMW. Yeah.
Or is the hood up and like on the windscreen?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think so I looked at the car and I thought, something doesn't look right there. Almost like a door was open, but we couldn't really tell. It just looked very odd. And now pulled off, driver's left, hood up makes sense. 26 definitely makes sense. Gray BMW. Be interesting to see what happens with pit stops here. We've run about 12 laps, 13 laps since our most recent Code 35. So I wouldn't be shocked to see cars in. I would certainly be bringing cars in. But who am I, you know?
No, bring them in and don't get any penalties, please.
Do we have a replay of this, Zach, or is it not interesting? 99 is in and out. Good call. And this might be another case of I don't know who else had the opportunity.
Right.
Well, at least the 82 did, and they took it as well. Longer stop this time for the Random Vandals car, because the 99 has jumped them into second. If the 111 didn't have the opportunity to pit, I'm certain they'll bring a car in this time. The 118 has come and gone now. That 118 is a full lap down.
So I did forget to mention when we were talking about GT4 entries that the 82 did get around the 99.
Unbelievable. You have literally one job. Literally one job.
Is it just one job?
I told you had one job. So whatever you do, don't let the 92 or the 99 get passed by the 82 without talking about it.
Well, he did talk about it.
Also, did anybody put a 15-minute timer on me? I told you it was going to be under 15 minutes.
It was pretty fast. It was pretty fast.
It was good, right?
I was surprised.
I almost got killed by a guy on an ATV, too.
Was it Scotty Elkins?
I actually don't know.
He's not here this weekend.
No, then no.
Scotty Child Endangerment Elkins.
Are you calling
he's a barber, I believe. He mentioned.
What could possibly be happening at Barber that's more important than this?
Boat show, the boat show. No.
Oh my gosh, boat show. The bane of my existence, and James Candelari's existence.
Boats.
Empty flatbed going down the front straightaway. Oh, he's
trying to set a lap.
EV thing. No, he's pulling into the. Oh, this is going to be spicy.
Gonna cut a lap. Nope, stop.
Oh yeah, he's getting him to stop so that they can make the turn with the EV. Well, this is a little bit unfortunate. It's going to cost these guys quite a bit of time. The 26. Oh my. Yeah, the 26 is into the pit lane here. Wait, just hang on this camera till they let these cars go. 26 windscreen completely smashed. Hood fully deranged.
Wow.
And windshield fully smashed in front of the driver.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dang.
So that recovery there is actually happening quite a bit quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah.
And now I'm curious as to whether or not the 111 is going to make it in.
It might not. They may get hosed on this twice, which would be unfortunate.
The 99 is up there at turn 10. It's close. Let's see here. There it is. It's coming in on the last camera. It's just entered the pit lane, and I don't know that we're gonna be under yellow that much longer here.
It
Do we have
depends.
any EVs
Is there
out there?
any work at the tire barrier?
No, it never hit anything. It just pulled off and stopped. I look to the right. Wait, the call for a green flag, which has not come yet. They might get away with this.
That's good.
Oh, no, there is... Oh, no, it's old feed. Never mind. Uh, 111 is out.
The 45 is smoking on the front straight again. Because it's not up to speed.
Yeah, you can see, look at that. 28 is in and out. I think we've had pit stops from everybody. Renegade pit? Yeah, no, actually, it looks like they may not have. Reasonably impressed with the recovery drive from Renegade. As I think JT, you pointed out earlier, that car would be very much in contention for the lead right now, if not for its 2-lap penalty for contact. Margin from Thunder Money back to GTR under yellow, as we just go back to green now, is 1:36. So let's call that about a third of a lap, or 40-ish seconds in racing speed terms. So that is what we've got to play with at the front of the field. About a 40-second margin between the 111 and the 99, and we'll wait to see where the gold and black number 82 Random Vandals BMW slots through. Ah, it's here. Car's dropping wheels at the exit of Oak Tree, another one wide in the middle of Oak Tree. Ah, it's the 45. Let's not forget what happened at Daytona, by the way. I meant to make a mention of this earlier.
Lest we forget.
Yeah, lest we forget.
I did.
It was... it's fair, JT. If anybody's...
I forgot who won, so...
It was Hitman.
Yes.
By way of a last lap pass. Well, a last green flag lap pass on the... the number 99 GTR BMW. It was Hitman, wasn't it? It was Hitman.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Literally the lap before we went red for lightning and eventually rainstorm that caused the race to never resume. So you can make the case that the 99 is owed one here. I mean, anybody's owed a race win, but they were...
It's 701 again? Or?
It is a 7-0. We've seen... Oh, that might... See, I would have said 550 there, but I think I did that the first time, and it still wasn't the 550. It's not the 984. 984 is all black. My guess there is that that's the 981. Anyway, the 99, a victim of some unfortunate timing. A lightning strike 3 minutes earlier, and they probably would have walked away with the win from the slightly less than 14 hours of Daytona. Just did not go in their favor, and never even got the chance to fight back. The pass was done, and that was 2 laps later and a lap later, game over. So, still some question marks hanging over that 99 for the moment in terms of some on-track incidents and notes of contact.
I mean, that is also their kind of luck. They're either doing a great job in terms of staying out, or we're competitive, but we had a couple lap penalties.
Yeah.
Or just bad luck.
So some of these have been resolved.
Yes.
So the 28 has picked up 2 one-lap penalties for incidental contact. The 123 picked up a penalty for incidental contact. The 843 was the one that was called for contact with the number 99.
Mm-hmm.
They've picked up a lap penalty for their troubles there. And that is the one that put the big donut right in the side of the right-hand doors on the 99. We don't have resolutions on... I'm going to find him again. We're still waiting for one on the 118. Waiting for 2 on the 118, actually. Oh, I've got to go further up. Missed that. The 99 has one still under investigation with TC Klein. And the one from 1040 this morning, contact with the 197. Some team reported it and then didn't bring video up. So, no action there either. So, some of them have been resolved, but we do still have to wait for notes on the 118 and for one report of contact with that number 99 BMW, which is much more like GTR. Right, yeah, okay. Been in the wars a little bit, but at least one of them not your fault. The Renegade car has just been into the pits. Oh no, that's weird. Why did it show a pit stop in a 205 lap? I wonder if it was out over the paint and it tripped the pit side of the start-finish stripe. Very interesting. .2039 from the Team ACP Tangerine Associates, number 9, new M4. Closing ever so slightly on the number 82 out ahead of it. Number 111 mired in traffic. 209 last time around. Although, I will say, I think we're just in a slower phase of the race for this number 111. I think the driver that's on board it is probably the same one that started and has the average pace up in the 208s and 209s at the moment. They did do a pit stop, so this will at least be a double stint for whoever that driver is, and I think we can probably expect to see more lap times in this window. And to that end, the 99 comes through and has the margin down to 34 seconds by way of a 2:05.8 for that blue BMW. We touched on the production classes at all lately?
We did briefly, a little bit, talking about some of the ongoings there.
Yeah, Moorhead still leads PC down in GP1, and it says it's a lap. I don't know if it actually is a full lap.
I think it was close to. I think it was like a minute 40.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly where those cars are on track. But, yeah, very close there. We've obviously lost the number 26 from Edge Autosports with the what appears to be some type of hood or hood pin failure. That car having the hood smash up against the windscreen down at turn 14. The All-Star Racing Team, number 5, Kenny Hendrick, Steve Park, Ryan Kerfin. They're third in GP1 and a further lap behind the PC race car. Not really on the ultimate pace of the 2:11.4 is actually kind of getting down to it, but PC car is a bit quicker at the moment. And then Frozen Rotor and Palomar Racing, number 15, rounding out the top 5. Shouts to Zealous Motorsport, number 588, who I don't think we've called the name of yet today. But nevertheless, within 5 laps of the class leader and 6th place in a 13-car field. Well, 12, I suppose. We only started, we didn't start the number 550 from 5th gear. GP2, Harrison Motorsports still leads. I think I'm right in saying, JT, they've led virtually the whole race.
They've swapped a couple times with Fat and Furious, but I think Fat and Furious just stayed in the pits super long this last full course yellow, or
They
the
seem
35.
They seem very evenly matched.
Yes.
Those two cars. Moorhead Speedworks at number 160 sits there in 3rd. Just 10 seconds up ahead of the number 197 from Overnight Motorsports. And that gap is closing. The 197 was quicker last time around. Managed to pull in about a second. And Victory Lane Motorsports, the number 918, it's a black BMW, is only 9 seconds further back. So within 20 seconds, the battle for 3rd in GP2 by no means decided. Through comes the 160, actually.
Yeah, and the Victory Lane Motorsports BMW is the only one that had pit recently.
Oh, interesting. They are actually losing a little bit of time. Last lap was a 2:21. And now Moorhead puts in a 2:13. That's a little bit more like it. Here comes the Victory Lane car. And that's 11.6. So things are actually going out there a touch. I guess the lap we saw was too small a sample size to draw any major conclusions from. But anyway, that's your battle in GP2. GP3, remember, dear viewer, when we started this race, we had all 5 GP3 cars within, was it like 5 seconds of each other, 10 seconds of each other, JT?
Yeah, 7 seconds, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes in.
Yeah. Roberts Motorsports does lead for the moment, although Salmon on Race Hero, I assume that car has been into the pit lane.
They are not due.
Oh, well, this might be a bad sign then in GP3.
Oh,
109 shedding parts at turn 14.
So I did notice quite a bit earlier, like an hour ago, the rear bumper seemed to have been flapping on the driver's right side.
Well, this is extremely bad news. They didn't even have a lap margin from themselves back to the number 65 from Open Throttle Racing. For that matter, 25 seconds further back is a 55 from AOA, and 9 seconds behind them is TC Klein.
Yeah.
So the top 4 is, I mean, they're not all on the same lap, but they weren't far off, and I mean, they stand to lose 3 spots here by virtue of, you know, one minor little hit. Well, what we assume is a minor hiccup. The shedding parts is probably not so minor, but anyway, and then it is another 10 laps back to the AOA car, who's back in 5th. But anyway, this GP3 fight has been, I mean, I haven't kept the closest eye on it, but it looks extremely close for being 5.5 hours in. Pretty remarkable to have those kinds of margins and to not have any kind of a safety net if you do run into a problem like it appears Roberts Motorsports just has. So Open Throttle now assumes the class lead by 25.9 seconds, 25.9 seconds over the 55 from AOA, and then that TC Klein BMW back into 3rd. GTU being led at the moment by Capstone Motorsports by 3 laps over the number 39 from McAllister. Lead margin down to 27 seconds, 27.7. And Random Vandals is coming as well. A little bit further behind, but they're putting in laps regularly more quickly than that number 111. And even if they're both putting laps in the 207s, 208s range, the other cars are able to do it so much more consistently. Quick on and off there from one of the Palomar BMWs. I assume that's the 15, because I don't know if they got the other one back. It is the 15. And unfortunately, they're holding up the number 118 down the front straightaway there by virtue of being side by side with, I think, the Fat and Furious car. Ooh, smoke in the braking zone, or dust in the braking zone there at turn 1. Is there a car out? There is. Ooh, maybe not. Somebody dropped a wheel there anyway. Oh, no, there is a yellow flag out at turn 1. So somebody's gone off at turn 1 on the brakes, and behind the Armco there where the corner station is, we're just not able to see it. Yeah, that'll be the car, Zach points out the slow car rejoining there. That'll be the car that went off, and survey says... It is a good pickup, Jay. Oh, did you get it in the race control log?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, that's really good from that far away. You're absolutely right. But
I don't have my camera. Come on.
Yeah, it's true. For those not getting that reference, when we were at the 24 Hours of Sebring, JT would literally help us identify cars across the track. Like, we were at start-finish. He was picking up cars at turn 13 by virtue of putting on his massive zoom lens and taking pictures of cars at turn 13 from the timing tower, zooming in, and then trying to pick out car numbers and paint scheme features and truly ridiculous stuff.
Fairly accurate.
But you're not, you wouldn't be able to do that here because you can't see anything from where we are.
No.
Actually, that's not true. You can kind of see, like, if you step through part of the room, you can see 14 and 15 and part of the way down roller coaster, and then they just disappear behind the false grid. Oh no. Yeah, camera 9 struggling in the heat today. In fairness, overall, it's done remarkably well so far.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think maybe that car. I think that camera had not cooled down sufficiently before I turned it back on, so I think it may just need a few moments there before I go and reset again.
Can we get a rain update?
Still dry.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that.
These little showers are, I mean, they pop up extremely localized. They don't really move, and then they just sort of dissipate. So we've had one off to the east, one up to the north, and they seem to appear very randomly. They don't form into fronts or bands or anything. They pop up, they rain themselves out, and then they disappear. There you see it. Don't think that line west of Martinsville is going to make it here. Greensboro's been hammered. Check out Greensboro, man. Zach says it's raining, thundering at least in New Jersey. Good for my garden back home.
Hi to my garden back home.
Hi to my garden back home. The zucchini, truly ridiculous at this moment.
I just got through its garden at home.
Already had a bountiful radish harvest. Bountiful Radish Harvest, good band name. Bountiful Radish Unearthing Harvest. Bruh.
When are you going to start growing your own hops and wheat and things?
That's probably not going to happen. I don't think we're going to do that. Hops are extremely toxic to dogs.
Oh.
Yeah, so...
Oh, you don't think you're going to do the brewery? The brewery's off?
I didn't say that. I just said I don't think we're growing hops.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You know, prefer not to poison the dog.
Gotcha. You could do a raised plant bed.
I mean, we have raised plant beds, but the problem is hops grow on vines, so you've got to string them up in like a diagonal or a vertical, and even then, you're kind of guaranteeing that you get them close to the ground. You could, I guess, put the terminus off the ground, and you got to go like 6 or 7 feet up and make sure the dogs never get to it. This is the whole thing.
Gotcha.
That's not working.
I think I'm going to become a mead guy.
Are you?
Yeah.
Just fermented honey.
Yes.
And water. Interesting
Yes.
move.
I mean,
Why would you do that?
You put other stuff in it.
You could.
I
Why would you do that? Have you ever had mead?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you
good.
like it?
Yes, I do.
It's very rich for me.
It is. It's a bit rich for me. You just mix that with some tonic water, and you're good to go.
You mix mead and tonic water?
Or whatever fizzy water I had available at the house. Yeah.
You know, every now and then, like, you introduce me to a new means of drinking that just fully disgusts me. Unbelievable.
Just let it go.
I can't.
See, Brendan, this is why you need to take me with you next weekend, so I can slam $2 beverages from Walmart.
We're not. No.
You get some Dollaritas
from the Plymouth Walmart.
Yes. Actually, I bet the Plymouth Walmart probably has a separate alcohol store that will be closed while we're there. Because
you
Wisconsin be like that. I do say we. I should get to go.
I don't. It's not happening. I mean, it's happening, but yeah.
I'm local-ish.
I got this one. No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
You're in California.
For this quarter, I live in Minnesota.
What?
Yeah.
Are you in Minnesota?
No, but like for this quarter, I'll have spent more time in Minnesota.
Oh, no. I'm not. No. I am just going back to... I'm actually a little bit disappointed. So, for those who don't know, we're providing some support next weekend for the WeatherTech International Challenge up at Road America. And I know, I'm certain some of you will be there. So come say hi. But anyway, this is all happening, like an hour and a half southeast of Oshkosh, but a week before the air show.
Oh boy.
So I'm actually a little bit disappointed.
So are you just calling my bluff? Is that what this is? Because I have to fly out there anyway around that time.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do it, then
I'm
sure to show up, but I can't. I'm not gonna.
I'm not gonna get a hotel in Plymouth for myself.
Well, but that's the way.
If you had a 2-bed hotel.
I don't.
Ooh, you hate to see it.
Yeah. In Fond du Lac, anyway. But enough about DriversEye Live logistics. Logistics Eye Live.
Logistics Eye Live. That we probably have the rights to.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's coming for that name.
Not yet.
That's true. I didn't think anybody was coming for DriversEye Live either, and here we are.
How satisfying would it have been if you had registered that?
I know.
And you had got the call and been like, hey, look, man.
Could have sold it for $3 or $4.
No, I bet you could have got more than that.
I bet I could have.
I was gonna say it would have been like a 5-figure sum. I reckon.
Do you know how many calls and messages I got around the Daytona 500 asking me if I had registered a trademark for DriversEye Live?
Oh, I'm sure dozens.
It was several.
I think I mentioned that probably 2 or 3 years prior.
You mentioned it I think the year before. It was like, hey.
It was before that.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I mean, I remember the cameras being around, but I don't remember that discussion in particular. I did get a random phone call from Tim while I was sitting at a brewery. Tim's like, hey. You should get these guys. I was like, well, what do you mean? It's like, got to find out what it costs to register a trademark. Then go get them. And then I looked up the trademark and they had already registered it. So.
Wow.
Probably shouldn't be talking about trademark law on the air, though.
No, probably.
I mean, the law, sure, but probably in some minor violation. At this moment.
Anywho.
Yeah, see? Ooh. I think the GP1 class lead battle is now up over a lap. It is. Moorhead's gone through. If they hadn't already. But they're more or less right together on track.
Speaking of going through, TC Klein gets by the 55 AOA Racing Mazda for second in GP3.
All change in GP3 then over the last 20 minutes or so. I'll tell you what, projecting out towards the end of the race, bearing in mind we still have 3.5 hours to go. If the 111 can get through this next stint or so, either in the lead or within shouting distance of the race lead, they could be in phenomenal shape to the end of the race. I mean, we know how quick that car is.
Yes.
At its ultimate. We know that right now they've got, what appears to be their slowest driver in the car. And whatever else they're going to do between now and 5:30 this afternoon, it is likely to be fairly rapid. And I'm not sure you can say the same for every other car in the top 5. Being very careful about what I say about Jason Marks in the number 99 this weekend. But I think they have the potential to come through this phase of the race with an advantage that I don't know that they would have expected to have. And they won't be giving up too much once they come out of it. Like, I would expect that car to be still one of the quickest on track.
Ooh, I have a round 3 racing update. Oh, okay, we can wait.
A car off at the back here at Oak Tree.
197 Overnight Motorsports, maybe?
We'll see in a moment. Looks right, JT. Interesting line choice there from the 28. Yeah, definitely the 197.
Yeah, just gets in a little hot, locks up into the sand.
He got to the tires.
Hit the wall, yep.
Yeah, light impact.
That was on an outlap. Had just come out of the pits on lap 124 in the top 5 in class.
Zach, the driver was probably hoping nobody found out about that.
Yes.
Because he did spend a lot of time down there, went back going just fine.
Hey, driver, everything okay? Yep, all good,
Yeah.
All good. You sure?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, just the car's a bit heavy. It was a bit of a slow lap, Don't worry, I'll pick it up.
Yep, just bring the tires in. Yep, nice and easy. Yep. It was a bird. The dent's from a bird.
Oh, that was a GTO earlier. You remember?
Yeah, Zach's replay function has eliminated any opportunity for drivers to make legitimate excuses about what happened. The 98's back out there, by the way. I don't know if we mentioned that. It's a Birmingham Road and Race car, which I think was the first car we lost this morning. If not, it was one of. It hadn't completed many laps.
It was in the second full course yellow that it came to a stop.
Oh, you're right. Yep.
Speaking of cars that went off,
197 is back in and out.
Round 3 racing is looking for head gaskets for what I believe is the 701. So that'll be a thing there. Now it's for the 2.9, which I think... Who else runs the Cayman with the 2.9? I'm pretty sure that Overnight Motorsports.
I was going to say, does Overnight run a 2.9?
I think so. Otherwise, I have to imagine that there's a Porsche dealer in Durham. They probably have them.
What is
Sorry, I just caught the replay of the replay on our screens here, on the YouTube feed being a little bit behind, or a lot behind, and such a long walk up on the way into Oak Tree.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, that car was smoking headed up the hill early.
On the bright side, we have a Porsche Cup car circulating again.
Hey,
look at that! Just absolutely, you can see there in that turn. Like, I don't know if we need a replay of it, but like way earlier on the throttle than the other two cars that were there. It was already rocketing away.
And why would that be?
It's rear-engined.
Yeah.
They're able to get all that grip down.
Love me some gription.
Also, it's got a lot of power. Not any more power than anybody else, but just, it's a powerful car.
I hope Automatic has a better day tomorrow.
And then I
hope a lot of cars have a better day tomorrow.
And I know 8 today in particular had promise.
Yeah, they had all those engine failures. You had, Nick Montani came in, just had issues.
Is he like... Oh, no, your reference earlier was Stefan Sarandown, wasn't it?
Yeah. Earlier, yeah.
Are we allowed to talk about Frank Montani?
Is Frank Montani canceled?
I don't know. I think he might have been. I would say he's the first French victim of cancel culture, but I think the French made a specialty out of that in the 1700s.
Yeah, I think
the
so.
original cancel culture.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
I did find it interesting that there is a thinly veiled Frank Montani story on the Scott Tucker Dinner with Racers that also did not paint him in a super flattering light.
Scott or Frank?
I mean, both, but Scott Tucker was not a fan of having Frank Montani in the car, apparently.
Interesting.
So, they blurted out the name, obviously, so you couldn't hear it, but if you lined it up with the timeline and stuff, it was like, okay, well, he wasn't talking about Christophe Bouchou, and if it was around this time, he was...
I have to go back and listen to that, because I vaguely remember this, discussion, but I don't remember ever having a sense of who the person was.
No, and the thing that gave it away and made me check to make sure was Ryan Eversley saying, "You ever party with that guy?" And Scott going, haha, no.
It's quite humorous.
Which I think was before the second time he was caught. So, yeah.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, go look up Frank Montani. Dude's a
good driver.
Yeah, very quick. Had some issues. Working on some stuff.
Him and Thomas Inga, I believe.
Oh, I forgot about that. Couldn't just write a big check to get rid of it all, huh?
No, couldn't.
Is that your favorite joke to make in racing?
It is. It
is the big check Thomas Inga joke?
Yes.
That is a slow Random Vandals.
Oh, it is? That's the 82?
Yeah.
Oh, no. This is the third place car.
And it's a contender for the championship. You weren't around, Brendan, when we covered the championship standings with graphics.
I saw the graphics as I was walking away.
They're 5th. Fortunately, Automatic.
So was that the car that dropped the wheel as we were cutting to that shot?
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. This says 82 slow. No, probably not. Slow at turn 6.
Yeah.
So that car's been limping for some time now.
What I do know is Dash Autosports came back out.
Zach, when you say, oh no, you have to provide more details. No. Just concerned about Kyle Petty. Yeah, still kind of waiting on the reemergence of that number 82. It looked like it was under power, so I wouldn't expect it to stop. We also haven't seen it down through Roller Coaster and Hogpen yet.
Well, we haven't seen anything in those corners yet.
52 is in and out. I mean, in fairness, that is... Slow at turn 10 is probably about as far away from home as you're going to get. I mean, geographically, it's Oak Tree, but in terms of overall track distance, you are really far away down there at that south end of the course. And making it home under something less than full motive power is not a guarantee. And I just wonder whether that 82 is ground to a halt somewhere. It still only says slow in the race control log. It was 3 minutes ago, so potential to
Pretty
get into
slow.
the pit lane. Anyway, the position's already lost. Number 9 from ACP Tanger and Associates has already gone through. He's done it pretty emphatically. 2:04.9. Now the 82 has come through on track, having lost a little, well, right around 30 seconds. The lap time was at 2:36.3, so that's very peculiar. Yeah, it's just come through the last corner there and down the front straightaway. Now getting boxed in. Oh, behind the 9, or sorry, the 5, who's dropped a wheel. Going around the corner, or the curve there on the front straightaway. Tucked in behind an MX-5. And a whole gaggle of cars behind them. A 5 into 1 here is not going to work.
The good old-fashioned slow down, stop, control, delete, and get going again for the M4 GT4.
I do wonder if that's what happened. It was definitely in limp mode there for a minute. No question about it. Ooh. The weather app of choice here showing a little rogue lightning strike to the southeast of where we are here at the track.
Can we blame that on Scotty?
Should we be blaming it on Scotty?
Well, Scotty's on lightning delay at Barber, so...
Oh. Well, is he just pulling the, well, if I can't have racing, then neither can So you're saying there's a lightning delay in Alabama in July. That's crazy.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Never seen anything like
Scotty has nobody to blame but himself. He knew what he was getting into. I say, let him crash. No. You know, I'm not even sure I've met Scotty. I mean, I'm sure I have, like, in passing, but, like, Ryan seems super tight with Scotty, and I just...
Dude, Scotty and I are homies.
Are you?
I mean, I assume so.
I genuinely feel like I'm the only guy in the paddock who doesn't, like, know Scotty.
Scotty respects us as, quote, fellow creators, end quote, which I was just the most respectful thing anybody...
creators?
The most respectful thing anybody has ever said to me. I was like, that's just fantastic. That's great.
I have to, like, talk myself out of him being Scott Elkins.
Oh, me too.
Like, every time I see that, I'm like, oh, Scott Elkins? No, it's Scotty.
Well, it's not some bloke rolling around on a mini bike that ruined the ALMS, so...
He didn't ruin the ALMS.
Whatever. IMSA won anyway, so it is what it is. The DP is gone. And we're back to 4 classes, so
we're back to 5 classes.
Take that, NASCAR people.
We've got 5, Ryan.
4 classes is just too confusing, so less than 3 years later, they're already back to 4 classes. It's getting close, folks.
Yeah, the Rogue one was there to the south. I'm not really sure what happened, but...
Oh,
that one's growing too.
There's a flash flood warning now as well. That means it's really happening. It's really kicking off.
Not in Danville.
No, but in Greensboro. And look at it's expanding.
Far.
It goes bigger. It goes bigger, goes home.
Zach, no. You don't get to make that joke. You weren't there.
I have to go collect cameras in the rain after saying it's not going to rain.
Listen, I have a problem with rain. Like, it's a thing. Hey, I'm gonna go to the store. Okay, start getting my stuff together, and in the 5 minutes it takes me to get my shoes on, grab my wallet and my keys, and head out the door, it starts just absolutely pouring. Like a Kaczmarek going out in the rain, or out like to go outside and get in the car or something is an absolute guarantee it's going to start raining. It's ridiculous. There are times pulling cameras that I've said it's about to rain and then it never does. So
Hey, by any chance, RRT Racing BMW, that
721.
wasn't silver, was it?
It is silver, red, and black.
Okay. Trying to remember if that's the one I saw go behind the wall.
Yeah.
I don't think so,
Trouble.
but they've...
All right, okay.
They were on the same lap as Overnight after Overnight had their issue, but now they're 2 laps down from Overnight.
Your third and fourth place cars at the moment are lapping very rapidly relative to the 2 cars out in the lead. 204 and 201 compared to 207, 207. With that number 118 a benefactor of whatever happened to the 82. Just put it up into 4th now. Did we ever get resolutions on the 118? No, one of them definitely did.
One of them did, yeah.
Still waiting on the other one.
I'm not sure what the other one is. Because I see a 113.
Oh, no action needed. No contact found. So that's that.
Oh, they did get 1 lap earlier. I must have missed that.
Oh, and the 99's last instance of contact is no action needed. Yeah, I don't think we called the penalty for the 118, but it makes sense. I had said it was a full lap off of the race lead, and I had just assumed it was a slower driver or a long stint by a slower driver, and some bad luck with pit stops, but not the case.
Okay.
They did fully lose a lap, and that explains why they've been back down in the bottom half of the top 10 for a little while anyway. Now starting to make their way back up.
It looks like the Elantra going for a driver change here on pit road. That is the number 16 Economy Motorsport. I believe coming in from Costa Rica.
Shout out to my friends in Costa Rica. I do have 2 Costa Rican friends. Thank you very much.
Nice. Anyways, that TCR is sitting down 12th in class GTO today. However, possible that they might be getting a 1-lap penalty for speeding on pit lane here. Previously having a warning for having 6 people over the wall. Also looking closer to the camera, looks like Palomar, the 15 should be doing momentarily. Looks like the crew getting ready here. And looks like possible driver change for them as well.
When it's time for a change, think Speed the oil change and auto service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. That's okay.
Alrighty then. So while
that is the lead into for commercials for every Northern California baseball game ever. Usually followed by a pitching change.
Ah. Okay. Well, we'll go to commercial break ourselves.
Yep.
We'll join you on the other side, guys. Be right back.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
We are live here at Virginia International Raceway. 3 hours and 6 minutes remaining on this Saturday in Southern Virginia. It's WRL live on DriversEye Live. JT, you got to pick me up there, man.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Anyway, as I said, 3 hours and 6 minutes remaining here. JT still not helping me out there. That's all right. Just letting me flounder.
Doggy paddle, dude. Doggy paddle.
All right. Moorhead Speedworks is the leader in GP1, followed by Edge Autosports, and then the 44 PC Racing. Oh, no, it updated. Oh, no. I'm behind. This is a disaster. No messages yet.
What?
James, or Brian, let's talk. Let's talk about it. GP1, number 147, Moorhead Speedworks, leads the pack. Just put in a 2:14.9, though. That's quite a slow lap. Followed by the number 44 PC Racing car, just did a 2:08. So taking out a big chunk of time there. The number 44 versus the 147. And the number 5, Smash Mouth Racing team, they are up to 3rd in GP1. Get it? Because, hey, now, you're an all-star. No?
I got it. It was...
Okay, cool. Everybody looks like they're on the same pit strategy as well, thanks to the yellows. So they're all going to be due for a stop around the same time. A couple lap gap from 2nd to 3rd in GP1. So the All-Stars can hold on to 3rd place, a strong podium finish on their first trip to VIR. That'll be quite nice for them. GP2, the number 164 Harrison Motorsports BMW leads the number 525 Fat and Furious Racing car. The two of them have been at the front of GP2 all day long. They continue to consolidate their advantage, a full 2 laps ahead of the number 918 Victory Laney Motorsports BMW as well. GP3, the number 65 open throttle racing car. So it's interesting. We see this in GP3 a lot, where the standings in GP3 move the entire race. They've always got stuff going on. The number 93 of TC Klein is only 4.7 seconds behind the 65 of open throttle racing. Open throttle, of course, a top 5 in the overall standings for the championship. I should make sure we mention there. And in GTO, it's a 1-2 for Toyota, the 111 followed by the 118. And then I think then the 99 just reappears. I wonder if there's been some officiating going on there, giving a lap back or something, because that was very odd. Looks like the 118 is in 3rd position now. Number 99 is in 2nd. Just waiting for race here to do its thing here. Maybe I should be using Joseph's thing. Fourth place is number 82, and then fifth place, the number 9, the new BMW. That rounds out your top 5 in GTO. We're hearing that there might be a car off somewhere. We're going to try to locate that for you. I don't think we're going to have eyes on it, but it's going to be close. It's going to be a red car. I think the only bright red car we've got at the moment is the Miata in GP3.
Yeah, which is just on its out lap after 38-minute stop of repairs.
Yep. Absolutely. So, not the progress you'd hope to make there after spending some time repairing your car, but there's always tomorrow. Brendan, of course, out fixing some cameras for us so we can get you some more views. Unfortunately, the onboard system not really wanting to play ball for us this weekend, so we are bereft of onboards.
It sucks because we have a lot of them.
We do. Send your complaints to jmoodrock at driverseye.live.
Bummer, not a good lap from Choice Racing there.
No, we've had a lot of kind of slow laps happening recently. I think people are starting to catch traffic.
Well, they were quite close to the Renegade Racing BMW, but that gap is now 4 seconds. They've been having a nice, good battle, going back and forth for a bit.
Glad to know.
Sounds like the JNR Civic has stopped turn 5, pulling off to driver's right.
Oh, I hate it. I hate that. We just talked about how they've had a great, consistent, reliable run, and now, the curse of the commentator is real, etc. I can't help but notice, is this a southerly facing camera? Well, I forgot. Where do we line with the... Do we align north versus aligning...
Southwest, I believe.
Southwest, okay. Then, yes. I think the rain is developing. I don't know if it will reach here in time to affect the race, but it will certainly impact Brendan's ability to pick up the cameras.
There's full course yellow.
There's full course yellow. That is vehicle stopped on the left-hand side of the... the left-hand side of the track from the spectator perspective, but from driver's perspective, that's going to be the right side of the track. As we see the cars all start to rein it in, coming down to 35 miles per hour as we start showing the yellow flag here. I do believe this is going to cause a pit stop for basically everyone. It's been quite some time since the pit cycle started, so everybody should be coming in here. Like we had mentioned before, you get basically a free pit stop other than the amount of time you spend actually servicing the car, because effectively for a Code 35, you're turning on the pit lane speed limiter on the track.
Thunder Bunny in from the lead.
Excellent. Thunder Bunny on a couple occasions has been on the outside looking in as these yellows come out, so it's nice to see that they get the opportunity just to jump on it right away. As we tend to the stricken car here.
GTR comes in.
Excellent. Thank you, JT, for keeping an eye on that. I don't have a multi-view. It looks like the E46 has died out on track. Yep. Trying to get it going here. That's also a contender for the natty, if you will.
Yeah, that was our GP3 leader.
Yep.
Looks like they're retrying a power cycle. There we go.
Perfect. Able to get back going there. They may bring that car in to just kind of check over and see what's going on with that.
And at the time we went yellow, TC Klein was within a half second of that car.
So they'll have certainly taken the lead here as the J&R car comes in on the rope.
So this might be a relatively quick yellow here.
Indeed.
So we saw GTR exiting pits there.
What if they're checking on that barrier repair? Question mark. No, it's further down.
I'm not sure exactly where.
No, you can see it
Miata.
to the left. You can see it to the left. That's where the spare tires were placed.
Yeah, so that was from the incident with the 72.
Oh, that was
However,
the 72.
we had the 109 Miata more recently make light impact, I believe, somewhere before continuing without assistance. So that may have just been a very quick inspection to make sure that the wall wasn't moved sufficiently. Lovely smoke pouring out of the 45, as is tradition. It had been reported as smelling of gear oil earlier.
Ooh, that's no fun.
Ooh, safety vehicle, not with a good pit entry there.
Did they hit the commit cone?
Yeah, they crossed the line a little late there, but as long as there's no cone hitting, they don't have to pay for anything.
Excellent. And we're going to choose this time by... Oh, we've got a little bit of a pile-up here. Not a pile-up, but a traffic jam.
What has happened? Yeah, oh boy, this is interesting.
Okay, so developments are occurring.
One BMW came to a stop, so the other BMWs in sympathy also came to a stop, approaching turn 12 here, or 11 I should say. That was quite odd.
It was. And you have to be careful here, because you don't want to get nailed for passing under yellow. But, you know, you also are losing a lot of time by making that stop.
Well, here's the thing. If a car is stricken and comes to a stop, you can then pass them.
Well, I'm aware of that, but, you know, what counts as stopped? And, like, I would be concerned about it. Like, if the car coughs and rolls for another 15 feet and then stops again, and you were mid-pass, you know, how does that work? Like, there's a lot of room for interpretation left open there.
Well, in that case, if they're coughing and slowing well below 35, I mean, that's video evidence that there's something wrong with their car. They're not driving in a normal manner, as is expected. So that might be okay. But in this case, the car fully stopped, and then the cars behind also stopped, which was odd.
Right.
Since we're just under 3 hours left in the race, it's possible this is being extended to check on marshals at the stations as well.
Yep.
So with TC Klein pitting in GP3, I think that's going to promote the 55 AOA to the lead. Once we go back to green here, indeed it is shown in the lead. Yeah, we'll see how that develops. I'm not sure the bit from Martinsville will reach us in time. Hey, back to green, all right.
But the bit from the south, I think, could become a problem.
Wow, so after that pit stop, our leaders crossed the line with GTR 4.5 seconds behind.
The battle is on, as they say.
Lots of traffic exiting 12. Looks like the 118 Thunder Bunny also benefited quite a bit, jumping up in third.
Everybody getting going here. Keeping it nice and easy.
I made it back.
He made it, folks.
Yeah. .997 headed out of the pit lane.
Excellent. Brendan, what other news can you bring us from your travels?
Oh, if it's news, but who's into the paddock?
The 997.
Well. So I was out at the crossover bridge between the S's, and 3 M4 GT4s went through in a row, and same basic engine note all the way, for every car all the way up.
Sounds like vacuum cleaner.
It kind of does. It would get up to turn 7, and you'd hear the occasional little just breathe out of the throttle, and the note would drop, and it'd send it up through the S's, and hear them come back in, and then Renegade went through, and they did the same thing, and breathed the throttle, dabbed the brakes, you see the brake lights come on, they head up the hill through the S's, and then Will Choice came through, and the note just never changed. Dead flat all the way through the bottom of the S's. Oh man, I was just there. I'll go out in a minute. Unfortunately, so I'm not sure if these are issues with the phones overheating or the batteries specifically. Difficult to tell. Possibly both. Definitely not neither. 3 was doing okay too. What happened? Anyway, I don't have too much else.
That's all you got?
Yeah. Did we note the 82 deal?
82
no,
or 28?
I didn't want to be wrong.
The coloring is there. The branding doesn't appear to be. So I'm intrigued by this.
It's weird to me that the branding would be able to be removed separately from the wrap. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean the Vandals logo is there. The raccoon is very much
Right,
there on the
that's my
on the
point.
rear wheel
Like,
arch, but I just don't see the big C logo.
If you're gonna rebrand your car like with a whole color and everything, I feel like you would make those logos part of that wrap.
I don't know what the situation is there. I'd be intrigued to get a little bit more information. I know it's I think it was meant to be a season-long sponsorship there, and these are not secrets. Like Continental logos plastered all over the car. We know Continental's been involved in sponsorship before, having sponsored. Was it Hammer last year?
Yep.
Yeah.
At least one of the cars. There was a deal there. So, I mean, the interest has clearly been there from Continental. I'm just now intrigued as to how and why that car has fewer logos on it than it did earlier in the season. Slowish number 12 down the front straightaway.
Neither Random Vandals car has the tire type listed against it, and I know that it used to have Continental listed there.
So. Something has changed.
Keep an eye out on the 82. Should be defending fourth from the number 9. I believe they're going into, is that 11 and 12 right now?
Yeah, they're coming out of Oak Tree now. That is the 82, the gold and black car. There's the Elantra in directly behind it. And then the new number 9 G82 BMW M4 from ACP Tangerine Associates. And as JT Ridley mentions, that is the battle for fourth overall and fourth in GTO. Thunder Bunny do a driver change on this last Code 35. Sure looks like it. Immediately into the 203s.
Yeah, once we went back to green, that was a 4.5 second gap.
Yeah. GTR's ability to pick up time here appears to be largely limited to the number of pit stops that it makes. I think it is so much quicker in the pits. It's just picking up these chunks of time. And while it has been able to claw in some of the on-track margin when the 111 had a slower driver in, I think now it's just, now you've got to hope for more Code 35s and more stops.
Right.
You pick up a couple of seconds every time it happens. I have some weather concerns. This storm that has been building to the south, closer to Greensboro, is creeping its way north. And when you look south, when you look this way, that sky is actually grayer than it looks on camera.
Excellent. So we may get some rain, which will add...
Let's see what happens.
Complicate and add weight or something.
Yeah, we'll be getting rain in exactly 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Guys, I gotta go get camera. Guys. Sorry, great job.
They take the checker flag and take it from here, guys. I gotta get cams.
Is this just a little inside joke you all have? I feel left out.
It's not so inside.
It's fair.
It's outside with the cameras getting wet.
It is.
No. At Road America 2 weeks ago, I had to buy a beach towel because I assumed everything I was going to be putting away and not seeing again for 6 months was going to be completely soaked. Oh, the 550 is being pushed down the pit lane. Did they do laps?
All right.
They did do 2 laps.
Alrighty.
No, I don't think it's good. I think they're going back. Oh. I think they came out, did 2 laps, and are going into the paddock again. Unfortunately.
Bummer.
Yeah. Yeah, that does appear to be the case. Personal best lap of the race. Thunder Bunny number 111, 202.3.
Bang.
After 153 laps and in... Well, I was going to say the hottest part of the day, but with all this cloud cover, it actually might not be. Sister car just did a 2-minute flat as well. I actually think... I wonder if the track is getting some pace back in it because of the cloud cover.
I believe that.
Yeah. I think this is actually helping them in terms of ultimate pace. And I mean, not everybody's in the same spot. The 9 is in the 203s, which is good. The NFC car is in the 202s, which is good. That NFC car has some ways to go. Zach. Just putting up rogue onboard frames we can't use. So 2 hours, 42 minutes remaining. We have roughly the distance of one standard length IMSA race remaining. Anyway.
The standard
That's
length
the
of
bit,
an IMSA
right?
race should be 4 hours. Change my mind.
TV doesn't care for that.
Well, it's a good thing nobody watches it on TV. So
I mean, nobody watches the ELMS either, and their races are 4 hours.
So there you go. Perfect. What's the problem?
Yeah. I do think the 4 and 6 hour IMSA races. I mean, the 6 hour race they ran at Laguna was great.
Yes.
The 4 hour race they ran at Road America was great.
Yep.
Doing more of that. Especially since we're not doing distance races anymore. You know, like I think the 4 hour race at Road America was like 500 miles or 4 hours. And since IMSA doesn't do distance races anymore, you might as well, you know?
Absolutely.
WRL should go back to Utah and do the 1,000-mile Sun Chaser or whatever. Yes, JP?
Oh, I'm just... A couple cameras may have gone down.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding. Oh my gosh.
Check the multi-view.
No, it's a 3. 4, I don't know. That one might not be coming back today.
What about 8?
8's not coming back today either. It's on the wrong side of the track.
Ah.
3, I can go fix. 4 is just caught in this overheating loop, I think, at the moment. Don't really know how to solve that.
Slow
It's being hot.
NP01 in the S's. That is, I
think
believe,
this
our
is
leader.
The first time we've had an NP01 with a technical issue today.
No, there's one slow earlier as well.
Oh, was there?
Very briefly. But I'm fairly certain that's the capstone entry.
The number 4.
Yeah.
That car stopped, and in a really bad, I mean, not a really bad spot, but a bad spot.
They've only got 3 laps over McAllister.
Yeah, I think that car, they're going to have to go get that car. I think we're going to end up under code 35 here momentarily.
I think this is going to be a little bit too early to have everybody come back in for another pit stop. Well,
No,
I guess you don't
think
lose.
you do it.
Yeah,
you do it.
got to do it. You're right.
Yep.
You're right.
I mean, even if you're only putting 6 laps of fuel in the car or whatever it is, 6 laps fewer you've got to put in later.
Right.
And I'm not making that call for anybody else. I see where that car is and don't love it.
Giving it a
Yellow
chance to
flag
restart.
being waved with some vigor at the bottom of the hill.
I mean, it needs to be. Just because when you're starting to enter the S's, you can't see.
There we go. If we're not code 35, there are drivers aggressively slowing down. We're not code 35 here on the front straight, that's for sure.
No? And
I think that first car checked up.
yeah, I think
And
so, too.
everybody else kind of accordioned up to the back of it. Even the 82 running a little bit wide there to continue decelerating before it turned into 7.
Mhm. The truck is positioned to head over there. Should
And there we go, code 35 now.
Alrighty.
Zach rightly points out the 984 is into the paddock. That's the frozen rotor. Porsche out of 4th in GP1, so that's not insignificant.
No. Alrighty, anybody coming on pit road for pit stops?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Remember, I'm at the end of pit lane here, so I don't
Yeah.
see them until it's basically over, unless you're, like...
Oh, hey, the MP01's moving.
That is iconic.
This is going to be incredibly short.
Well, and so, if you're on the stand, right, and you're making a call to bring somebody in, maybe you just nix that and say, hey, car's moving.
Yeah.
Everybody's clear, stay out. 118's in and out. So they're gonna get that free couple of gallons here anyway.
My point was more, if you're coming down the road, please make sure the visors are down, the fire bottle's ready to go, catch can is underneath.
Well, and it's easier to do that in situations
Only 5 people over the wall.
It's easy to do that in situations like this, JT, where you're making a late call into the pits.
Yeah, you're rushing.
You maybe aren't prepared for it because you're nowhere near the end of a stint. Well, that's not right.
Very
the 9 is in. The 9 is in. The 82 is not. So this will be a change for 4th. Thunder Bunny and GT are both expected across the line, and they have not come through. Wait and see what that means.
I think it means we're under yellow because here comes Thunder
Here
Bunny.
is the 111. Yeah, it just hasn't.
And it's gonna pit.
Yep.
So that means
there goes the number 9. So that's exactly how much time it lost. You see the 82 on the right side of the screen, the 9 on the left side of the screen. They were in the same shot about a minute ago. And that'll be the time lost for the number 9's pit stop.
And
the green flag waves with the 111 just leaving the pit lane right now. I assume the 99 is in as well.
no. He's staying out, I think. Yep, stays out.
Good move. Well, I say it's a good move. It's basically afforded the 111 a free stop here, which is fine. It's not a full stint, but it does mean that the 99 didn't get that opportunity to come in. The good call was not pitting, right? This issue had been resolved for some time. 99 makes a call to stay out, knowing full well that there was a chance that they were going to get trapped in the pit lane under green flag conditions.
Zach, can we get another weather update? Is that possible? It's looking an awful lot darker now than it has all day. I have to say, I think that little cell, the little red spot, is going to miss us.
It's very interesting because the weather app they're using up here did appear to be like miscentered by about 3 or 4 miles. I'm not saying it's wrong. It just something didn't match up with where everything was popping up yesterday.
Gotcha.
And it looks much, much closer to the track on their map than it does on Zach's map.
I see. Well, I guess we'll find
and
out.
I'm not calling Zach a liar. Well, there's that too. Anyway, we'll see what happens here. We've got 2.5 hours remaining, so much can happen. Not that this race needs rain, because we're, it's interesting. These long distance races tend to require big shifts in order to get things to change. And
right.
Zach points out a car smoking leaving the first corner. Is that a car rejoining? Looks like maybe one of the open throttle cars.
I think so.
The E46.
But we don't really have that at the moment. We've got actually very small gaps at the front of the field.
Right.
That, I mean, a bad pit stop or getting caught in the pits with, the track going green can be enough to send this one way or the other. And still a lot of laps left to run, so there is that. But
yeah,
we're not just not really set. Oh my, the wind is picking up aggressively. Like we're starting to lift canopies here on the front straightaway. Yeah, a lot of laps left to run. A lot can change. Pace-wise, as long as everything's in this same window, I think this is kind of what we've got here to the end. The 4 is back out. This is the car that was stopped down at the bottom of the climbing S's. And he has retained the GTU class lead, but not by much. My next question is Renegade still on the lead lap? Or are they back on the lead lap, I guess would be the better question. If not, I think they're close to it. Wait for the 111 to reappear. No, they're not. It's here at 111. More head cars side by side down the front straightaway. PC car close in tow, but unfortunately not a direct battle on track. Those the Moorhead car and the 147 and the 44 from PC Racing separated by
2 laps.
2 full laps now. Three o'clock, gentlemen. We're getting there.
Woohoo! It's noon.
I hadn't really considered, and we talk frequently, JT, about, and now Ryan, your very, very early mornings. Never really considered the fact that you guys are done by basically 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the bright side. You just can't really see that at, 4:30 in the morning.
Sure. Yeah. Zach loves producing races when they're on the West Coast. He loves time zone differences. I don't know if he's kept count of how many iRacing shows he had to find a backup plan for because a West Coast race ran over time. Is it really only one? Yeah, okay. I don't think it was more than that. It's more fun to let people pretend that Zach is just a voice in somebody's head. He doesn't actually exist. All of our switching is automated. We just talk to a voice that isn't there.
Yeah, Zach is AI.
I mean, how many times was I called producer Zach 2 weeks ago? I mean, it was at least half a dozen. And I was in the room. Lightning has fizzled out of this storm to the south. Not all of it, some of it. still kind of creeping its way north. Dropping wheels there. Was that the MX-5 that dropped wheels?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the AOA. It'd be the 55, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the second place car.
Yeah.
It's our leader now.
GP3's really kind of blown out, hasn't it?
Yeah, because, I mean, Open Throttle had their issue. Roberts had their issue.
Was that the car that went off at 14?
I'm
when I
pretty
went
sure
out to
it
go
was.
reset cameras? That makes sense to me.
Yeah, because I think the red Porsche used to be overnight in GP3. But they don't run that anymore. I think the only solid red car we have here, other than the Miata, is the Mustang. Ooh, NFC's running pretty quick, trying to reel in the number 9. Doing a 2:01.5 that last time by. Getting that gap down to 13 seconds. A lot of smoke out of that BMW there, actually in the final corner. Looked like that may have been the 65 open throttle BMW as it crosses the line, yeah. And meanwhile, another green BMW. Exit of turn 10 here, driver's left. That looks like the... Ooh, that is Dash Autosports, I believe.
They're going to get going here, thankfully.
It's good to see that they've managed to come back out after having a couple of issues today, not being able to take the start.
Replay here. Just loses it on the gas.
Too much speed on entry by the looks of it. May have got loose coming out of the previous corner.
And we see the 147 come down the back straightaway here. The leader in GP1. A pretty dominant team usually. There have been a couple. I think each car in GP1 and sort of the higher end has had like a dominant race. But there's about 3 or 4 cars, I think, in GP1 that are exceptionally competitive. Yep. It ends up being, I think, a pretty neat little addition to the series. And usually when one or two of them have an issue, it leaves an opening for the rest of the teams to try to steal a podium here or there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen wins from Ginger Racing, from Round 3, Moorhead, PC Racing, won Mid-Ohio.
Yep.
We've seen 9-4 Motorsports Corvette win at Barber. I enjoyed that. Edge Autosports has also won. So yeah, there's quite a few teams that, you know, on any given weekend can have the opportunity to win in that class.
You know, it's so interesting. I feel like we narrow the top of GP1 down to 3 cars. You know, it's usually the PC car, the Moorhead car, and the Edge Autosports when they're here, just because they tend to be the most consistently, you know, in the top 3 during the course of the race. But by the time you get to the end of a 7, 8, 9 hour race, there's been so much parity across different, you know, teams, cars, concepts. Yep. Yeah, it's been cool. Did we lose the Corvette at Road America?
I don't know.
Was it Road America? Or was it Mid-Ohio?
I think it would have been Mid-Ohio. Because Mid-Ohio, it looks like it got a podium on Saturday. And then something happened Sunday.
I wasn't at either, so I'm not...
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I'm still trying to work with these network issues I'm having. I think I've made a breakthrough, but...
9 hours of Ryan fixing stuff he broke in the first place.
I'm sorry. I didn't break it in the first place. Thank you very much. Nothing's broken. I mean, it is broken, but like I didn't change anything. It's not like I messed with it. I had to go to a new house.
Well, you should have picked up the internet from the first one and just moved it into the second one.
I tried that and it didn't quite work.
We tried that with races, to be fair.
Yeah.
Just pick up the cell tower.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to get another mesh unit and then tell Xfinity to pound sand with their stupid gateway.
Okay.
So perverse now that they want to give you a discount for using their equipment.
Oh, is that the way it works now?
Yes, because they want to control... like, it provides a hotspot to anybody walking by the neighborhood who has an Xfinity account. So I think what's happening is if somebody walks by and uses that, then there's too many users and it bumps my laptop off. So...
Isn't there a commercial about that?
There are reports of somebody doing a cut-through here. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. I always think Zach should do the thing that podcast producers do, which is they actually come on the air and think that they have something interesting or funny to say, and they actually don't. Zach,
that's our stick.
That could be a part of our tradition as well. Zach coming on and saying things. Except what Zach has to say is actually useful. And I imagine that podcast producers also have useful things to say in the background, but it's always when they want to cue in and be like, hey, actually... It's like, nah, man, sit down. Two hours and 19 minutes remaining here at VIR. Kind of waiting to see what's going to happen at the front here with the 99 having not taken that pit stop. Basically, it becomes, are we going to get another yellow or not? That is the question at this point. If we get another yellow, I think it'll balance the strategy back out. If we don't, I think the 99 is going to be at a substantial disadvantage, just because they're going to need one additional stop in the blue BMW M4.
Tim thinks the 118 is going to win this by a lot.
That's interesting.
He did say that before we went back to green.
Well, what does Tim know anyway? I'm unconvinced at the moment.
Tim's just a real estate agent, let's be honest. That was a joke, Tim, obviously. Good luck with your Garage of the Americas endeavor. Hope to see you back in racing. I know that you do some SCCA stuff on a limited basis.
Go buy something dumb and bring it here.
Yeah, there we go.
That's what we want.
Like a Viper. I'm kidding.
I think the leading dumb option is that Renault RS01 thing.
I don't... Can you get that to 9-1?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Yeah.
Maybe don't.
So this past lap, Choice Racing did get by Renegade for 5th in GTO. Running consistently a little bit on the quicker side, doing 205s. The 55 AOA MX-5 pits from the GP3 lead. Coming back out on the lead lap, TC Klein inherits.
The wind does look considerably awful, Brendan.
Oh yeah, it's
wow. That was
it's
very loud.
blowing here.
Okay. Yeah, that looks incredibly windy. I don't know what to say about that other than just like, wow, I think it's definitely gonna be some weather. Weather will happen.
I don't know. It depends on if the rain itself actually makes it here, because they are starting to dissipate a touch. But the wind that's out ahead of this storm, I mean, you can look at the canopies. And you can see it moving in the camera a little bit, but the canopy shifting around, the American and Porsche flags, a couple of stalls back are really blowing around, and then you see it in the trees as well.
Just ripping.
Really something.
Hoping those stay grounded.
Great kite weather right now.
Sure. Winds at the airport are variable at 3.
Wow.
Not the case here, obviously. I was in the middle of something.
Were you?
Oh yeah, I was going to write irresponsible math.
Well, nice.
Let's see what it says. For the uninitiated, irresponsible math is our boy Joseph's attempt at trying to long-term project the results of races. Occasionally, it's a successful endeavor.
I'd say it's pretty good.
Oh, no, it's not good.
Oh, it's not good.
Oh, yeah. 80% chance of the 118.
How? That doesn't make sense. No.
I think it's because it's the longest... I think it's because it is the longest. It's had the longest consistent quick running. Like early on in the race, that car was very, very quick.
Right.
I wouldn't be shocked if there's some pit stop projection in there where it doesn't think it's going to need to pit again, or it's going to have to pit one last time or something like that. Especially compared to the 99, but the chances are high for the 118. It really likes the 99 in second.
Where do I buy calls on Joseph's script?
The 111 is projected down in fourth, however, which I don't see being
I don't think that's
a
going to be the case
realistic
either.
scenario.
I think that's assuming that the they're going to have to make an extra stop, which won't have to happen because there's no yellow. Like, if they do have to make an extra stop, it'll be under yellow, and it won't matter. Joseph, of course, right now probably watching Tier 7 motorcycling from Indonesia.
There were many times more people watching Italian Formula 4 this morning when we got started than there were watching WRL.
Well, maybe we need to reach out to the Italian market.
I mean, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure indeed. Zach, do you have the bandwidth to run another ad? We can try to do 2 more here for the finish.
Yeah. And we can't wait until 3 minutes to go. Peacock.
Yep.
Did we, like, collectively as a racing industry acknowledge how bad that situation was?
Yes.
Going to add with 6 minutes left in a 6-hour race while there was a battle for the lead.
Yes.
Like, that is inexcusable.
And also, and I've ground this axe several times. I'll continue to do so. Why do I not get picture-in-picture ads if I pay for Peacock Premium? Like, at this point, I'm content that, like, they've hosed everybody and you do have to watch the ads. It's dumb. It is what it is. Give me the picture-in-picture. And they don't do it for IndyCar either, which also makes me very grumpy. Anyway.
It's a good thing our viewers love to watch ads, though.
Let's run an ad. Gonna run an ad. No, the ad.
We're getting conflicting information.
Oh, we're doing a lot of stuff here.
Oh, we get a car pulling off on the
onto the
accessory
support
pit
paddock. Yeah, there we go. Support pit lane.
E46.
I'll let Brendan take the lead on that.
Being reported as the 98 that has pulled off here.
All right, we are going to take a break here. We'll be back.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at VIRginia International Raceway on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Appreciate your patience there. I'm trying to do many things all at once, including some basic race control assist functions here. Zach queuing up a replay while we were trying to throw to ads and run all kinds of different things. And we got it all sorted out, finally. Yeah, appreciate everybody's patience while we did that. Pit stop for the number 16 Economy Motorsport Hyundai Elantra TCR. There in the center of your screen. Just over 2 hours remaining in this one, and it's a Thunder Bunny 1-2 up in GTO.
Beautiful.
Good news for me.
Why is that good news for you?
Season points that we started, our thing that we did at the beginning.
Daily fantasy, I forgot about that.
Somebody picked the 111
to win the title.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember who I had, but I don't think it's a good situation.
It's not a good situation for you. You picked a Supra, which basically boiled down to like it needed to be the
34. The
34, which is
or
not
the
going to happen.
Or the 118.
Right.
It's probably not going to happen either.
We'll have to tabulate that at the end of the season.
Yeah, that's not good. Well, I am now the world's biggest 118 fan, so.
Wow.
You and Tim over there. Please wear matching camo shorts.
I'm showing up in camo shorts to wherever I go to next.
Sorry, the 111 has my heart ever since they adjusted their onboard camera in the middle of the stint out on track.
So, like, sort of long-term and developmentally here, if you're not in a Supra, I mean, do you chase the pace of those cars and like and try and claw tenths as much as you can in terms of what your car is capable of doing, or do you just hope and pray that those cars break down because you're already extracting everything you think you can get? Like, if you're a GTR, right? Like, what do? Do you really try and extract like every possible tenth out of that car, trying to chase how much quicker those Supras can be? It's not always, like, to be clear. It's just in the hands of the right driver. Those cars they do a lot of things very well.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean,
I appreciate your opinions there, guys.
I'm trying to.
I just
Ryan aggressively leaving me hanging.
I mean, you can do private testing to try to see if there's something you can do better.
That's what I mean.
Like, I mean, they've developed the car. Like, I think the car is probably at its height. Like, they've done a bunch of work to the car.
And that's my point. You've already done so, and that 99 in particular is not a stock M4 GT4. Like, they've done work to it already to make it quicker than it was probably meant to be.
Right.
Like, do you take the next step of development and figure out ways to make it go even quicker, or do you just say, well, this is all we got? What, anything else is going to risk reliability, and then we put ourselves in an even worse spot? Like, what do you do?
I think that's it. I think you're there. I think they have the good wing. They've got the undertrade / splitter thing. And there's not really a whole lot else you can do. I think they are doing the shock package. There's a good shock package, quote unquote, floating around for the M4. I think they have that. So the only thing else you can really touch is the engine, and then you start worrying about reliability and maintenance, and like that part works fine.
But what does touching the engine get you if you're already running, 9-1?
No, exactly. That's my point. It's just not a thing.
They need to invest in researching Laura Hayes' kryptonite.
Thunder Bunny could fund part of their program. Ooh, that was a bold move. Thunder Bunny could fund part of their racing program by selling me a die cast of that car. Like, I am totally in on that. I would pay way too much money for it.
So here's the other thing I've just been looking up. We know the M4 GT4 is a heavy car. Toyota Supra GT4, at least according to Toyota Gazoo Racing, is listed at 29 and some change 100 pounds.
Sure.
I mean, are we sure the M4 isn't just punching above its weight for being as heavy as it is?
It could be for a very long endurance race on DOT tires. Right. So, like, we're not... In some ways, we're really not even talking about the same concept of car.
We're not.
You're talking about cars that weigh like 800 pounds different, 700 to 800
You're talking about a
pounds.
sedan versus a sports car.
Right. And a difference of 700-800 pounds. The power differential that comes with it. I mean, we saw, or have seen, the Ginetta. We were talking to Chris Pines earlier. I mean, the Ginetta was a very rapid car in the right hands. If you drove it, maximizing the Ginetta's performance, the car was an absolute rocket ship. I mean, way quicker. Not way quicker than everything else in GT, but much quicker than... I mean, at Coda, it was quicker than everything that wasn't a stock car, tube frame chassis.
Professionally driven stock car.
Yeah.
And
right?
Like I said, double podium at Road America.
Yeah, right. Which is not traditionally a, low horsepower type of track. Like that type of track you would expect to suit an M4 type. Now the quicker corners, sure, but I mean, even at Daytona, right? The Supra was lightning quick and quick in a straight line. I mean, it was coming off the chicane and going as quick or more quickly than the M4s into the braking zone at turn one. I wonder if, we're seeing more of where the sweet spot actually is for those cars. And I think back to the first time we talked to Jason Marks from Hitman Racing, who's ironically with GTR this weekend. The first time we talked to him about the Supra and how it just did everything better. It had more grip, especially the front grip. At speed, the front grip was just so good. And I wonder if we're just finding what the sweet spot is as one of the Palomar cars goes back into the paddock, what the sweet spot is in GTO, right? Where everybody's gone for these, not everybody, but lots of cars or teams have gone for these M4s. There are plenty of them around. They're reasonably affordable. They have all these things that they do pretty well. But they're just on the heavy side for what is meant to be competitive in GTO as it's structured now. Car off in the background there. Back on. Was that Choice? Or is that a car ahead of Choice? Yeah, it might have been Choice Racing there, actually. Thunder Bunny's into the 59s. 59.821 from the number 118. It was Choice Racing, yeah. That quick off there at Oak Tree. And I'm not saying you should be performance balancing within a power to weight formula, but I just wonder if 3,700 pounds is just not competitive on the ultimate pace with where something at the lower end or kind of in the sweet spot of roughly 3,000 pounds might be. Of course, it varies track to track too.
Right.
But
no, I mean, I think the Supra in general is a better overall package. It was something that we saw
certainly newer
in the 2009, 2007 to 2011-ish endurance racing type scene, wherein they really had to give the E92 M3 a lot more power, like a lot more, to make it remotely competitive at Le Mans versus the Porsches and Ferraris of the time, the Corvette. And I think that especially over the course of an endurance race, saving that little bit of fuel by having the lighter, more fuel-efficient car, that's shaped better for aero, can make more downforce, whatever, is a huge advantage. It's just a tough one, when you're compromised with that. Now, it's a good package, clearly. And I think for sprint racing, your lap-to-lap pace probably makes a lot of sense. And most of what GT4 does is sprint racing. At least that's the intent. I know there's more and more of that endurance racing stuff going on with GT4 cars. But yeah, I think that at the end of the day, you would rather have a race car or sports car shape than you would a sedan shape. And I think I remember Will Turner talking about it during the Grand Am days as well, where he said, yeah, it doesn't really matter if we go to a fast track, the Porsche's got everybody on the straights because it's shaped like a race car, and my giant M3 doesn't cut through the air the same. And it was the same issue with the Stevenson Camaros and stuff like that. Basically, the prep tube frame cars that were sedan-ish, had problems with that. So I think this is a natural progression of that. In some ways, I mean, Scott and Joseph aren't here to tell me off for this, but I think the M2 might be a better decision overall for that type of thing. At least it's lighter. It's not necessarily more aerodynamic, but you get a smaller package. But then we've seen the upper level teams sort of move away from that chassis. So I don't know if it's a case of let's wait for the new one. Maybe the new one will be a little bit better. I know the new M2 is a little bit longer. The wheelbase is longer than the older one. So yeah, we just kind of gotta wait and see. I do think that the Supra going forward is going to be the solution.
It probably is. Yeah, a lot of smoke down at the pit lane. It's coming from the number 45, according to Zach.
Chandler.
That's a Chandler. That is Yeah, the stock car. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's easy to look at professionally. I gotta be careful with how I word this. Series sanctioned and balanced by international motorsports governing bodies that get very granular with their BOP, get very detail oriented, and really balance the individual performance aspects of the car rather than just the overall potential performance of the car. And I think you would say that in GTO, we're not trying to, make everybody do the same things all at the same time. You're, ultimately just giving everybody a performance window that they're meant to run within. 9-to-1, DOT tires, whatever else you want to do, go do. Right? And fuel obviously is tied to power, but here we are. I just wonder if BMW, and in fairness, they've been known to do this, running M3s and M4s, spinner up at the top of the hill at Oak Tree. That is the Ginetta again on the inside. I'm not sure that's a spin, is it? Yeah, well, it is a spin apparently. That's an interesting place to end up. That's a Bourbon Works Ginetta G55 again. May have a here we go. Replay. Watch the black and white Ginetta very, very quickly. Too much speed on the way in. Loops it in the middle of the track and then neatly backs it onto the grave of Oak Tree. Anyway, I don't want to get too in the weeds with the Supra thing, but I think BMW has shown a tendency to try and make race cars out of things that were not necessarily race car shaped or meant to be race cars. And in a properly aggressively balanced formula, you can get away with that because they're just going to give you whatever it takes to be competitive.
Right.
That's not the way WRL does or has ever operated. Or, in my opinion, and frankly, as Brendan Kazmarek, DriversEye Live, should operate. Everybody's got the same opportunity, the same window. If you don't like the way your M4 handles because it's too big or it's too heavy and it's not competitive here or there, go buy a different car.
I strongly suspect, and I don't have anything to back this up. It is what it is. The Z4 by contract cannot have a hardtop option. Like in their agreement with Toyota, they cannot make a hardtop Z4. It has to be a ragtop. Whereas the older car, you could get even as a coupe or a convertible hardtop. And so I wonder if there's an issue with the FIA letting them homologate a car not as it is originally constructed, which is to say that, like, you can't have an open-top GT car, and they can't make it into a hardtop. But they used to use the Z4. That was their car. And they used it for GT3, and were able to work within the rules, and that was a pretty competitive car, as I remember.
Yeah, I mean, GT3 didn't really have any rules. It was just build.
And so I imagine that a GT4 Z4, you'd be able to take, the same sort of advantages. But I think their hands are tied on the racing side by the fact that they're in this agreement with Toyota.
Is there a current Z4?
There is a current Z4. It's a great-looking car, but they can only sell it as a soft top. They cannot sell a hard top.
I mean, you couldn't homologate a GT. Look, if the agreement is we can't have a hardtop Z4, then I can't imagine they, from a marketing perspective, are going to try and put a race car together that is that.
I mean, maybe or maybe not, but either way, I don't think the ruling bodies would let them do that. I think they'd say, this is your bed, you've made it. Now, should there be a M2 GT4 car? Absolutely. I think that's 100% the case. But I also think there's a desire to keep continuity between the GT4 and the GT3 car, as far as approachability.
That's probably true.
Things of that nature. It's the same reason I was always curious why Audi made their GT4 car the R8, especially with the V10, when it was like you could have used the TT, and it probably would have done better generally in racing.
Yeah. I think that was weight distribution.
TT was front-wheel drive, wasn't it?
No, it's all-wheel drive.
All-wheel drive was a bit nose-heavy.
Yep. The TTRS was an incredible car, though, especially for the time of the 5-cylinder.
Yeah.
But you can't have all-wheel drive either in GT4, but they would have let him homologate it as a rear-wheel drive car. Now, if the trans-tunnel will accommodate that, I don't know. But, yeah, I always thought that would have been a better call than using the R8. What do I know,
It's honestly, I'm pretty confident these decisions boiled mostly down to marketing.
I mean, sure.
Performance balancing will get just about anything into the right window, as evidenced by the behemoth M4s.
Right.
And you just do whatever you think is going to sell the most volume of cars, whether it's race cars or road cars.
Right. I genuinely think the M2 would be a better platform for GT4 at this point. I understand.
Isn't that the basic platform of the Supra?
The new M2 is different.
Right.
The platform of the Supra is shared with the Z4, which is different from the M2 and the 2 Series. Now, the motor is the same, and I believe the actual suspension components are the same, but the wheelbase and the frame and stuff are not.
Okay.
So, yes and no. I think what effectively happened, and I have a little bit of knowledge on this because I had to sell them, so I went to all of the trainings and stuff to discuss how it is and isn't different. And the reality was, the Z4 and the Supra are on the same frame, and then BMW said, "Here is our catalog of all of the parts that we make. Most of them are interchangeable, so you can pick whichever ones you want to pick." And sure enough, the ones that they picked for the Z4 are the ones that fit best with that chassis. So Toyota picked the ones that go with the Z4, which are very similar to the ones that go on the M2. So they were given some freedom, but that was the better call anyway, was to just do what BMW was doing. Supposedly there's a lot of stuff about durability testing that Toyota did above and beyond what BMW did, so they could maintain warranties and such.
Sure.
But anyway, the point being, the cars are very similar underneath, and I think that Z4 would make a better GT4 car. I don't think they're allowed to do it one way or another. And the new M2 is on a much better chassis than the old M2. So I think that should be what they do, but they almost certainly won't, because they've just brought out an M4 GT4 car. So.
Unless there's a market for a single make series.
Oh, they will certainly do something like that, a single make.
With the
or
M2,
yeah.
Or the Z4.
The same way they did the M240 and all those things. They'll do that for sure.
That's your ticket.
I mean, sure, but everybody went away from that. We saw those quite a bit for a while, and people went away from them. And either the new wheelbase will have fixed it, or it won't have, which is, I think what it's going to come down to. And I think people, having already invested in all this GT4 machinery, probably aren't keen to get another different car. So we'll just have to see. And that's all I have to say about that. Wow, that was very loud.
Sorry. We've received a message. I'm trying to coordinate a guest here.
Gotcha. All right, perfect. Guest action. Happy to see that.
Yeah, not here, but potentially on his way up. We'll wait to see.
Perfect.
Good battle for 5th in GTO on track.
89 is returning to the track.
Ooh. Nice. Bring out the Camaro.
I think they've replaced the splitter on that car. Potentially a car off there at the background at turn 1. Zach points out the second car was slower in rejoining. That would be the 44 of PC Racing. So not an insignificant moment there, although I think that car is pretty firmly 2 laps off the back of the class-leading Moorhead Speedworks entry, and indeed they are. But we'll have to kind of keep an eye in the mirror to the number 5 All-Star Racing BMW.
All right, so approaching the final corner now is our three-way battle. Oh, as the back 2 cars enter pit lane now. So that's going to be the, I believe Renegade and NFC are going to be coming down pit lane this moment. It's going to give the number 9 BMW a little bit of breathing room. Reports in chat about possible thunderstorms to the west that might reach us before the end.
There might be some rain. We take an eye. Keep an eye
coming from Mooresville.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming in hot, everybody.
In the meantime, I can welcome a guest, a first timer to DriversEye Live in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Bill Graham, out of the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Super GT4. Welcome along.
Hey,
welcome along,
thank
Bill.
you.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. You guys are, I mean, you're in a great position right now. First and second, right? You're in the 111 there running P2 at the moment. Laura Hayes out in the car. You look like you have been doing some very hard work today.
It's hot in the car, that's for sure. And listening to you guys talk about the various platforms and from a get in and drive perspective, I can add a little color to some of that.
Please do.
So I started racing in 2020 in the 128i, and midway through, I love that car. Midway through 2021, we got an M2. 2021, Laura and I raced the M2 and got a first here.
That was one of the first races for that car.
Very early race.
Yeah.
We were obviously super pleased with that result. By the next season, the M4 GT4s, a lot of teams put a lot of development into that car, and we were just no longer competitive. And so we got to the end of 2022, and we're like, we don't think there's anything more we can do with the M2.
Yeah.
And so mid-December, we bought the Supra and basically had it for about 3 weeks before we rolled it into NOLA. It's a great platform. Yeah. I will tell you that it takes more skill to get the pace out of that car.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
My pace with, I was closing in on Laura in the M2. And once we started driving the Supra, she gapped me again. And so I'm trying to get back because definitely there's more pace there, but it takes more skill to get it.
In what way? Is it just a particularly narrow operating window, or what's what's holding a driver back in a car like that?
The BMW is not. I don't have a lot of time in the M4 GT4. A lot of time in the M2. Very predictable push if you're in a little fast. So you just scrub speed and it turns. The Supra, the back end, it turns really well, and so if you're a little fast, you can definitely bring the car around.
Interesting. So we had heard from Jason Marks, who runs with Hitman Racing, typically with the Toyota Supra, that it was a very positive front end, and if you were, turning the car in at high speed, you could get the front to bite, but it sounds like, from what you're saying, almost maybe too much, right? If you carry too much speed in, rather than scrubbing the front, it'll snap the rear.
Yeah, for the, say, more amateur drivers, Jason's, I put him up there like pro level driver. Mm-hmm. He's a great driver, faster hands, So when you hit the edge of the limit, they have a better chance of correcting the car.
Okay.
And so it's easier to get your hands a little bit behind on the car.
So what makes it such a naturally quick car in the hands of, let's say, a pro, your Laura Hayes, your Jason Martz, etc.?
Part of it is there's been some supers out here that have run and have not turned great pace, and so we put a lot of time and effort into the car and getting the setup right.
Okay.
And so that helped the 118 get a jump start, and they've got great drivers in that car. So it does take some work to get the car set up and to make it work for WRL.
Okay.
For sure, but if you look at where that engine is in the car, it's pretty far back.
Okay.
It's not technically going to be a front mid engine, but the engine is pretty far back. The car's nicely balanced, and as Jason had said, the car will turn.
Okay.
And so that just gives you a really opportunity. Great mid corner and great. Once the nose is pointed, you can just stand on.
Yeah. We were talking about weight in particular, and I think that car is listed at something like 2,900, 3,000 pounds, whereas the M4 is 36 plus 100 pounds. Can you feel? You were in the M2, obviously, which was that like 32, 3,300?
Somewhere in there.
Yeah. So can you feel that weight not in the car now? Can you feel it's a lighter, more pliable car?
Yeah, for sure. And then different tracks, we've got some flexibility with the tune, so we can add or subtract weight to some degree.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a pretty good mapping of how to handle that as you go to and from different tracks?
This is just my third year with the team in WRL. I guess this is fourth year for the team overall. So yeah, we've been to all the tracks multiple times. We know where we've been beat in the past, and we know where we've been good. So
you've got a sense of, if you go to a Road America, maybe you want a little bit more weight, carry a little bit more power, versus, or like a Daytona where you would want more power.
All
versus,
the power you can get.
Gotcha. That's interesting. I'd heard some rumblings, I think towards the end of last year, about teams trying to get very track specific with how they were tuning the car and what overall package and declaration they were showing up with. I didn't realize we had now gotten to the point where this was, actually becoming a regular thing, but it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, if you look, we've got some great teams. Automatic Racing running the Aston Martins, and some people bringing new Aston Martins. The Mercedes are really strong.
Yeah.
There are places. Daytona, we were killing some of these guys in the infield, and then once we got onto the banking, they just drove away from us. And more teams bringing a lot of really good drivers and a lot of really interesting cars. The new M4 GT4, we'll see if somebody can get it set up right for this.
Yeah.
But if you look down, the Supers have had some good pace, but if you look down the line, the Mercedes have turned some really good times. There's been times the Aston Martins have turned better lap times than us, out-qualifying us. So I think it's still competitive, but the Super is a nice platform to start from.
It seems like it, and everybody that's taken one or purchased them has kind of taken them to them like a fish to water. They're just not maybe instantaneously on the pace, but those cars have had less than half a season's worth of development, in a power to weight series, and they're all right there now.
And shout out to Toyota; they've been great to work with. WRL Endurance Racing is a little different from some of the other series. We put more hours on a car in one weekend than an SRO team might put on a car in a season.
For sure.
So a lot more maintenance. I think right now the 111 is the highest mileage GT4 in the States.
I believe that. I believe that. So our factory support is not, or factory racing in WR is not, and you maybe make a case that it shouldn't be a thing, but we really even haven't seen factory support in the past. It's not like we've ever really seen a company trailer roll up, like an Audi company trailer or BMW company trailer, and yet back at COTA last year, it was a big Toyota Gazoo Racing trailer that showed up when Hitman brought the Super for the first time, and I saw somebody here yesterday in a Toyota GR shirt. I mean, is this something that you think is going to start to become a standard in WRL, or do you think this is just a specific interest of Toyota's in helping A, their cars perform, and B, maybe help sell cars as time goes on?
You know, they start to see 3 or 4 cars, and like I said, we're, buying a lot of parts. At just, kind of an unexpected rate for them. So that gets them to take notice. WRL has, attracted some great drivers. COTA at every year is always interesting to see who's going to show up. And so I think it depends on the direction that WRL goes and what kind of series it becomes. Right now it's kind of in that kind of mid-zone with GTO field, a bunch of factory cars, and GP1, and both are great to race in. I really enjoyed when we raced in GP1, and it was great to start in this series in a class down. It teaches you a lot. As opposed to some people who just jump in a GTO car, they maybe don't have as much appreciation for the guys in the lower class there are a lot of really self-aware, their situational awareness is great, because it's challenging to have cars come by you at we're getting some pretty significant deltas on a fast track like this, and those guys do a great job, a lot of them, being aware, helping to make passes happen so that both cars can keep their pace and go, and it's a lot of fun to drive in.
We had made the point a little earlier on this morning about VIR specifically. I don't know that there is any sports car racing series with as much of a delta between the top class and the lower class that runs specifically at this track. I mean, IMSA is GT3 only, right? They have, the Pilot Challenge, which, you'll do GT4s and TCRs, but that's nowhere near your GTO to GP3 split like we have here. And it seems like everybody, all of that considered, has done a pretty good job, even, the ones that don't have the experience in multiple types of classes like yourself. You experience everybody pretty well behaved today so far?
Compared to last year here, this has been a great day. My first stint was all green, which to start the race and go all green for your first stint was, really showed that people were watching out and a lot of really good, clean racing.
Last question I'll ask you. Specifically today, it's so hot. It's pretty humid. We saw yesterday a lot of the time came out of the track. Did you feel like the grip went with it as the temperature came up, or was it okay where the grip is still mostly there, the balance is there, but it's just hotter and slicker and slower?
It gets slicker and slower, and then you'll see again a really smooth, good driver like Laura. I mean, she's really good at driving between the lines. She doesn't have to clobber every curb to get her time. She's smooth, fast, and she can take care of the tires. And then I get out there chasing her time, and I get the tires hot, and then I'm sliding around even more. So it's I'm just kind of chasing my tail a little bit to catch up to her, because the key really is being smooth and not getting the tires overheated.
Yeah. We were talking to somebody just a little bit earlier about Chris Pies, I think, in the number 9, the new G82 BMW, about managing tire temperatures, especially now. In temperatures like this, you can really, end up with a kind of a runaway situation where the car balance just falls completely apart as the tires go away in the heat. And it seems like what you're saying with the Supra in a car that is a little more rotation happy, that you can really start the rear tires, it sounds like, especially you can start to run off the car.
Definitely can. It rarely pushes.
Yeah.
I did want to make one other comment. I think somebody said earlier, the 99 GTR is out there and they race hard, but they make good decisions. And at the end of the race, you've seen them have some really, really great matches. I think Road America at the end of that race, 99 was battling a Supra that was out there, and some great clean racing for a long time. And 99's a great team, fun to race with. And I think that's a big shout out why they do well, and part of our success is we do tend to finish a lot of races.
We've been covering WRL in some form or another since 2017, and GTR running quiet first half of races and then suddenly appearing in the top 5 or in contention for a win has been their calling card for at least the last half decade. I mean, it's every race is run almost identically. It's it really is, in my opinion anyway, it's a testament to just how little of these races are decided on just pace. Right. Thunder Bunny's kind of figured it out. GTR's figured it out. No penalties, no stupid mistakes. Visor down, for heaven's sake. And, you know, make good decisions for 9 hours. And now you guys have pace, too.
Now we have some pace. We've had a consistent driver lineup. We've had a very consistent team in the pits, and that does help a lot, for sure.
Awesome. Shouts to, does Chandler Lunny still work with you guys at all, by the way?
He's next door. I think he's with the Big Red today. But,
okay.
Yeah, he still hangs out with us.
I gotcha.
And so we're still friends with him. Hangs out.
Good dude. Found himself in NASCAR after years of engineering with Thunder Bunny. It's pretty cool.
It is very cool. And we're open to see more things like that. I mean, we're a full-time team now. We've got a shop in Greenville, and we're about to open a drivers club. So we'll have about... we've got about 30,000 feet there total, and about 10,000 of it's going to be club, sims, car storage, you know, place to hang out and watch races, and we'll do different events. So it's hard to sustain a team on racing alone at this level, but having the shop, having the club, you know, I'm hoping that this team can be around for a while.
Any hopes of wheeling the 128 out for Atlanta? A couple of weeks?
You know. We've kind of gone to a model where all the cars are owned by somebody.
I gotcha.
And the owner of that car, I don't know if he's going to bring it back to WRL, but I'll twist his arm and see if I can talk him into it.
Entries are still open. We love that car. Anyway, we love you guys. Thunder Bunny Racing has been so supportive of what we do here at DriversEye Live. Whether, you know, it's been talking to Chandler in the past. I think Laura's been up here before. You know, some of your customers in the past, Dallas Carroll, Matt Kehoe, spent some time up with us, and just nothing but wonderful things to say about you guys and the whole Thunder Bunny Racing operation. So, Bill, thanks for coming up and hanging out and shedding a little light on the old Supra, M4, etc. debate. And come see us again soon.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Well, happy to have Bill there to answer some questions I've had about the BMW versus Supra situation. They, of course, one of the teams that had ran that M2, and they had ran it pretty well last year. I think probably the better of the M2 runners. ACP, of course, ran that M235, M240, I think, for the longest time of any of the entrants. And then teams started to transition to that M2, and then I think the new M4 GT4 car came out, which meant the old ones were a little bit cheaper, and those M2s were still a little bit on the expensive side, so I think we transitioned away from those pretty quickly, and as Bill said, it sounded like they got to the end of that car and what it was capable of pretty quickly. So happy to hear a lot of the stuff that we've talked about be confirmed more or less. Still interesting to note that Supra really does take a deft hand to get the performance out of it, but I think that ends up being the case with all successful race cars. I don't think there's very many successful race cars that people get into that are dominant, that people say, oh yeah, this is just easy to drive, and just blows everybody away. Especially in a category like this where everything is supposed to be very, very close. Usually your options are you can have the car that's easy to get speed out of, and the ultimate pace might not be as good, but you can be at 95% more of the time, versus having the car that's excellent on maximum pace, but takes a lot more effort to get that out of. So happy to hear that's still the case here.
Kind of rounds out our Thunder Bunny arsenal of interviews.
It does. It really does. I should have asked Bill if he could get us into the diecast game.
Oh, with Thunder Bunny?
Yeah. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way, man. I got to have that. I would absolutely buy that.
I mean, what about iRacing schemes? Do we have any TBR iRacing schemes?
See, that I think I would be willing to just send pictures of the car to some 19-year-old
and
and
have
have
him create
him,
it.
do it. I can't. I feel like a company needs to have access to the car to do the die cast. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Well, it depends because it is a GT4. So if a diecast company already produces a GT4 in like 1/43rd scale, for example, all you're doing is basically putting on different decals.
Right, that's a good point. Super diecast. But what if I want it to be accurate and have all the WRL bits on it?
So, yeah, that's gonna have to be custom stuff.
Like you want the M4 GT4, but GTR spec. The longer rear
Thunder
wing.
Bunny spec.
No. I but what I'm saying is like if you're changing out individual pieces, you want all of the details to be correct to what they run in WRL.
Spark does make a 143 GR Supra GT4 car. But it is a Nürburgring spec car. So I could just get this re-liveried, basically, but like I don't...
Yeah.
I want a little bit bigger than 143.
Yeah, 118 would be ideal.
118 would be cool, yeah. There's a 132nd on AliExpress that has the Porsche Pink Pig livery as an option. Which is quite funny.
Struggling to find iRacing schemes with Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, no, I have checked
out
on
here
that for sure.
Casually browsing trading paints in the middle of
the broadcast. Yeah, that's good.
I wanted to know.
Well, what would you put it on? I think we've had this discussion before. I would put it on the GR86, but then what car would I put it on for the GT4?
So the MX, they have a scheme for the MX-5, right?
Somebody probably made one.
The 421 last year was a Porsche Cayman, so you could do a Porsche Cayman.
No.
With the bunny scheme.
No.
I mean, you could.
I want it to look similar to the Supra.
Put it on the M4.
No.
You could put it on the Xfinity Toyota Supra.
I would do that. I would run that.
Yeah.
I would.
To be honest, I think the previous Thunder Bunny scheme was better anyway, without the white, just the pure purple and black. Yeah.
No.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Wrong.
It's fine, but you're wrong. Wrong. Careful.
No.
Nope. No shout-outs now. We've passed the window for shout-outs. That door is closed.
District Court of Miami went ahead and closed that door for us.
It is unbelievable how much rain there is popping up around VIR and how none of it has ended up here.
It's just popping off, dude.
I mean, it is kind of wild.
Wow. There it is.
And it popped up there to the north. Yeah, see, that looks... Well, so we're not in Danville, to be clear. We are east of Danville by a good 8 to 9 miles.
Is there an opportunity to do a double? Like, is there a late model race going on at Martinsville tonight that we can get, like, to go
South
run?
Boston might have... Zach and I did a double. It's south a little bit, but that's fine. We'll allow it. No, not that far south. Zach. No. We're not in Raleigh or Durham. No, we when we were here in May for Hyperfest, we did the double. We went to North Wilkesboro on Wednesday, and we were streaming here on Friday.
Shout out to Kelsey, who couldn't make it out to the track this weekend.
Yeah, do you know why Kelsey couldn't make it to the track this weekend?
No.
She's in Austria.
Nice.
Well,
and that being a quasi-Eastern European country, you're upset about that.
What?
Yeah. Britain Kazmarek are Eastern Europe course.
No. Wait, no. Listen here, Ryan West. You back up. They're not quasi-Eastern European. They're decidedly...
They're not Western European.
Or Central. At worst, they are Central Europe.
Fine.
They are much closer to Western Europe in terms of overall culture, etc.
No, that
because they were at one time Austro-Hungarian. Now, well, maybe. Anyway, point is, last weekend at the Austrian Grand Prix, right? We don't get to feel bad, or we don't have to feel bad that she couldn't make it to VIR, having just gone to the Austrian Grand Prix. She made this bet. She gets to sleep.
Going to Red Bull land.
I mean, that's your choice, but I'm not
probably
going to
not
not go. I'm not going to not go to Red Bull. That's awesome.
I wouldn't go to the Red Bull ring.
No, I would.
No.
The A1 ring. Go check out the remains of the Österreich ring. So always nice.
That would be pretty far down the list of F1 tracks I would want to actually travel to.
What about the Hungaro? What?
Brenda doesn't go to mainstream European countries. He only goes to, like, weird ones.
I don't know. You don't think Budapest is like a mainstream tourist? What are we doing?
No, mainstream Europe is Western Europe. It's France and Germany and Spain and Italy. Brendan's like, I'm actually going to go to Bosnia this summer. It's going to be pretty tight.
Bosnia's great. I'd love to go to Bosnia. Sarajevo's wonderful this time of year.
I know they used to have a program at the Hungaroring where you could drive a older Formula One car.
Oh, I didn't know
for
that.
a couple laps.
I wish I'd have known that.
With a Judd motor, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Zach is so bored.
He is.
Yeah. Noting the sky. It is. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We've got an hour and 20 minutes left. We've actually rocketed through a solid hour by talking about GT4s and performance and
having Bill Graham come up and be like, "Listen, you fools,
Thunder Bunny," and now we find ourselves just inching our way towards the checkered flag.
I will say that the GT4 Supra that I found for sale that was $143 was $85. My number is way higher than that. Way higher than I would pay for a...
by the way, car off at the top of the hill at Oak Tree. Again, I think he's gotten away with this. It is... I say he. I just mean... we've had another car go off at Oak Tree and not hit anything. That's an MX-5.
An MX-5 has gone off at Oak Tree.
I'm sorry.
Control C, Control V. Do we have any idea who that might have been?
Which car
black,
was
it? Blue,
anyway.
black. Blue, black MX-5. This will be the
85.
Yep. Anyways, the black one.
We only have 3 Miatas, all different colors this weekend.
There's only 3 Miatas in the whole field?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And they're all in GP3.
That's also true.
Wow. Some dust being kicked up down at turn 10 as well. If anybody, by the way, if anybody has any proof or have seen Mark Scaife and Bill Graham in the same room together, just to confirm that they are not the same person, I appreciate it if you come forward. I know Mark is a little bit busy in Tantsville this weekend, but I can't rule it out until I've seen them together, or had it confirmed by somebody else.
Shout out to Shane Van Gisbergen.
Hamburger, I don't know.
Nice guy, winner. Shout out to Chase and what's his face that came second, who were salty about it. Loved that too.
Was it Haley?
Haley, yeah. Where Haley made it. Oh well, he had newer tires, and I run a small program, and no, you got beat.
Nobody was beating Shane, unless he got dumped. Nobody was beating him anyway. The right driver won.
I mean, to be fair, at the time Shane pitted, it was still supposed to be 100 laps and not 75.
New race leader, gentlemen.
Right.
I think. Right.
This is the 118.
It's no.
The 111.
It's the 111. Has taken the race lead after a couple of slow laps from the 118. I don't know if that's just traffic, because it was a 2:11.6 this time. The margin's gone straight out to almost 10 seconds. 2:10 last time as well. 4 is pulling off into the south pit lane now.
That's the Chaco Sebico.
And
Capstone
this
again.
is still your GTU class leader. The margin had dropped to less than a lap. It's now out to 2 laps. But if that GTU car is stranded in the south pit lane, I'm not sure we're going to see it anytime soon. I mean, unless it's able to get going on its own. But I don't know. I feel like pulling into the pit lane there at that end of the track is kind of an admission that you're just not going to get there. Or you need to stop and reset something.
Yeah, stop and do
It's also
something without
possibly true.
having any sort of risk.
Mock Skiffy. Yeah, see, that doesn't work, Joseph. That's true.
Markscape is almost certainly not watching.
What if he is?
Joseph's probably also not watching.
Who do you think is the highest profile international sports car / road racing person watching the race right now?
Right now?
Right now.
Oh.
How does Scott Pruitt's family at home?
I think there is anybody.
No, there's got to be at least
single
one.
person in international road racing.
There's got to be at least one. There's one person sitting back going, you know what? I like this.
Tony McIntosh. Glenn McGee, I don't know.
Glenn McGee. Glenn McGee's probably busy at Mosport. Or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Glenn McGee at home. Shout out to Mo Dabka.
Shout out to Tony Gables.
Yeah.
What's Tony Gables doing?
I have no idea. I feel like Trans Am is the right answer.
Yeah, why are we shouting out Tony Gables?
I don't know.
Dyson.
Oh, it's Lou Gelati. It's got to be Lou Gelati, right? Lou Gelati's
is
watching?
Lou Gelati watching?
He would be my guess.
There's no Corvettes.
That's the problem.
True. Yeah.
So we need
9-4. You
9-4
let
to
me
bring-
down, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I do want to point out again that the RSR Jag is still for sale on Racing Junk. So the Trans Am RSR Jag.
Oh.
Oh, I thought you meant the GT.
No, not the bad one. The actual good one. I would.
I was gonna say, of course, that car would end up on Racing Junk.
Would you rather have that or the Lotus?
Oh, the Evora?
Yeah, that AJR ran for 5 seconds, and they were like,
the
"Oh,
Evora.
this is not it."
No, because when that car was run by the Jet Alliance team, it was actually not a waste of space.
I still think it was. It was a waste of space.
No.
What do you think the best result for that car is? Can't have been higher than 5th.
A podium at Petit Le Mans.
No.
I think it had a decent finish one year.
No chance. That was a great interview. I don't know who was talking about it on which Dinner with Racers, but where they talk about going into Lotus to do the meeting, and the guy that owns Lotus is like, "Oh, so you said the AC doesn't work in the race car. Does that have anything to do with why it happens on the road car? Because mine does that too."
It's actually kind of funny.
And the team was like, "Did you not listen to anything we just said? We need more money." Let's see. Wow, 22nd overall in Le Mans. No, they had a V8. I didn't know that.
No. One of the cars was not classified at Petit, the other one could be a DNF. So.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I'm like, there's no, it did not do well ever.
Never mind.
It was not a good car. That would make a hell of a... I didn't know it had a V8. That would make a hell of a WRL car. You take the V8 out and put the V6 from the Toyota van back in it. I think that would be pretty tight.
It did finish 4th in GTE Pro at the 2011 6 Hours of Zhuhai.
Wow.
So, I mean...
The zenith of sports car racing.
Now, that was 21st overall. And the third to last car to be classified. But technically, I mean,
excellent.
Quick wipe of the grill there for, is that one of the Palomar cars? Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's overheating.
They ran that car as a master chassis car in 2021. Or mother chassis, whatever it's called.
What, the Evora?
Yeah.
What?
It had a win at Twin Ring Motegi in 2021. That might be the most successful Lotus Evora race car of all time.
The mother chassis Lotus Evora. God, that is a cursed phrase. Conjuring spirits or something. Oh. So, eagle-eyed viewers on the front straightaway will notice that the Porsche and American flags that are just to the left of where I stand here on the front straightaway have shifted direction and are now blowing more or less southeast. And not quite as strong of a wind as it was a little bit earlier on. There is rain off to our west, and you'll also notice that some of the color has come out of the sky. Much darker and much more gray, particularly to the north and the west. Zach says he's pretty certain we're going to get rain by the end of this. I don't know. Because if it doesn't pop up within like 5 to 8 miles of the track, I'm not sure it actually makes it here. It's certainly not guaranteed to actually make it here. And that one has some lightning, or had some lightning in it. So
your optimism is so adorable.
Listen, I don't care. We end up with a wet finish to the race. Great, by all means. I love watching, rain racing. That's fine. I'm cool with that. But I just don't know. So many times. I mean, Brendan, it's not going to make it here at Kazmarek. I get it, but it also frequently does not make it here. Intrigued by the drop-off in pace on this number 118. I'm sure there's been a driver change and, it's dropped it back into the 207s, 8s, 9s, but for old Timmy Myers, who was so sure that it was going to be the 118 by a lot, and our projections, by the way, who thought it was going to be the 118 by a lot, it is not that. I know when Bill left off mic, he said, started 1-2, hope we finish that way. Well, supposed to start 1-2. Hope we finish that way. Could. Also might not, because that 99 is going to have some pace. And if the number 118 finishes with the driver it's got in it now, things might look a little different there for the second step of the podium. Remember, this number 118 also dropped a lap. Was it a lap or 2 laps with a... No, actually, now I've got to double check. Make sure I'm not skipping at a turn. No action. So never mind, no penalties there for the 118. I feel like somebody's knocking at the door up here. Inching our way up to the start of the final hour of racing on the Saturday 9-hour enduro from VIRginia International Raceway. The World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, rolls on. Mr. Director, we've got one more roll of ads to do before the end of the race. We can set ourselves up for that. I'm getting reluctant, I guess, but better now than with 6 minutes to go, Peacock. Now is a better time to do it, especially while Ryan has stepped away.
Yeah, screw that guy.
Oh, man. Jeez, just the worst. Anyway, let's go say hi for the last time to Hagerty and Cooper and Sentinel. And we'll come back on the other side and bring you the last hour through to the checkered flag from the Saturday 9-hour enduro at Virginia International Raceway. Back in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to VIR. It's DriversEye Live, bringing you this production of the World Racing League Championship. It's the Saturday 9-hour. Tomorrow we're going to have a 7-hour event on Sunday, as has been the format for the last season or so. A little bit of it makes it up. Sometimes it's an 8+8, sometimes it's a 9+7. Really hoping RJ will bring us back to a 24-hour race. We'll see how that pans out. Really excited to be here. The race has kind of entered a natural rhythm here. With an hour to go, we're looking at people starting to think about doing their last pit stops, I reckon. Haven't had a yellow in quite some time either. So, looks like we have a car in the wall. Oh, wow, that's a big impact. Let's see if we can try and figure out what that is. It does look to be a sedan of some kind. I would say it's a BMW.
Is that TC Klein? No.
Maybe? No. I don't want to speculate on that, of course, but that's looked to be a big impact. The good news is the door has been opened by the driver, which is a great sign, as always.
Yeah, we see them getting out. Oh, what BMW is that?
That is an enormous hit.
It is a GP1 BMW.
Yeah, that is an enormous hit coming up the climbing S's there.
Which one is the gray one?
Well, let's get confirmation on a number before we. It's car 5 is what's listed in the race control log. Yeah. And
that's
the All-Star.
Yeah.
They were in second.
Driver out of the car?
Yeah, the door was open.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
A huge impact there.
Yeah, that is a massive incident at the bottom of the climbing S's. Straight to code 35, and rightly so. Yeah, that's a biggie, and we'll get. Yeah, we'll.
Well, they were talking about looking at other cars already, so that's As a former SCCA scrutineer, I have a hard time not stamping that one as please crush.
Yeah, that's a big ol' hit. While we have some time here on under the code 35, let's introduce a guest, Daniel Sykes, who I think is on DriversEye Live for the first time in any capacity, although we have just kind of briefly caught up off air about some of our shared escapades in the past. AutoWorks Motorsport, the number 737, 747, Big Red, as it's known. Welcome up here.
Hey, thank you very much. It's nice to be here.
Yeah, happy to have you on board. You guys, I don't know when the last time we saw you was. We did talk about crossing paths some years ago, but you're back here, VIR, 2 cars.
Correct.
Right? A BMW 5 Series, because of course, and then the 3 Series on top of it as well.
Yeah.
First, talk about your day. How's it going?
So far we're really enjoying our transition to WRL.
Is this debut for you guys?
Road America was.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And so that was our debut there. We wanted to run at Mid-Ohio because that's our home track. We're an Ohio-based team. And we didn't feel that we could get everything together in an appropriate amount of time for that race. So we're like, okay, we're going to just come up, and I visited with friends at that race, and then we said we're going to go ahead and go to Road America. And we did. And that was a great race. Big Red was able to actually finish second in GP2 in its debut race there, which was wonderful. The downside is that we had an E30 Little Red that did not come home in the same shape that it left. And but the car did really well. The driver did well. So now we have replaced that E30 with an E36 that we are trying to grow and bloom and turn into a solid WRL competitive car.
What does that take? I've definitely seen the 5 Series before. The car now, they're both GP2 cars, correct?
Correct.
Yep. Are they pushing the limits of the power to weight number in GP2, or is this just get it in the field and let's work on it?
That's a really interesting question, and I'm kind of a game theory nerd, and I love reading rule books for different series, and I really enjoyed kind of reading the rule book for WRL and looking at the people who are competing here, and the racing community is kind of a small world, and getting to know and knowing a lot of the other people who already raced here. It was you kind of read the tea leaves for what you think it takes to be competitive in a given class. And then you show up and then you see it for real. I have people ask me, like, what does it take to be competitive in this series and what does it take to be competitive in that series? And what I usually tell people is that it's all poker, and one is Hold'em, one's 5 card. So it's slightly different variations, and making sure that you maximize what you're doing to be in line with what you can do to be competitive in that series. Sure. So it's been interesting. So we're finding the places where we can be more impactful with track position. The power to weight issue is obviously, I think, the focus of WRL, and everybody thinks, oh, it's the power to weight that really makes the difference. I'm not really convinced. I think that there are other things that you have to optimize.
Oh, sure.
Inside of the rule set to really be truly competitive, and that's where we're at, because it's very easy to just say, okay, I'm going to hit the number, and then I'm going to add weight or subtract weight from the car, and then I am at the power to weight. But it's everything else inside of there, because there's all the modifiers. There's the modifiers of, do you want to run a 2-piece rotor, or do you want to possibly run a braking system where you might have to change brakes every day as opposed to running a set of pads all weekend? What tire do you want to run? How much do you want to spend on your tire budget versus, X or Y? Mm-hmm. So, we're constantly doing that math and redoing that math. And so far it's been really great and interesting. I think Big Red we love the car. We've literally been racing it for more than 10 years. We've lost count of the number of track hours that car has. It's run in, I think, every available street tire race series in North America, save one that's based basically on the West Coast. Mm-hmm. And we're thinking about going to run that one too, just to say we've got the perfecta. There's only a maybe maybe a handful of cars that have run all of the different series that car's run. I was actually talking to Randy Popst about it because he has his Moose that's run just about everywhere. And so we were talking about that because I was initially thinking that Big Red was going to be the only one that had run the collection of series that it had run. And Randy's like, hey, do you think that maybe the Moose was? And I was like, I don't remember, Randy. And so there's probably a handful of other cars out there that have done it, but there's just not too many. Sure. And it's daunting and it's challenging and we love it, but unfortunately the car has kind of come to a point in its life where it's showing its age. It's a grand old man, and I think we're at the point where we've decided we're going to have to decontent the car maybe just a little bit and run it in GP3.
Oh, wow.
Well, the initial thought was we would run it in GP3, and we did an engine swap on it, and the engine made more power than we anticipated. And we're like, oh, whatever, we're just going to go GP2. We just go wherever, and we're going to race hard. And it's just, it's still an E34, and we're out there running against, E46s that are all turned up, and we're running against this. Is there a Camaro? A Corvette in class this weekend? It's
Not
listed
this weekend.
It's listed on the.
Oh, it was, yeah.
JT mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm blaming you guys for that.
It was,
yeah, we'll own it.
It was listed as the 197 from overnight.
Yeah,
was listed as a Corvette, and I got really excited.
Hey, speak of Big Red, there it goes out right now. So, but
center screen.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just really not an idealized car. It's the E34 is a really cool chassis, and I think we've done just about everything with it you can, and so we want to keep running it. We actually have a couple more E30s sitting behind the shop, but we're like, what should we do with this? We have way more terrible ideas than we have time or shop capacity, unfortunately.
So that being in mind, let's say you guys more or less stop development of the 5 Series in 34. You move on to other things. What is the next step for AutoWorks?
Oh, we've actually had our next step on the deck for a couple of years, and so there's a car that's actually sitting in our side shop right now that we started working on very seriously over the winter. And the thought was that we were going to try to debut it this spring. And my partner John Chevelle, exceptionally talented mechanic, fabricator. He's, he does a lot of flying IMSA work. He has a nice accomplished list of private parties that he does race support for. And unfortunately, it's like with most professional folks, it's their own stuff that kind of suffers.
Yeah.
And and we've only had so much time, but there's a BMW hiding away that we have some bad ideas for.
Is it an E39 or is it a 7 Series?
It might be a 3 Series of some sort.
Gotcha.
But I will tell you, one of the things I love about racing is trash talking. But 2 dear friends, Jerry Kaufman, who runs with Moorhead, and Johan, good guy, good friend. We kind of want to go run GP1 and go bang with some of those bad guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's such a cool group, and there's a lot of great cars in there. It's to run in GTO. It's kind of a world of like factory built cars, and that's a fun idea. But we really love building our own stuff, and we love the ability to, just kind of tinker and figure out, okay, what can we do better with this car than somebody else can do with their car? Where can we find an advantage? How do we mitigate our weaknesses? And we love that. And so we are really excited by the possibility of getting into that section of racing and testing ourselves against some really accomplished, really impressive teams.
There's a lot to learn there too. Moorhead PC guys have been, stalwarts in GP1 for some years now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But that's what we're not showing up to run in 7th and stuff like we're doing today. I mean, that's, we're not here to like just run. I mean, we're here to be competitive, and that's we've been lucky everywhere we've went in the past. We've been able to be exceptionally competitive, exceptionally reliable, and we were able to get that second, first weekend, but it kind of feels like we kind of backed into that, and I want to do better, and I'm just a sadly competitive person, and I want to do well and do fun things and make people worry when we show up at the racetrack.
You made the point that there is much as we go back to green around the circuit after an impressively short code 35, given the situation down there at the bottom of the S's. But you guys have been a part of endurance racing at this level now for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've maximized the non-car performance parts of racing?
You mean like the team dynamics?
Team dynamics, pit stops, driver changes.
Yes and no. Yes and no, because it's a constant, never-ending battle, and you can have one race where you cut perfect pit stops and everything feels like it fits, and it's like a puzzle and all the pieces fall into place, and it's just like, hey, that was proper. Why we do that? We can do that every week.
Yeah.
And then you have other times where you're like, where did our fourth wheel go? It's I can't. Did we load that at the shop?
Yeah.
What do we have brake pads? I don't think there's brake pads on the car. I mean, so it's always a challenge, and the challenge resets after every race.
Yeah.
It's I know for me, at the end of a race, I mean, it doesn't matter if we go out and crush and we do really well. I'll give myself about 30 minutes, and we're already talking between John and I and some of our drivers. What do we need to change before the next race? What do we need to improve upon? What can we do better? And that's kind of just, unfortunately, how my brain works. I mean, I don't. So it is challenging. It's the crew aspects. One thing that I so love about our team is we are blessed to have a pretty consistent and very just a considerate group of drivers. And we don't have a huge roster. We don't like to think of ourselves as as an arrive and drive team. We have a group of folks who are pretty consistent with us, who are just great people. And so as a result, over the last, I guess, 4, 5, 6 years, it's become one of my key things that I really try to work for is when we recruit people or we let somebody come into the team to drive with us, it's about looking for culture.
Yeah.
And looking for the way that person's going to fit into our program and how they're going to get along with the other members of the team.
Yeah. Sorry, I think we've got to stop M4 there on the north course cut. And I assume he's positioning himself to find a gap in traffic. It's an interesting methodology. But I think he's taking a cone with him. Yeah, he's found the gap, and there he goes.
I think because there's a drop down is why he didn't want to just immediately rejoin.
That's not a phenomenal rejoin anyway,
No.
and he's going to have to deposit that cone somewhere because he's taking it with him.
Oh, no!
At the back.
In the wall.
That's at the top of Oak Tree. Black or gray car of some sort. It kind of looks like he's plowed off there. Driver's left. Up at the top of the hill. Sorry, Dan. It's all popped off all at once. Listed as the 918, according to the race control
918
log.
is Hunter Lane.
It is. Yes.
And,
who's been running very well
Victory
right
Lane.
now.
Yeah, Victory.
Yeah, Hunter is actually, we've been working a lot together over the winter.
Oh, cool.
And so that's a beautiful car. He has put a lot of effort and heart and soul into developing that E46.
I hope it is in the same sort of shape it was. It was noted as an impact at turn 11, but he did get it around the corner, so it's not like I don't think there's a lack of braking there. Just maybe too much speed into the corner and not a whole lot of runoff up there at the top of the hill anyway. Before you make it to the tire wall. So
that was one of the things I was
We're going
actually
code 35.
Yeah, straight back to code 35 within just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Hunter about the unfortunate reality of race cars is that they are working animals, and it's really hard to get emotionally attached to a car.
Yeah, sure.
And so hopefully that car's okay.
It's
hopefully
interesting.
The driver's okay.
We had the All-Star car just go off 10, 15 minutes ago, bottom of the S's.
somebody
We've
just
interviewed.
dipped in.
That was the ACP car that was stopped down here.
The one
just
with
earlier.
the cone?
Yes.
Yeah, he's dropping it off. He's dropping the cone off over there in the South Paddock.
Cones become expensive.
the all-star guys. We've interviewed Steve Park, former NASCAR driver, Kenny Hendrick, who spent some time running NASCAR and Trans Am and some other things, and they're just so excited about what they've going on. They're so excited about the program and being able to race with each other and get into road endurance and multi-class racing, and talking about the car and just how much they're enjoying learning driving, a BMW, and I think it's 46, and getting that car up to speed. And then they've just had, a massive off at turn 7, and very much the same thing. Like, they are very clearly emotionally attached to the program, the friendships and the camaraderie and everything that they've built over the last couple of races getting into that car. And now it kind of hangs up in the air. You wonder, okay, what kind of shape is the car going to be in, and what can we do with it moving forward? Yeah, that's tough. Are you enjoying your time in the WRL? 2 races in, got some hours. I mean, many hours now.
I am, and I'm a person who likes puzzles, and it's a new set of challenges, and it's a new puzzle. It's learning. Here are the things that you assume that it's going to take to be successful, and you learn that some of those things are real, and some of those things are not as you expected. But I enjoy that. I like those puzzles. But at the same time, I'm not a person who's ever just super happy. So I don't. It's like, hey, are you happy? I'm like, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna go do my thing. And so yeah, but it's a cool series, and I love endurance racing, and I think that it's a wonderful thing. And I've met some really cool people that it's like you bounce around this kind of racing for a while, you get to meet a lot of cool people.
For sure.
First weekend at up at Road America, I made some new friends and some really cool people, and it's nice because people just go out of their way to lend you a hand, and the folks from Pinnacle. I bumped into them because we had a transponder issue, and they very graciously at the last minute tried to help hook us up with a transponder. And then unwittingly, later that night, somebody was like, "Oh, somebody needs a porta power," and so I had one in my truck. So I run the porta power over, and it happens it was the Pinnacle guys. Hey, we're like, "Hey, we know you," and and then when we lost our E30. Unfortunately, the transponder that they lent us got a little cracked up in the crash, and I went back over to them. I'm like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I said, "Let me get this repaired for you guys. Let me send it off and get it recased." And they were just super gracious. They were like, "It's our backup. It's got 3 tabs on it. It'll work." So it was like old friends, and so that's been really wonderful. So yeah, it's a good time so far. The staff is very gracious. I wish you guys would turn on the AC today.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's phenomenal here.
I understand racing is expensive, but it's a little warm out there. I've actually, some of our crew guys who show up to work with us, they actually wanted to eat today. I mean, I told them I fed you guys yesterday.
Ridiculous.
I don't know if you think just because of this heat, I don't think you're going to get
Look who wants the moon.
It was great. It was like one of our drivers went out and got the guy's ice cream. So it was pretty awesome. So so far so good.
I'm happy to hear that. Selfishly, I love GP1 as a class. I think as a car builder's class, it offers so many interesting pathways and avenues that so many of our, I say top teams, Moorhead, PC Racing, they're all such good guys who work really, really hard and have pushed the envelope of that class really far over the last couple of years. And if you like puzzles, and you think there's a chance you can end up at GP1, we'd love to see you guys there. It sounds very much like AutoWorks and you specifically, Dan, really fit the mentality of what this type of racing is all about. But also, hey, we want to win. We want to build well. We want to race well and perform well. So I hope we see you in the series for years to come. And it would be great to see you guys doing new and cool things as well.
Awesome. Well, I do anticipate that we're going to be here and be involved. Our drivers have wanted to participate more in WRL for some time, and so we finally decided, okay, you guys want to run there, you guys pay the bills, so we're going to do what you want. So it was made it pretty easy, and so far it's been good. So we are dedicated to being here and sorting out these puzzles and becoming as competitive as possible, as quickly as possible. And we look forward to achieving that.
Awesome. You guys should go to Hallett. I've been on this crusade all day.
I don't know about all that.
Oh, you're missing out, man.
You guys need to race at Mid-Ohio more often, is what you
Oh,
need to
no,
do.
I don't think so. We'll talk offline.
Actually, you guys have done National Corvette Museum?
No, we've never been to NC.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I get emotional over that track.
It sounds like
like
there's
NC?
noise restrictions.
Yeah, no, we heard noise.
Yeah, you know what? People can buy a muffler.
I may be there later on in the year. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Some
I'm just,
time trial activity.
you know, and this is probably going off script, but I'll tell you what, that's I for as much as I love Mid Ohio and it's my home track, and for as challenging as VIR is, NCM is my favorite track in America. Wow. Yeah, I know, like unpopular opinion.
There's
right?
a take. Nobody ever talks about it because I don't know that. It's not the ubiquitous like, oh, you gotta go, you gotta race it.
You've got to go.
No, I believe that, but that's not the way people talk about it.
Yeah,
you know?
well, and it's great for a lot of reasons. But first off, it's right there next to the Bourbon Trail.
Oh,
exactly.
Right. Let's be real. Let's throw that out there first. You're right across from the Corvette plant. You got sinkholes everywhere, which keeps you guessing. It's really
Is it that different than Mid Ohio? Oh, sorry.
No, Mid Ohio is a totally different bunch of possible pitfalls. But as an Ohio guy, I'm not allowed to go home if I talk about all that.
That's fair.
So, but no, I mean, NCM also has. It's really close to Bowling Green right there, which has, a really bunch of cool little niche restaurants.
Oh, nice.
It's a cool little town to race in, and I was really surprised how much I liked it when I've been there, and now I don't get to race there as often because it's just kind of one of those tracks that doesn't maybe get the attention maybe it deserves.
Yeah, again, I think we heard noise restrictions there.
That is an issue.
Tough.
No, it really is, and that is an issue. I think they only get a couple of races a year where they can exceed given limits, and but I don't know. I mean, and this might be one thing that you don't notice up here, but our cars are quiet.
Well, if you can make the other 50-some cars that would show up the same,
I don't know. I'm
all for it. Yeah.
I'm not going to climb up on that soapbox today. I'm trying to be good to me. So, but it's been a wonderful pleasure talking to you guys. I don't want to bend your ears off. It's getting to be.
We have 9 hours of content to fill. All we do is just talk and talk and talk. So appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely. Well, hey, thank you guys for having me.
Certainly.
I really appreciate you. I'm going to go down and check on a couple of things and see if I can avoid getting harassed by my crews. Hey, thank you guys again. Have a good day.
Appreciate it. Daniel Sykes out of the AutoWorks camp, 737, 747. And 40 minutes remaining as we head back to green, gentlemen.
If I may, kind of big news in GTO. During this code 35, the 118 was smoking and has pulled into the south paddock. That is kind of big.
It is kind of big, as you would say.
I'm getting like no reaction here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we had all found other things to be doing while Brendan was conducting a fantastic interview.
So that's not good for the sister Thunder Bunny car to the leader of the 111 right now.
No, it is not.
Also keep an eye on that GP3 battle as we go green. They're within 1 second of each other with the 93 TC Klein leading the 55 AOA MX-5.
Excellent.
Both of them are good to go fuel-wise. So it's just gonna come down to the driver and traffic. Oh no, it looks like Cam 1 died.
We're losing cameras fast here.
Oh no, it's good. We're good.
Oh, we're good? Everything's good?
All good.
Everything ended up fine.
Just need to be refreshed, I think. Alright, good first flyer for TC Klein, building that gap up to 1.5 seconds across the line here. That's a Pinnacle coming down onto pit road. It was good to see them rejoin the race after their issue earlier at the very beginning of the race, where they came to a stop in turn 8.
Yeah, good job for them to get that car back out. I think gonna do a little shakedown here in the last 30 minutes or so just to get that car ready for tomorrow. Pinnacle was also quite a ways up there on the point standings, so it should be all right there.
Do we have any sense of what happened to the 118?
Yes, I talked about it.
No, you said smoking, and I didn't know if we had gotten any more depth on that.
Oh, no.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. No, I didn't mean that as, wow, the 118 went missing. What happened? I was looking... Because from memory, I haven't been at every track, but... have we had that many mechanical issues for Supras?
The 118 has not been as flawless as the other two.
Sure.
So I don't know if that's down to second mechanic team versus first, or if that's they haven't made all the changes yet.
That car was in an incident back at Daytona, and I don't know if the chassis was replaced or repaired. So it's either a new car, or it's a car that has been in the wars as recently as a month ago.
Right.
Properly in the wars. Yeah, I'd be intrigued to find out what the situation is down there. Certainly no reason to assume it would affect the 111 here. The car is...
Right.
If anything, it's backed off the pace maybe a touch into the 205s, but they've got enough of a margin they really don't need to be pushing.
Exactly.
No,
that's a big L for Joseph Script there. Big L.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of that had to do with how much pace they had early on. Let's keep an eye on the battle for third here, because this is not settled. I don't know if you guys talked about that.
Flying.
Yeah.
Also a little bit further behind, 7th between Choice and Renegade. And then
Battle of the M4s.
And then also GP3 battle's not settled yet. We're at a 2-second gap with TC Klein pulling away just slightly from AOA.
This is good stuff. A couple of seconds.
Great stuff.
Yeah. That GP3 battle. The TC Klein car is easy to spot.
Yeah, it's all popped off now. We've got the IMSA yellow flag within the last hour. Bunches everything up, and then everybody gets going and racing. Scott would be pleased.
But that's not even true, because we don't bunch the field up. It's just
true.
Code 35.
That's
this is what I... You can talk about Code 35. Is it fair? Is it this? Is it not? I don't care. Because we see it at Barber. We see it at VIR. It finds ways to allow cars to be close together, right? When you have a field full of cars that are naturally similarly paced, power to weight formula, they are designed to run in the same performance window. At the end of the race, you should have close battles. And you shouldn't have to either rely on a safety car to bunch you up, or get bit by a safety car, or rely on a safety car for advantage, right? And when you let things play out naturally, and you let everybody have the same opportunities, like you get with Code 35, and to allow the natural rhythms of the race to remain untouched for the most part, this is what you get. Cool stuff like this.
Absolutely.
This will forever be my soapbox with Code 30. With respect to Code 35 and full course yellows. I love this. I love what it creates. And we've now got 3 really good battles to watch from here to the end of the race. that wouldn't almost certainly would not have existed this way if not for Code 35 and allowing those natural rhythms to still be a part of the race. Anyway, enough of that.
All right.
That has occurred to me. I may need to reset the Facebook stream.
Yeah, we're getting close on that for sure.
Yeah, I think it's gone over. But
oh well.
It's okay. I have more Evora questions, but now's not the time.
I was trying really hard to come up with a pun there, and I just couldn't make it work.
Yeah. I'm not going to work that hard at it either. Set everything up here, and we're good. Best place to debut a GP1 car is at Hallett. Good work, JT.
It is. Yeah.
Did you not see that?
No.
Because you brought up Hallett like 5 seconds later, and I'm like, oh, no. Okay, good, he got it.
No, I didn't see it. It's very funny.
Ooh, coming across the line, AOA responds by a full second. So that gap for the GP3 lead is now down to 1 second.
That is going to be the fun one to watch here at the end. So we're winding down, 30 minutes to go exactly on the nose here. I think a race that has played out in a pretty straightforward manner today. But what I'm excited about is the return of several cars to the circuit that I hope you'll be able to see tomorrow. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll see the 5, which is unfortunate because they were on a heck of a drive. I think they were in a podium position when they had that unfortunate incident right here where this very camper is facing. So that's kind of too bad. I was looking forward to seeing how they would get on tomorrow. But I think it's safe to say that that car is probably not going to make its return. But happy to see Pinnacle come back out and get some laps going in there. We've also got the Mustang. Went back behind the wall earlier, hoping to see them tomorrow as well. Hoping the 997, as it goes through the frame, hoping it can turn in a reliable performance tomorrow as well. I think there's a lot of really cool stuff that people have stepped up and done recently. New entrants, different types of vehicles, things like that. And so I think my hope every race weekend, honestly, is that the Sunday ends up being the cream of the crop and people have figured out the track, figured out the weather, and they run a nice, consistent race. That's really what I'm hoping for tomorrow. We'll have to see, though, of course. The likes of the 89X coming back out, or the Chandler School. Cars like that we don't see all the time. Somehow the rain has held off this whole time, and I'm not entirely certain how that happened. I thought for sure we would be having rain by now, but that has not happened either. So, very interesting in that regard as well.
Slow M4 GT4.
Yeah, looks like the 12. That is the 12. So I think that's perhaps a fuel cough there, and then just deciding to pull it down pit lane, see what's going on with that. As these BMWs take through the S's. If we could hang on this camera for a second, Zach, that would be brilliant. Just watch the way these different cars change direction. So, for example, there's the 5 Series there. It actually gets the nose turned in quite well. Looks pretty neutral. The Mustang, you say, has a little bit more... It takes a little bit more of the curb and takes a little bit longer to get the nose turned. But I was especially interested in these E46s. Maybe not this one specifically. But the first 2 that came through looked like they were very turned on, very much able to get the nose turned. The whole car followed suit. Very crisp, very interesting. I don't know, I'll do this at a racetrack, when I'm there in person, and just sit on one corner and watch and listen to where the throttle points are and see the attitude of the cars as they go through one particular section of the track. And, if you watch, I think it's very fascinating to see how the different cars are able to handle. This is a great example here, as that NPO1 really doesn't slow down, whereas the big Mercedes has to slow down a lot, get the car turned in, and then get back on the gas. But that NPO1 didn't seem to lose as much speed. Same with the Jetta, nice and smooth. Porsche came in here, also very smooth. Anyway, just something I'm always happy to look at. Here's one with a Porsche. They're able to get on the gas a little bit quicker, but you've got Will Choice right up the tail of that car.
That's the GP3 battle right there?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, good, we found it.
There we go.
Our resident sommelier of speed, Ryan West.
Thank you for that.
I've seen you race iRacing, it's not true.
I think I'm really good at watching racing.
Sure, yeah, I would agree. You've done it for 9 hours today.
Picking up, no, I don't even mean like that. I mean genuinely, the trackside.
Sure.
A one-make race. I feel like I'm pretty good at pointing out who is and isn't losing pace based on the attitude of the car.
That's fair.
Without access to a timing sheet. I really do enjoy that.
I think that's fair.
And frankly, I haven't been doing iRacing since 2003 like the rest of you lot. And I have a lot of bad habits I have to break, okay?
You have bad habits if you haven't been doing it since 2003.
Because I've been playing Gran Turismo since 2003.
That is very true. Having just recently re-picked up Gran Turismo, I now realize where many of my bad habits came from.
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. The idea that, if I just crank the analog stick all the way to the left, it will give me the exact correct amount of lock for this corner.
And it will scrub off all of the speed necessary to get to where I need to get to.
Correct. And it's very linear as it comes back to the angle that it's supposed to be at. And you can adjust throttle mid-corner and do all those things.
Yeah,
I know the line...
The dynamic of the car, yeah.
I know the lines very well on tracks. And I also think that my racecraft is superior to anybody else's racecraft. Superior to all of the clowns that I race with in the bottom splits. My racecraft is far superior. And that's how I know I just have bad habits I need to break.
Sure.
Because nobody else can launch the car. Nobody else can set up a pass. It's just a joke. Complete joke.
And yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Battle for third is on. The gap's down to 20 seconds, and the NFC Motorsports Mercedes is down in the the 201s.
Beautiful.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
Choice and Renegade, yeah, there was all those respiratory infections we talked about at the top of the show.
Yep, see Joseph on that.
Wow, myself. Jeez. This is where it all started. Anyway, Choice and Renegade have separated a little bit, but it's still only 1.6 seconds. So there's plenty more left in that battle as well, with now just 20... We'll just pull up the timer, Brendan. 23 minutes remaining. Down in GP3, still nose to tail with TC Klein anyway. They came across the line a little bit ago. Three quarters of a second.
Excellent.
betwixt them.
Twixt.
Yes.
It's good to note that the 111 did lap the GTR entry.
Yeah, that is more important than could be realized. Not that the 111 has any potential penalties hanging over it or anything like that, but we have seen, have we not, that one lap can make a difference. Absolutely can make a difference. You'd absolutely rather have it than not.
A lap in hand is worth two in the bush, as it were.
Sure. Yeah.
Two in trying to get a penalty erased or something. Anyway.
Workshop it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Come up with something better for tomorrow.
That's okay. I feel good about that.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're happy with it, then it's fine.
I'm very happy with it.
Final pit stop from Big Red, 747. Still sporting a different series window banners, by the way, or door number banners.
I mean, that was the series where we met them, which is...
Yeah.
So we had Bill Caswell introduce us. Dude, these guys are freaking crazy. Check it out. They got this 5 Series down here. It's tight. I'm going to go see if they'll come up and chat with you guys. They're so cool.
I think if you combine your Caswell impression with Joseph's Caswell impression, you approach Caswell. Not quite perfection.
If I watch a video of Caswell right now, I can dial it in. It's like a metronome. I need to listen to it for a few seconds, then it's like, okay, I'm there.
Well, you have the advantage of being from the West Coast.
Yeah, man, totally. Yeah, no, did you know that I actually thought of YouTube before it even came out?
Yeah, see. I know. See. Strange, man.
I was driving the Ford 500 around at Ford's Proving Grounds, and it was all 7 Series stuff over there.
Everybody has people at racetracks that met, and they just like struggle to believe that. Like as time goes on, you struggle to believe that the experience was real and that it actually happened. And Bill was such a nice guy. He's such a great guy. And I love having the opportunity to meet him and talk to him. But then you just think back on some of the things you hear him saying. You're like, is that a human? Did my brain just like, did I fever dream Bill Caswell into
Bill Caswell's just a meme at this point. He doesn't even exist. Of course, doing great work over at the, whatever it's called, Jason Torchinsky's website thing, brought to you by Galpin Ford.
I have no idea what that is.
It's that Joseph subscribes to it. What's it called? Anyway.
I don't pay attention.
Yeah, I know. Anyhoozle, he's over there building Mercedes.
Explain to people the concept of being a racing guy but not a car guy as such. Like, we have you because you are definitely a car and car culture guy.
I'm
in
both.
addition to being a racing guy. No, that's my point. Because most of the rest of us are just racing people. Like, we just like to watch racing for the sport, the strategy, watching people push themselves and manage different things. And like Dan said, put all those little pieces of the puzzle together over long periods of time. For us, it's very fun. And the cars are just a medium to accomplish that bringing of chaos into order. But
if you don't like that, you don't like Big Ten football.
See, yes, it's very true. Although, like, Big Ten football is like the opposite of bringing chaos into order. Right? You're not really there's really no chaos there. It's just, we're going to put our big guys in front of your big guys, and we're going to make them hit each other and see what happens.
Dude, Mo Ibrahim, he's a lock.
But Wisconsin this year, it makes some waves.
Making waves. Can I just say that I'm disappointed that I lived in Minnesota and didn't get to go to a Minnesota game?
Didn't get to or chose not to?
Didn't get to. Because
that can't be true.
No, because I had a job that started at 8 a.m. on Saturdays that went until 6:30.
You did WRL races. You chose that.
Yeah, and why do you think I had no time off available?
That's
because
fair.
I was doing WRL races.
Still chose that. You could have been like, listen, I can't do it this weekend because I got to go to...
I got to go watch them play Iowa.
Well, whatever the name of the stadium is. I forget.
That's now Huntington Bank Stadium.
Is it
used to be TCF.
TCF, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, but TCF got bought out.
Sure.
TCF had much better colors as well. The Huntington Bank stuff looks wrong. And I was only there with it being TCF for like a year. And even I know that it's wrong.
Like Acrisure in Pittsburgh. What are we doing?
Yeah, exactly.
What are we doing?
Disappointment for Renegade Racing. Small spin but it has cost them 20-some seconds, allowing Choice Racing to really lock in that 6th place in GTO.
Yeah, spin and continue. I mean, it wasn't a small spin. They lost, 20 plus seconds. Gonna say, well, maybe they can reel the time back in, but I don't think that's the case. Spin was down at turn 5, so no, Zach will not be able to run that one.
Starting to get sunny out here. As
we might get sun before the end of this race.
I think we have sun now.
Yeah. Told you it was coming.
.997 into the pit lane, presumably for its last pit stop.
Yeah, the one thing we really didn't have pan out this time was much in the way of strategy. That full course yellow for the All-Star incident up at the Climbing SS kind of locked everybody into making their stop at 55 minutes to go, and that was that.
Absolutely. And then because the track position is fixed, there's not like at least they all have the same amount of fuel. We just talked about that earlier, of course, but, Joseph AI now detected that we were talking about strategy and then is now showing us the laps since pit. That's pretty impressive. That's been quite nice.
This extra hour of content in these 9-hour races, real
it's a bear. It's a bear, especially when the race pans out the way it does. We're not saying anybody did anything wrong.
No.
But
look, a lot of times we get front-loaded with interviews, and it makes it very hard to get into the first 2 to 3 hours of a race because you're just constantly having people in and out, and changing microphones over and introducing yourself and talking about whatever on air or off air, and you get a quick 10-minute or 15-minute break to try and figure out what's going on in the race, and then you go back into interview mode, and it's just a part of what we do at DriversEye. It's part of the WRL coverage because we have 9 hours to fill. Today it's been much more spread out. We very happily we had the one interview with Kenny Hendrick at the beginning of the race inside the first hour. We all got to settle in for a little while, and we just peppered a few other interviews in towards the end of the race. Bill Graham, Daniel Sykes, just really nice way to do things. Spread out the content, lean into the race when we needed to lean into the race.
Side by side on the back straight, TC Klein and AOA.
Yep.
Thank you, JT.
They are neck and neck.
You see it.
Yeah, they'll be headed down into the braking zone at turn number 14, and we'll pick them up, headed off the edge of the cliff into roller coaster in a couple of minutes, or a couple of seconds. Looking for the red, white, yellow, blue BMW.
AOA is through.
That is the blue MX-5, the 85 through into the GP3 class lead. Now, the question is, do we think the 85 was being held up by the 93, or do we think he just took the opportunity that presented itself, and those two cars are going to be locked together anyway? Update, they're locked together anyway, down the front straightaway. Yes. 93 directly in tow of the number 85, headed off into the braking zone at turn number 1. There they are, left-hand side of the screen. The 93 backs off a little bit, headed into the braking zone, gives himself a little bit of breathing space. Does he look around the outside?
He stays
looks
left.
Around the outside. Not
Tucks
able to
back
get
in.
the power down around the outside of the Miata, or the MX-5, and they all settle into NASCAR with the, is that the team car in tow, the 55?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the 80.
So the 85 is the yellow car at the tail end, so that's the team car.
We have it backwards. Sorry, JT, we have it backwards. The 55 is the yellow car that's chasing TC Klein. 55, not 85. 85 is the blue car.
Gotcha.
So TC Klein is a second out ahead. So they are trying to lap the blue MX-5, the number 85, with the 55 giving chase here. So Not necessarily. Oh my goodness me! Side by side into the climbing S's with a GTO car going through. The 93 is able to clear the first of the AOA cars. That number 85. Through goes the number 55. No contest with the team car as you would expect, and they all arrive at the crest of turn number 10. With the 55 and now the the 55 and the 93 leading that that little gaggle. But it's much, much closer than it was. It was a second flat at the start-finish line, and now it's, well, it was about 3 car lengths there in the braking zone in the apex of Oak Tree, but the 93 just able to extend the margin a little bit on throttle from the apex off a long run down the back straight. Up in GTO, your battle for the final step on the podium is down to 11 seconds, and we'll get an updated gap here at the line. The 82 has come through in a 2:04.3, a 2:03.8 is the lap time for the 123 Mercedes. It's 11.1, and I got to be honest, if it's only a couple of tenths a lap, I don't think it's enough for the number 123 to make up the margin that it needs. We've had a quick off and on down at the bottom of turn 10.
88, Renegade.
That is right. Yeah, you can tell. I think they're pushing that car harder than they were prepared to push it. And just making little mistakes. They had that spin earlier that took it out of contention in the battle for 6th. And now that off down at turn number 10, which I think we're going to get a replay of here in a moment. But I will wait for the say-so from producer Zach. And here we go. Barely, it really wasn't even a 4 off to begin with. Just put 1 or 2 wheels on the back side of that curb on the exit at turn 10, and it sucked the whole car in for that kind of wild bouncing ride down the hill. Headed up towards Oak Tree. So really just these 2 battles to focus on now. In the one in GTO, the one in GP3. Crossed the line last time. 1.3 seconds. The margin went out just a touch. Like we said, it was much, much closer at Oak Tree than it was at even straight away. That is a moment and a half. And that is how hard that number 55 is pushing.
Yeah.
They're all, I mean, they're not at the ultimate pace for those cars, but they're much quicker than they would otherwise need to be. 223s, 224s. Number 55 just putting a couple of wheels off at the exit of Oak Tree. And that margin is going to be a touch more than 1.3 this time. It's actually, is that allowed the 85 back through?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it has.
So it was looking like the 85 had just a bit more pace. And so it would kind of play like cat and mouse with it. It would let it by, but then it would pass on the straightaway and then pull over or go wide somewhere else.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Oh, code 35, guys.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they're sending an EV out from start finish.
Turn 1.
With 9 minutes to go,
the 997 is listed as having caught or having a fire.
Having a fire, that's not good. That's not fun.
I don't see much down there. But all of the heads in race control are turned that direction. This might do us in, guys.
I think so too.
8 minutes remaining. We can do code 35s in and out pretty quickly, but if there is something to be extinguished and then the car, needs to be recovered here. Looks like everything, I can't tell. We have such a small view of it here on our multi-view. Looks like everything is I don't see any smoke from down there anyway. Yeah, fire's out down there. Hopefully everybody's okay. Do we know if the car was in motion when this started, or did it come to a stop and then? Yeah, if we have a view of that car headed down into turn 1, that's going to show us any indication of what might have happened with that 997. Take a peek at it. Maybe helpful in the inevitable debrief. You're looking for the Porsche Cup car, the number 997 from round 3 racing.
There it goes.
It passes.
Oh my!
Oh, I would surmise that is a
fascinating.
gearbox or engine failure. Is what that is.
I mean, that car didn't look like it was slowing down all that much, and it just popped with a trailer flame to go with it. See, it's a sequential box.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Was it a really bad shift? But no, because
it's a sequential.
Yeah, I'm like, huh.
Is it one too many shifts?
Well, so I was going to say, I don't
let's
know.
get it slowed down and just jam the lever.
So, having observed that car maybe was not slowing down as much as I thought it would, I wonder if they tried to get the car stopped by just banging it down the gears. It snapped the car around, well, spinning the car to get it stopped, and in doing so, it popped the engine by just slamming it down into first gear to try and get it stopped.
And I can understand
some speculation there.
I can understand the perspective of not, being in a race car and not wanting to hit a wall at 100 miles an hour. I understand that, but that's an expensive way to stop that car.
I think anything was going to be expensive at that point.
Yeah, that's true.
It's in the moment. It's not.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I'm not blaming anybody for it or saying it was the wrong decision. It's just, that's the number of zeros in that transaction that has to occur now is enormous.
Yeah, they've. I feel for round 3. They've not had the best of luck with these Porsche Cup cars. Yeah.
No, I think that first one they got was a lot more reliable than this second one they have.
It took the most minor misstep in the rain at Road Atlanta.
Yeah,
for that car to not be a thing anymore.
Well, Brad has said that car is repairable.
Oh, interesting.
So, this was the car that was supposed to help them in the interim. But
let's see what decision race control makes here. Whether they decide to go to the end, or, as we've seen them do in the past, when there is a safety issue to be dealt with, to call the race, knowing that we're not going to be able to go back to green anyway. I think of some years ago at Coda, where a fire took place on the back straightaway.
Yep.
And immediately the checkered flag was put out. We obviously went straight to code 35 here, but with 5 minutes remaining, I think may be able to make the case here that we're not going to get much further anyway. Certainly not under green. So let's wait and see.
Yep. That's a tough day for round 3. They've got a blown head gasket in one Porsche, which I should also point out, the 2.9 liter in a Porsche, not a cheap motor. So I assume that they have a spare head.
An expensive Porsche engine, you say?
Yeah, exactly. Even the base motors are expensive, which is, it's tough. It's not one that you want to deal with.
The good news is I don't think this has robbed us of anything in particular.
No, well, it's unfortunate because the 55, if they had been able to hold on for another lap,
I don't know that they were going to get a run at the 93. I think they were pushing obviously quite hard, but the 93 was quicker,
right,
smoother,
and smoother. And then you've got to get up to him and pass it. I don't know that was ever going to be on anyway.
Gotcha. Well, we've got the NEO1 coming to pit lane.
Moorhead's GP2 car was gaining on Overnight Motorsports, but it was looking like it was going to be too large of a gap to overcome in the battle for third in class.
Are we going to get a green-white checker here?
I don't think so.
Can we get a Joseph Moodrock in the last 15 races at Daytona, there has been a yellow within the last 20 laps.
Well,
That's not Joseph Mudrock. That's Larry McReynolds.
That's Larry McReynolds, yeah, exactly.
Mudrock Reynolds.
Economy Motorsports is going to be pretty happy here. At the end of this lap, they should jump into 10th in GTO.
Big result for them.
I mean, on debut, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for some of the chaos we've seen in GTO today, I don't think. I mean, they've had issues of their own, but that's not a bad debut.
It stopped on the back straight, which was our 5th full course yellow.
Yeah.
So it's a good recovery for them.
Yeah.
They also lost a lap for speeding on pit lane as well.
I think it's easy to lose sight, when a car debuts in this series. You think, oh, it's your first race, you'd hope that every car has the potential to be right on the pace. Then you realize that if you're not already running in endurance racing in the United States, this type of endurance racing specifically, you are putting on multiple races worth of time into your car, onto your crew, and your tires,
absolutely.
and it's et cetera. That if you wanted to go race a pilot challenge, this is 4 pilot challenge races back to back that you have to string together.
Right.
This is not just it's our first race. It's actually like your first 4 or 5 races all in one shot, are eventually going to string together into a final result. But to take your first 4 races worth of track time and come away with your result at the end of a 9-hour race is you'll take it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you'll take it. The WRL staff preparing to receive the cars in question. The Thunder Bunny 111 is down the front straightaway. We're under a minute remaining. I look to my right. The double yellow is out. Code 35 flag is out. Do we also see a checkered? No, we see a white flag. It's an interesting choice.
Green, white, checker.
Oh, no. That is a very... I mean, yeah, per our regulations here, we've got 45 minutes. Should be another... Or 45 seconds. Should be one more lap in this. Lap might take 5.5 minutes. But it is there. And so we begin the final lap, lap number 223. What'll end up being, assuming the 111 makes it home, and we would see no reason why it wouldn't, what'll end up being a 1-lap margin of victory for Thunder Bunny Racing up ahead of the number 99 from GTR 99. Random Vandals Racing, the number 82, holds on for P3. As we were discussing, the number 123 from NFC Motorsports put on a pretty epic effort to try and get up to the back of that BMW M4, but I don't know that it was going to end up getting there in the end. That 82 finally started to respond just at the end. Zach notes the track is clear. Number 39 trundles down the pit lane with its door open, presumably to go into the paddock. It is the second GTU car. Wonder if they do turn the field loose here. Let them come around at speed. So I think this will be the cavalry with the 997 included, headed down the in between the Armco barriers there on the front straightaway. A gap that didn't always exist, by the way.
Are we going to get a boogity here?
No, not for me.
No.
Doesn't seem to be any haste to take down the double yellows either, but might speed up this process just a touch. as the timer ticks over to all zeros. And in fact, our timer here internally is showing plus 157, which I didn't realize was going to happen.
Yeah, we're at 233 here.
Yeah, nice little production touch there. Yeah, I think this is what we're going to get till the end. It's just this this pacing order exactly as it is. We come around and take the checkered flag at the conclusion of the leader's 223rd racing lap. For all intents and purposes, the Saturday 9-hour is more or less complete. Gotten through it without a drop of rain.
But we'll see what tomorrow holds.
I think we're in for a very different story tomorrow. Based on what I'm seeing...
We're doing the wave round procedure here.
No. This is the 721.
Penalty, penalty, penalty.
Nah, he was going super slow.
Yeah, that was not anywhere near 35 miles an hour.
All the way off to the right.
Car's 5th in GP2, so it won't lose anything, even if it can't make it round. And the EVs there at the South Paddock as well. I think it's just tucking itself away, which may be why we actually didn't go green, because that car, that EV is not quite home yet. I would love to start a rundown of where everybody finished in class, but nobody's actually finished yet, and I'm very hesitant to actually start that discussion for fear that we're going to curse somebody. Overall, though, we'll wrap up with the rundown. We can.
I don't think we can do
our,
the overall.
Our shutdown procedures here. I don't really know what I expected coming into today. But all in all, not a bad day of racing from VIR. I think, as we've mentioned, with the multi-class environment here, things could have gone a lot worse, and we've seen a little bit more chaos in the past. But all things considered, pretty good racing today. And I mean, while it felt like a Thunder Bunny Super victory was inevitable, it was, even according to Joseph's computers, in question.
Yep.
Right? That 118 was thought to be, and according to Tim as well, that 118 car thought to be the stronger of the two and potentially on for a class victory. I don't think it would have ended up in the class victory even if it had finished. I think this was a little bit of a surprise from the 111 to pull it out at the end. Really good, consistent race from the whole Thunder Bunny crew. Laura Hayes finished the car out in the last couple of hours there and did it in pretty emphatic fashion with what is going to be just over a one-lap margin over the number 99 GTR BMW. The checkered flag waves on the front straightaway. Your top three cars all come across the line. The number 82 from Random Vandals Racing rounds out your overall podium, and the podium in GTO. GTU, it's Capstone. I'm sorry, it's McAllister, that number 35, because of course we lost the Capstone Motorsports car not far from the end. 20-lap margin there with McAllister sort of the last man standing. We did see that car pushed into the, or driven into the paddock with the door open, choosing not to take the checkered flag on track. But a win on debut in GTU for the number 39 of McAllister. GP1 Moorhead Speedworks from PC Racing. 'Twas ever thus. And what ended up being a 5-lap margin in the top production class. Palomar Racing, the number 15. Unfortunately, at the cost of the All-Star Racing Team number 5 and the Frozen Rotor car, which sat in the top 5 for a long time. But their loss is Palomar's gain. Number 15 brings home the 3rd place on the GP1 podium. Zealous Motorsport, number 588 in 4th. And the Open Throttle Racing, number 64 BMW in P5. I look forward to tomorrow in GP1. I'm hopeful that the Edge Auto Sports car can be repaired after having the windshield, the hood issue that became a windshield issue. Birmingham Road and Race, I'm hoping to see back out on track again. Car was quick but not reliable. round 3 racing. Still looking for a head gasket, we think. In that number 701 could feature well tomorrow. The pace certainly is there in that car. Lots of open question marks heading into tomorrow in GP1. GP2, Fat and Furious Racing, for the moment with the class win on lap 208. There is a contact listed against that car that is still under investigation. Last I looked, we will have to get details on that after things end. Harrison Motorsports, number 164, in second. And the reason I mentioned that under investigation is I think it's a lap. I don't think it's a full... it might be a full lap.
It was close to.
Yeah.
It was still the same lap, at least going by the last timing I saw, under code 35. Very large gap, but
yeah,
still
I think
same
based
lap.
on where the leader was, I think it is going to be a lap for that number 525. 164 Harrison Motorsports, really strong run today, led the class for a lot of the day, frankly. Finishes in P2. The Moorhead Speedworks, number 160, rounds out your class podium. Overnight Motorsports and the number 197, fourth place, and then that RRT Racing BMW that we saw just slow in the back straightaway a moment ago in fifth. Victory Lane Motorsports, for what it's worth, after going off at the top of the hill at Oak Tree, ends up in P6, despite I don't think they're going to take the checkered flag, but should retain that P5. Down to GP3 is the 93 of TC Klein Racing by just a couple of car lengths over the number 55 from AOA Racing. Open Throttle Racing, the 65, a couple of laps back in third. AOA Racing's number 85 in fourth. Roberts Motorsports, number 109 in fifth. GP3 impressed me today as well. Much closer than we have come to expect in GP3 for a lot of the race. Battles to talk about straight through until the final checkered flag, the final code 35 of the day in, yes, a slightly reduced GP3 entry, but nevertheless an awfully good one. Gentlemen, thoughts on today, thoughts for tomorrow?
It was good. I enjoyed it. Unfortunately, we did have some issues in terms of cars being disabled, so we did have quite a few code 35s. It did help make the race interesting at points in terms of strategy to see how it played out, but for the most part, we had lots of great, clean, hard-fought racing around this tight and tricky track. So I'm looking forward to more tomorrow for a bit more of a sprint-like race.
The way the yellows landed made the race much more predictable, I think, than last year's race. Last year was a lot of stop, start, but the way the yellows landed today always kind of fell in a refueling time, effectively. So it kept everybody on the same strategy most of the way through, and so it did end up coming down to just raw pace. So if anything, I think it did play a little bit like a sprint race today, because people weren't able to really save fuel and maximize the endurance advantage. So interestingly enough, I'm hoping that the shorter race tomorrow does lead to a little bit more interesting strategy calls being made, just because of the number of yellows today. And like I said, most of the racing, say like 95% of it, was pretty clean. Nobody doing anything too foolish. A lot of people spending on their own and just having their own issues here at VIR. It's a tricky track, not a lot of runoff, not very wide. So some that's to be expected. I am very much looking forward to tomorrow, however. So we'll be happy to see you guys then.
Yeah, these 7-hour races on Sundays tend to play out a little bit more like sprint races. And I mean, that's purely in name only. 7 hours is still an awfully long time to spend racing cars. But let's wait and see what tomorrow brings. I think today... it delivered in some ways. We had some question marks. The 118 losing out right at the end there. Oh, the mechanical issue is not something I had on my bingo card. So let's see what that issue is. And is this a concern that we may have moving into tomorrow? We've got some new teams here. I mean, Economy, AutoWorks, are relatively new anyway. excuse me, I think presents some opportunities to learn and do things better for tomorrow, maybe feature better tomorrow. We start from scratch tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern Time. Be with us on DriversEye Live when we get things going from VIRginia International Raceway for our Sunday 7-hour enduro. It's certainly one that I am looking forward to immensely. Love watching racing at VIR. It's a place you can just watch cars lap at speed and in anger for hours, and that's what we get to do tomorrow. So, for all of the other racing that happens to be going on tomorrow morning, please join us at 8:30. The World Racing League YouTube and Facebook pages, we will be live just as the cars roll off, and then straight through to the checkered flag at 3:30 Eastern Time tomorrow. With that, gentlemen, this has been the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. That has been Ryan West. That has been JT Tammy. Zach Johnson, the mythical voice on the ones and the twos. You're welcome. Managing the zeros and the ones. That's what we've decided. Yes, on production. Great job all day. Replays and all the bits we've come to know and love from the World Racing League. This is DriversEye Live. Back with you 8:30 tomorrow morning for the green flag and the final race from VIRginia International Raceway. Take care, everybody.